In the old days when disaster struck the world, only the last fortress of mankind remained on Earth. The dusky city was plunged into darkness, enveloped in flames. And even the mightiest dragon was unable to resist it. The oldest of worlds watched in horror as his fire-breathing warriors fell dead. Nothing could help him anymore. The Guardian of Time, Otto, knew that the world was already beyond saving. But the young man was willing to do anything, even burn his body and soul with the help of a time dragon. This would allow the lad to open the way to the past. So he asked his master not to lose hope and give the opportunity for life to the new generation. The Guardian was sure that with the Elder's wisdom, they could change the future. For the old man was one of the best who possessed the secrets of time. The Great Elder had always watched over this place, but they all belonged to this time, so none of them would be able to leave this world. The almighty old man was truly very powerful. For thousands of years, he had led the timekeepers one by one. He possessed incredible magical power, and no one could compare to him. He had the greatest responsibility to change the world. Using his destructive power, the Elder opened a book of magic that contained the most dangerous and incredible beasts. The world was in danger, so the Lord decided to choose a man who did not belong to this world and would rewrite the fate of mankind. At that very moment, an incredible power awakened in the Elder. He opened a magical portal in the sky, which pierced him with a blinding beam of light. The vector images gathered into an entire system and created an incredible flow of energy in the sky. Their power had crossed all possible limits. A stream of dazzling magical energy shot far through the time portals, and in that instant, something incredible began to happen. It was the magic that summoned the terrifying creature out of the darkness. The monster thought that humans were weak, and their futile struggles made them even more pathetic. The monster resembled a huge octopus, but the Great Elder knew it was a forbidden god. The Lord was not afraid of it. He was confident in his strength. The monster was confident that pitiful hopes were swallowed up by despair. Humanity let centuries fall to ruin, and with that sad hope, were turning to dust. The Elder couldn't let the monster destroy the passage, so he decided to die a hero. He was going to show the monster his final fury. The bright light frightened the warriors. They were literally petrified with terror. The Holy Elder was performing a sacrificial ritual to save humanity. The last tower shone brighter than the sun. The age of humans was coming to an end. The old man ordered all the warriors to join in this great fireworks display of doomsday. Death awaited them all, but they were ready to follow their elder. The warriors were ready to give their lives without regret. The people from ancient times were going to give a gift to the future. It was going to pass through the Milky Way and travel to the distant past. A bright beam dazzled the entire celestial space and traveled upwards to sow the seeds of hope for the future of mankind. A generation of ancient wastelands surrounded the last tower where beasts and monsters ran rampant. Huge dragons gave out a wild scream to the world. Riding the dragons, brave warriors appeared on the horizon. With beast tamers, they fought the monsters and extracted the best resources. Outside the shelters, there were many dangerous, bloodthirsty monsters waiting for the humans, where death awaited them at every turn. Blacklight's main base had stood in the vast wasteland for hundreds of years. It stood in the open air and reached as high as the sky with its roof. Its current master was an extremely powerful master, and it was he who had created a special camp and training methodology for the new tamers. A notice was posted inside the castle that there was no place for idlers. Everyone was encouraged to join the camp, and death awaited those who objected. One of the boys possessed an egg. Those whose eggs would not hatch within 3 years would be immediately transferred to the collection team. After reading this, the young man was depressed. Training beasts was a great risk, so one should always enter the camp with caution. The boy was very frustrated, for there was no sign of his egg hatching. Tomorrow was the last day, so he had lost all hope. All 3 years, the boy had dreamed of joining and believed in his egg, but the miracle had not happened. He was very hurt. He felt worthless. When he was sitting in a dark alley inside the castle, suddenly he noticed with the edge of his eye some kind of glow. It was like a shooting star. It was the magic flow that the Great Elder had launched. The bright beam pierced the boy's body from head to toe, and he literally flew into the air. From the sudden magical strike, the boy's body flew aside, and he forcefully hit the ground. Pain pierced his entire body, and his head hurt badly. The young man wanted to open his eyes, but his body was unconscious. Only his brain and strange visions did not leave his mind. The young man saw a huge dragon in front of him, its eyes burning with fire and the smell of soot coming out of its mouth. The beast had huge wings and sharp claws. At the most unexpected moment, the dragon screamed at the top of its voice and bowed its head. On its back sat a brave warrior who radiated magical energy with his entire body. The boy could not believe his eyes. The dragon suddenly lifted off the ground, flapped its wings, and flew into the air. All that was left of it was a puff of dust. Suddenly, the young man felt a rough touch and opened his eyes. He awoke in a cold sweat, and some gentleman was ordering him to rise. In front of the hero stood a crowd of armed boys. Their chief was very displeased that the boy was sleeping here and so poked at him with a whip. The Lord said that the younger students of the training camp could not sleep in the castle. This was against all the rules and laws of Blacklight's main base. The Lord was very angry and threatened the pitiful young boy. He ordered the boy to answer all questions and tell him if he slept in the castle. The frightened hero sat on the ground and could not believe what was happening. He did not believe that this huge dragon and his rider were just a dream. His head was still hurting badly, as if after a severe injury. He was sure that he had tamed this dragon, even though there was no such thing in nature. All this made the Lord even more angry. No one dared to consider him an idiot, so he swung the whip and hit the poor boy. A big scratch was left on the hero's face, but he held back and did not show any emotions. Everything that was happening for him seemed simply unreal. The angry soldier had heard that today the boy was going to join the vagrant searchers and go into the wasteland to get food. Pointing a whip at the boy, the Lord said that once he got outside the base, the boy would not be able to go back alive. At this moment, something incredible happened. Everyone froze in place. Su Heng's egg had finally cracked. A true miracle had happened. The hero was simply ecstatic. He had been waiting for this for 3 long years, and now he had finally succeeded in achieving what he wanted. This was a new chance for Su Heng. Now he could join the ranks of soldiers and fulfill his dream. Lifting the egg high up, the boy shouted with joy. The boys watched on in horror. They had never believed in the little guy's strength. No one could believe that this trash had succeeded at anything. Now, the main one of the guys talked like a cute cat. He literally purred in front of the hero and said that it was all just a big, ridiculous misunderstanding. The master was going to inform the teacher that Su Heng had passed his apprenticeship and become a master. He said that the boy would definitely reach all the heights. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the sound of heels. The boys froze at what they saw. The teacher had come to them himself. It was the beautiful and powerful Lu Yu. She was the head mentor of Blacklight Tower. Her beauty was always at odds with her strength of spirit. The warrior maiden said that the boy could now interact with his egg. His mission had finally been accomplished. Su Heng looked at his glowing egg and couldn't understand what he had to do. It would be hard to figure out exactly how to interact. After a second, the boy held the egg tightly against him like his own child. He began to talk to it like a baby and told it how long he had waited for it. Suddenly, sounds came from the huge egg and small jolts made the hero happy. He was glowing with happiness and said that his baby was talking to him. More and more young beast tamers were appearing in Blacklight, so teacher Lu Yu was very happy about it. Suddenly, her joy was replaced with anger, and the mistress jerked her hands away. She noticed a scratch on her disciple's face and asked where it came from. Without a second thought, the young man pointed his finger at the armed master, who was bullying him, and struck him with a whip. This made the head tutor of the tower very angry, her face turning red with anger. No one dared to raise their hands on Blacklight's young masters. As punishment, Lu Yu ordered the master to endure 20 lashes, and then he had to go to the wasteland to get food. In the wasteland, the impertinent lad was to receive his punishment, but it would ruin him. The boy cried like a child to be spared. Tears flowed from his eyes like a river. The young man humiliated himself in front of all the boys and begged for mercy, but the head tutor was loyal to her orders. Lu Yu led the boy behind her and brought him straight to the castle. They ended up in the Blacklight Fortress Master's office where they were already expected. Base Master Zhou Gu was eagerly awaiting the arrival of the new disciple. After all, this was the first newcomer in this half year. Lu Yu introduced Su Heng to the master and said that the boy was going to join the search party, but suddenly his egg started to hatch. The mentor praised the young master very much and told Zhou Gu that the boy needed to be rewarded well for all his efforts. The master suggested 2 options. Since the beast in the egg was a scaly lizard, Zhou Gu could give it a piece of dragon freshness, which would speed up the hatching. After hatching, the beast would become stronger than other lizards. In addition, The scaly one would be infected with a drop of blood, and it would become very strong in the future. For the second option, when it was time to get a second pet, the master would let the boy choose one egg from his collection. The young master was sure that a tit in hand was better than a crane in the sky, so he chose the second option for himself. This pleased Master Jogu, and he said that he would give orders for the dragon scales to be delivered in the afternoon today. At this point, master and apprentice agreed. The master hoped that in the future, the boy would not forget about it and contribute to Blacklight Castle. Young Su Heng was overwhelmed with emotions. He was proud of himself. All his efforts had not gone in vain, so he felt indebted to his teachers. Apart from the castle, Blacklight was divided into two zones, the inner zone and the outer zone. The inner zone was where the wealthy members of the community lived and had a cleaner environment. The outer zone, on the other hand, was considered bad and dirty. It was where the lower classes lived. Master Su Heng lived in the outer zone, and that was where his house was located. It was an old, dilapidated hovel from which came the eternal screams. When the boy came home, he got a big beating from a young girl. She twisted his ear and said she had waited all night for the impudent man at the window. This morning, she went into the inner area to look for Su Heng, but she couldn't get in. She had to wait at the gate. The girl was very angry and worried. She wanted to rip off the boy's ear, but the crime was prevented by a sudden knock on the door. One of the castle's apprentices appeared on the doorstep. He handed Master Su some strange things and said that it was a request from the castle master. The young man asked to keep these things safe and wished Su Heng success in martial arts and cultivating new beasts. There were some packaged items and a mountain of money on the tray, so the guys couldn't believe their eyes. This was all new to them. The girl's eyes shone with happiness. She was so happy, and she was sure that Mom and Dad would also be happy to know that Su had succeeded. The girl threw herself at her brother with a hug and said that they hadn't sold their past house for nothing, because now her brother would become an important person in the society. The young man could barely breathe from the tight embrace, but he couldn't get out of it. He said that no matter what, he would still live in the outer zone. The young sister remembered that she was going to work, so she jumped up abruptly and walked away, wishing him good luck. For a long time, the boy looked at the things his master had given him. It was the first time he had ever seen such a thing, and he was more concerned with the closed boxes. When the hero turned the box over, he saw strange nuts inside. They looked like walnuts, but they were real dragon scales. Su Heng stacked them all in the palm of his hand, and suddenly something strange started to happen. The scales suddenly glowed and began to emit a magical yellow energy. Suddenly, this crazy energy penetrated the teenager's body. His eyes glowed white, and a bright beam of light stupefied his head. The boy looked like he was bewitched, but he felt the feelings he already knew. In front of him, he saw a magical book with wild beasts in it. Suddenly, the magical book opened and gave the boy new knowledge. A chain about the scaly dragon and its blood formed in his mind. Hatching an egg and turning into a dragon, dragon blood, dragon scales, dragon lizard, all these thoughts with crazy speed went through the boy's head. After these visions, the boy woke up again in a cold sweat. He was very confused by what he saw, and he suddenly realized that the scaly lizard had turned into a dragon. The monster from Su Heng's visions was an adult lizard dragon. It was a top-grade species that could easily destroy a small city. This monster possessed truly great invincible strength that no one could match. The young master also had a lizard in his egg, but the boy realized that the one he had was a middle-class species. A scaly lizard and a dragon lizard were two completely different species. Su Heng still pondered for a long time over all the recent events that had happened. Among the items, he found a dragon blood root, which was like a brownish-brown root. Everyone knew that a young girl had managed to surprise the master of Blacklight Castle and become his apprentice. She was such a talented maiden warrior that she was able to impress the entire nation. Deep down, the young master longed to be like her. She was strong and radiated her power with her whole body. He knew that the first animal she bred was a top-class, dangerous species. At this moment, a wild rage awoke in the guy. He gathered all his strength into a fist and made a decision. If he could breed a lizard dragon, then maybe things could change. Su Heng decided to change everything, and without a second thought, he ran to the medicine shop. He offered the merchant a few gold coins to fulfill his request, but he didn't immediately agree. The merchant made a special decoction for him, in which the young man placed his egg. He was fully confident in his abilities, He was driven by the thirst to become an apprentice of the master of the castle. The young master used a special paint and drew a huge circle with magical signs on the ground. When the egg was in the center of the circle, all the drawings glowed with a bright light. The egg with the lizard was in the vessel all this time, and suddenly the contents of the vessel became agitated. A blinding flash of light illuminated the entire space, and the egg began to gradually crack. The bright light blinded the hero, and a magical ancient dragon flew out of the egg. His body looked like he was created by the sun, but his scream of a real beast made the walls shudder. The huge beast spread its wings and roared even harder. The whole room was lit up with magical energy that penetrated even through the walls. The dragon had tremendous power and could destroy the entire world. Su Heng thought that now the dragon could pounce at any moment. He didn't know what to expect. Suddenly, the dragon glowed with all its might and abruptly rushed back into the egg. When the dragon disappeared, all that was left behind were bright flames of light that slowly settled to the ground. After what he saw, the young man was shocked, afraid to move. Suddenly, the hard shell of the egg burst into small pieces, and the guy stopped breathing. He didn't realize whether it was a scaly lizard or a dragon lizard. The doubts tormented him a lot. Meanwhile, on the training ground of Blacklight Castle, a drill was going on. The brave boys were fighting each other, and the head mentor, Lu Yu, was closely watching each student. Their classmate Heng hadn't attended practice for 4 days already, so everyone knew that his egg hadn't hatched yet. The guys were going to wait for the head mentor to deal with it. At this time, the young hero of all the rumors came to the training ground. This really stunned the mentor because the guy should have realized that he was not allowed to skip training. The hero was a little confused, but he needed to justify himself. He said that he had to miss training, but there was a good reason for it. It had to be a very serious one, or no one would listen to him. When the teacher demanded an immediate explanation, the boy ordered his little boy to get out of his backpack. At that moment, 2 of the cutest eyes appeared out of the backpack, and a small dragon sat on the boy's shoulder. The dragon was still quite small and naive, like a real baby. It didn't have big fangs or sharp claws yet, but its smile and bright eyes could make everyone around it cringe. When the whole class of students saw this cutest creature, none of them even moved. They were very frightened and looked at this creature with terror. The dragon caused them to be deathly afraid. Lu Yu said that this terrifying creature was not a scaly lizard. It was actually a special kind of dragon lizard. NN was a very strong and particularly dangerous monster. All the guys around were standing like dumbfounded, but the kid didn't understand their reactions. The main mentor did not hesitate and ordered the boy to go with her to the master of the castle. It was indeed a very dangerous species that the hero hatched first, so Jogu was simply seething with anger. Within the confines of this castle, this kind of behavior was simply unacceptable. It threatened everyone. The master was very angry that someone had given the boy an egg and was going to immediately report to the bureau that was in charge. They were going to find that person and fine him 3 months' wages. No one dared to mix a scaly lizard and a dragon lizard to create such an egg, almost robbing the future of this young talent. The Tower Master didn't like all of this at all. Thanks to the boy's labor all these 3 years, he had gone through a lot and gained experience. First, he had gotten the most ordinary scaly lizard egg, and now Han had the most dangerous species of the highest level dragon lizard on his hands. This was a huge achievement. Despite his efforts in the past, Master was sure that this was just the beginning, and the guy would definitely reach far. These words were imprinted on the hero's mind. He was going to live up to expectations. At this moment, Lu Heng heard what he had dreamed of for years. The Lord was very happy that they had such a talented and persistent young man in the castle, so he offered him to become an apprentice. The young master couldn't believe his ears. He aspired to become a disciple of Lord Zhou himself. Lu Yu that after that genius Bai Susu, the master would accept someone else as a disciple. The hero couldn't miss such a chance. He had been waiting for 3 whole years for this. He really wanted to become an apprentice, so he agreed without a second thought. This was the kind of title a boy would wear with pride. On such an occasion, Jogu was going to organize a banquet where all the tamers and mentors would be there. Everyone needed to celebrate the appearance of a talented tamer and the new apprentice of the base master. The celebration went on until the evening. Su Heng and his sister returned home, accompanied by the burgomaster's personal guards in a carriage. It was quite late, so the guys need to rest. Su Heng revealed that he was currently receiving 100 gold pieces per month to support his pet. His sister suggested that he save up and buy their old house and then pay her tuition. The girl squeezed her brother's cheeks and was proud because she wouldn't have earned that much even in 3 years. And now she had a real support because the boy finally broke out into the people. The hero spent the whole evening reading a magic book. He learned that the most striking difference between ordinary creatures and dangerous species was whether they had innate abilities to use magic. The book said that the ability to use magic was called magical talent, and talent was a key factor in determining a beast's power. The boy was learning a lot of new things. The snake dragon lizard, as one of the most dangerous species, naturally had a special predisposition to use magic. In addition to the most common evil attack, the snake dragon lizard had 6 skills. One of them was Dragon Sleep, which was capable of quickly recovering strength and regenerating injuries sustained in battle. Thanks to this, the dragon could not only sleep, but also prepare its body for the next enemy. Inferior dragon power. Characteristic of inferior dragons and dragon power. Dragons also used earth power, which was a destructive technique. Natural power allowed them to utilize the energy of nature and its resources for magic. And the combination of natural power and dragon sleep made the dragon lizard so survivable that its power increased and it was almost invincible. The last skill of dragons was an extremely powerful ability. Evil was the most powerful technique with destructive power and was close to the power of dragon breath. The hero was certain that his little boy would become the truest beast lord. The little dragon was sleeping sweetly, and suddenly his body increased in size dramatically. Lu Heng couldn't believe his eyes. When the little boy and the great tower master met in the training room, they did a little exercise. Zhou Gu said that the little dragon was very talented. The master suggested that they test the beast's strength in the 3 magical elements and choose one to focus on first. He extended his hand and a beast talisman appeared on his finger. A beast talisman was a thing that allowed people to keep a beast of enormous size inside them. Inside, they could recover their strength and rest, and then go outside again. The beast could become so strong and huge that it would be impossible to contain them. Therefore, tamers often used various jewelry in the form of talismans in which the beast lived. Zhou Gu's ring glowed with a bright light, and a huge beast flew out from there. It was a scarlet wolf of the evil element. It was of abnormal size and possessed incredible divine power. There was demonic energy emanating from the beast, and death could be seen in its eyes. The base master said that it was a representative of a beast with a rank 2 evil element. It was almost impossible to defeat or make it die. Despite its anger, the scarlet wolf was a docile and tame creature. It used to be the castle master's main beast, and was very suitable for training the snake dragon, as they were a perfect match for each other. The terrifying sight of the scarlet wolf made Lu Heng's legs tremble. He held his cutest creature in his arms and couldn't believe that the 2 opposites could match each other. The scarlet wolf was the most dangerous species, combining not only the purebred breed, but also true beastly malice. It was quite harmonious in tandem with the small dragon, so Zhou Gu asked the guy to place the beast on the floor. The huge beast towered in front of the boy, leaving a large shadow on the ground. Compared to it, the humans seemed like mere small insects, and the baby dragon was completely out of sight. The little blue monster stood before his opponent and trembled with fear. Tears were rolling down his eyes, and the little guy was begging for help from his master with his eyes, but the hero didn't want to help him. The base master ordered his scarlet wolf to use evil breath and show the kid his true gut. The bloodthirsty beast immediately opened its maw and let out demonic power. When the beast was ready to pounce on his little enemy, Mr. Zhou immediately stopped the wolf. He blocked its path with his hand and said that it had succeeded. Now everything had changed. The young master looked at his pet, but it had completely changed its appearance. The little dragon's entire body radiated demonic power, its eyes glowing like a wolf's. The pet roared at the top of his voice, his confidence in his own strength growing. Despite its size, it felt like it was on equal footing with the opponent, so Su Heng cheered with all his might. Base Master Blacklight said that the beast right now was comprehending the evil element for the first time. It was purple smoke, which was the initial form of evil thought breath. The dragon really had talent. Already looking at its first steps, one could tell that it had potential. The master said that the Scarlet Wolf had already accomplished its mission here, and it was time to return. Raising his hand in the air, the Lord's ring on his finger glowed. This opened a passage for the Scarlet Wolf, and it turned into a demonic stream of energy that began to flow in at a great speed. This was actually not the end. Joe-Gu had released another terrifying monster outside. It was an Earth Platypus trio formed from Earth magic, beast essence, and intimidation. The little monster immediately squeaked in fear and hid behind its master's leg. It lacked the courage to come out against such a strong monster, so its body trembled like an autumn leaf. The frightened Su Heng said that it was unnecessary, and the master agreed. The master said that the beast needed a stronger opponent who would definitely teach the little dragon all the necessary things. At that moment, a giant monster appeared on the training ground. The lava tyrannosaur was one of the strongest beasts. The dragon was a harmony of stone, fire, and evil. The stone tyrannosaurus cast a huge shadow across the room. The hero and his pet literally couldn't utter a word. In fact, such creatures were extremely rare. Great Joe-Gu said that the boy was very lucky to be the first to hatch a dragon. It was incredible luck. Many tamers wanted to have such a beast, but no one was able to do so. The young master realized that the grimoire with the ancient dragon rituals was actually a very important thing. They held the knowledge and magic of the ancient world. Thanks to this, the boy could begin his journey of rebellion. At this moment, the castle master's trial had already begun. He sent the lava tyrannosaurus forward. The bloodthirsty monster opened its jaws wide and pounced on its enemies. The incredible flow of energy almost swept the hero off his feet, but he held on with all his might. The terrifying pressure made the boy feel like a tiny boat that was about to capsize from this hulking monster. Suddenly, Mr. Zhou approached the boy and grabbed his shoulder firmly to push him aside. He wanted to warn the young boy, so he ordered him to step aside so that he wouldn't hurt himself. The bloodthirsty lava tyrannosaurus was a very strong opponent, but the little guy held up very well. He stood firmly on his paws and resisted the strongest pressure flow. The huge beast awakened with tremendous strength, its eyes glowing with fire. With even more force, it pounced on the poor little pet, but the latter held on desperately. A crazy energy vortex swept over the dragon. Although it was still quite weak, it was still trying to use the lower dragon power against the power of a top-level Tyrannosaurus. Mr. Zhou was very impressed. The little guy had a very high level of magical talent, but no one knew if he could break through the terrifying terror of the stone dragon. Ignited by the idea of training, the castle master asked the boy if he had used the dragon scales. The hero said he had used it as soon as he got his hands on it. It was clear to everyone that the beast had internalized the substance in the scales well. It might have even been able to get hold of some dragon blood, which helped it double its talent. Great Joe-Gu held out a book to the young man, which contained all the methods and techniques that could help in the development of beasts. There was also an interesting method that developed the power of the mind. The hero didn't have to forget about his spiritual training while training with the dragon, so the Lord said that the mind power was a personal strength and the basis for training. After leaving Black Light Castle, Su Heng was finally able to buy back his family's old mansion. People knew that the young man had become a master tamer and treated him with respect. While Su Qing was working, the boy started cleaning. He carefully swept all the trash and dust out of the house, picked up cobwebs, and rearranged the furniture back to its original places. Even though he couldn't make the family home as it was in his memories, there was a sense of relief in his heart. After cleaning, the house shone with new colors and became warm. Before telling Su Qing the good news, the hero decided to go to her workplace and pick her up to surprise her. The kid always went with him. Now they were real friends. At this moment, the kid heard a familiar voice. His sister was screaming at the top of her voice and asking for help. Without a second thought, Su Heng jumped out of his seat and ran to help her. Meanwhile, the poor girl was in the wrong place. Two rabid wolves stood in front of her and were ready to tear her to pieces. Su Qing shrank back in fear. She wouldn't be able to handle them on her own. The three nasty guys were watching everything with mockery. They wanted to get attention from the beauty, but she refused them, so they directed their dogs to play around. They had dirty thoughts in their heads. They wanted to play with the girl, and in return, one of the rascals offered her rescue from the wild dogs. The boys were no different from their animals. At the most opportune moment, their conversation was interrupted by Su Heng. He was simply furious and flew at the bastards with a brick in his hand to show them what real games were. Swinging with all his might, the boy hit one of the dogs in the face with the brick. Blood rushed in all directions, and the dog fell dead to the ground, whimpering one last time. The angry boy ordered the street rats to stay away from his sister. No one dared to hurt her, not even the one whose daddy was the plantation owner. This act made the nasty young man very angry. He said no one was allowed to touch his Charlie. Directing the dog forward, the guy gave it the order to chew Su Heng's throat. The huge, ferocious dog immediately pounced on the enemies. The young man covered his sister with his body and tried to cover his face with his hands himself. It seemed that he had no chance to survive, but suddenly the little dragon roared with anger. The little one sensed the danger and felt it was his duty to save his master. He pounced right on the dog and deliberately clawed at his throat. The bloody wound took the other dog's life. The street boys couldn't bear the insolence. They took out sharp knives and pounced on Su Heng to finish him off. They were clearly outnumbered. When the guys were quite close, the little guy awakened his dragon power. This technique released purple smoke that literally penetrated the victim's subconscious. A violent noise attracted attention, and 3 guards came to scout the situation. Seeing the crowd of kids, they were very angry and demanded an explanation. The nasty kid had connections with the local police, so he decided to blame it on Su Heng. He would be handcuffed, and then the bad guys would have time to get away. His own devious plan made the guy very happy. His enemy would end up in a jail cell and look like a complete fool. After these thoughts, the young man's self-esteem rose higher and higher. After the young man would mutilate Su Heng, he was going to date his little sister, Su Qing, in front of everyone. This was only a thirst for revenge. After all, his doggies would not die in vain. Ku immediately pointed out the young man to a guard he knew and said that this scoundrel had killed his dogs with extreme cruelty for no reason. This deserved to be punished in a prison cell. The young master threw a brick on the ground right in front of the guards' very noses. He said that he had killed the dogs with that very brick, so all questions were to be asked of the brick. The guards immediately pulled out their guns to arrest the boy. Suddenly they froze in place, and as if petrified, the guys saw the little blue baby. The guys were afraid to even take a step. They realized that the young man was a tamer, and his beast was very strong. Su Heng held out the tamer card to them to prove his point. At the same second, the guards cried out in horror. It was the card of the castle boss himself. Recently, there had been a rumor in the guard base about the burgomaster's second apprentice. The head guard took out his barrel and pointed it directly at Ku Jinyao. He shouted loudly and said that the boy had brazenly and arrogantly set up to kill his dogs. The nasty kids were immediately handcuffed, and if they resisted, they were expected to be shot. Captain Zhengya was in charge of the entire operation, but the young boy thought he was only a victim. A frightened Ku Jinyao threatened his father Ku Dingquan, who owned the plantation's warehouse. The boy said that his father could solve everything because he was influential. The captain didn't listen to this nonsense. He slapped the boy hard in the face and ordered his assistants to give him birch blows as punishment for running away. Captain Zhang only changed his tone at the sight of the young man. He was very glad that the hero had reacted and fought back in time, because something terrible could have happened. The most important thing for the hero was that there was a real idol between him and his sister. He was going to avenge everything later, so he invited Su Qing to go home. The guards couldn't figure out whether it was worse to piss off the plantation master or to piss off the tamer. In fact, it was clear enough. Angering the tamer was much more terrifying. The bad guys were going to suffer a terrible fate. They were going to be taken to a cell right next to the incinerator and kept there until their demise. It was very cruel, but the commander personally ordered it. When Su Qing got to the family home, she was literally glowing with happiness. The girl didn't believe that she would ever get there again, but this was just the beginning. The boy handed his sister a bunch of house keys and asked her not to faint from happiness. Only the best was ahead of the guys. The main thing was that they were together. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, and Mr. Guo appeared on the threshold. He introduced himself as the Deputy Director of Plantation Management and called the young man very forgetful. Guo had just received news from the police that Ku Dingquan's son Ku had insulted Mr. Su, so naturally the Deputy Director of Management had to do a favor. The master was going to transfer Q to the 30th plantation to plow the land and be an ordinary farmer. Although there were wild beasts there, and there was trouble from time to time, Ku Denishan was a leader would be able to adjust to that, so Mr. Guo decided to ask the young man if he was happy now. This was the best apology. Also, the deputy had heard that Sukin was a senior agronomist in the plantation system, so he was going to give her a promotion to deputy director in the agronomy department of their department. Su Heng was very pleased that the director paid special attention to this case and took such measures. He realized that as he grew stronger, he had new privileges. The boy prepared a whole vat of food for the pet according to the mentor's recipe. It was very beneficial to the dragon. It had to eat and grow to get stronger. The tamed beast food formulas were divided into poor quality, average, good, good, very good, excellent, wonderful, perfect, and perfect. There were 8 in total. The feed the teacher gave was of very good quality just for a young beast. Besides, this recipe was indeed very important to the hero as a student. The kid didn't like such food at all, and the kid couldn't understand why the dragon was indifferent to it after tasting it. He figured it was all about the ingredients. The kid had read ancient dragon rituals many times, so he knew a lot about them. As the book said, as soon as lizard dragons hatched, they would immediately eat their own shells, and then they could go a long time without eating. As a hybrid of 3 species arthropods, dragons, and evil creatures, the grooming of dragons, snakes, and lizards could not be uniform. It had to be focused on certain aspects. At the same time that dragons, snakes, and lizards are quite picky eaters, they prefer food in the form of living creatures. They may feed on small insects, fish, or other small creatures. After reading the ancient dragon rituals once more, the boy finally realized what the matter was. His teacher was giving him a lot of money, so he decided not to limit his dragon and find him a new recipe to eat. For the next few days, Su Heng fed his snake-lizard dragon according to the recipe from the ancient dragon ritual book. The baby was supposed to grow and increase in size to become stronger. After some time, the hero finally prepared the baby a new food of perfect quality made of fresh shrimp and fish. The dragon loved the new recipe, but it also led to a huge problem. The pet was growing by leaps and bounds and was getting bigger and bigger every day. He ate in huge quantities, and when he finally reached a huge size, the hero had no money left at all. Even though there was no money left, but after 5 days, the crumb had overcome the baby stage and entered the adult stage. Su Heng was sure that if he were to face the dogs now, it would not be any trouble for the dragon to kill them now. Every minute, the little guy was growing and becoming stronger. With such strong scales, an ordinary human without a firearm posed absolutely no threat to the dragon. Even if 3 or 5 strong adult men armed faced the snake dragon, they would be killed in seconds. Now the dragon could fend for itself on its own. It was amazing to the hero that it had only been 5 days since the dragon was no longer a cub. Perhaps the recipe from the old book did belong to the perfect or perfect level. Now the boy needed to keep the recipe a secret. Soon his dragon was going to be trained to use its skills, so the hero decided to stop the frequent feeding of formula milk for at least 10 days. After 10 days, Su Heng came to Blacklight Castle. He wanted to tell his master that he had been working hard on his dragon development, so he didn't attend training. When the base master saw that the dragon had reached the adult stage thanks to the recipe, he was very surprised. He slapped the boy's face and said that it would have taken an 8th apprentice a whole month to do so. However, the dragon not only had outstanding fighting abilities, but also had a unique potential for growth. The master said that the adult dragon was probably already familiar with its new abilities. Now the beast had dragon power of the 1st and 2nd degree, and these were 2 kinds of skills: dragon power intimidation and dragon power shock and awe. And the evil thought breath also rose to a new level and formed into evil thought flow. After Mr. Zhou Gu heard all the new dragon skills, he simply couldn't believe it. He said that it was simply impossible to develop the skills to such an extent in such a short time. The hero said that all this happened because of the teacher's hard work. But he decided not to tell about the mastered dragon dream, force of nature, and evil attack. The burgomaster did not doubt the boy's talent, so he invited him to come to his personal training room and see what his matured dragon was capable of. The snake lizard dragon had to prove himself in the best way possible. Su Heng had done a good job and passed through many obstacles, so the castle head was going to reward him with a master talisman. Jogu opened the passage with a ring, and a huge stone-armored bear came out. The master had only retrained 10-20 high-danger class beasts, and only half of them were at the level of a stone bear or lava tyrannosaurus. At this moment, the huge elemental and evil monster awakened an incredible rage and roared at the top of its voice. This created tremendous pressure and swept the hero and his pet off their feet. Suddenly, the little guy decided to show the results of his master's labor and confront the stone bear. He used the dragon's holding barrier power, and a purple haze formed around him. At the growth stage, the dragon could stand up to a full-grown individual, so the castle master stopped the test. He ordered the boy to attack using the evil breath. The kid immediately ordered his pet to use Evil Thought Stream and rushed to attack. The kid activated all his powers and released a demonic stream of energy outwards. The magical Evil Thought Core headed straight for the stone bear. The huge beast used its skills and easily resisted this attack. To him, it was no more than a tickle. It was a real challenge. The young hero ordered the snake dragon to use the Evil Thoughts Flow, Evil Pearl. The little guy awakened his rage even more and released several demonic nuclei in a row. The dragons used a cluster of dark energy, was able to create a veritable series of shots. One of them, as if it was a bullet, hit the stone bear. It was a series of precise attacks, so the master was pleasantly surprised by such a technique. Su Heng was very pleased with the praise, but there was actually another Evil Pearl technique that attacked so precisely that the opponent wouldn't be able to dodge. Attacks of this level wouldn't be able to pierce through the stone bear's armor. The Burgo master was satisfied with such attacks, so he decided to fulfill his promise and gave the boy a master talisman. The ring could hold 5 beasts, and if the tamed animals moved a bit, it could even hold 10. The young master was very happy to have such a talisman, but it was too early to rejoice. Jogu said that although the dragon had excellent technique in magic control, its combat experience was at 0. The base master decided to send the boy to the Northern Defense Station, where there was a great opportunity to fight dangerous beasts. In 3 days, the hero had to report to the military headquarters for an appointment. Behind the high walls of blacklight were 4 defenses that guarded the entire base. Each of them consisted of military camps and beast tamers. The southern and northern frontier were the most dangerous, with battles with dangerous species taking place here almost every day. The battles were fought by specially trained military men with firearms. Most of the materials in the city related to dangerous beast species were also the results of hunting the 4 main frontiers. They were brutal and bloodthirsty. The monsters had no mercy. Within 3 days, the hero picked up his advance for the next month of Tamer benefits of as much as 25,000 Northern Wen. He spent most of it on buying ingredients into food for his dragon, as well as a whole 3 days to prepare those ingredients. As agreed, Su Heng traveled to the northern frontier. The 4 defensive boundaries within the base were set up largely for plantations, but the area was limited. The total harvest of the 7 plantations did not meet the needs of the 60 people living in the city. Working on the plantations outside the city was second only to joining the search parties in terms of danger. It was also one of the most dangerous industries. Qiu Dingquan was the supervisor of plantation number 5, but was assigned to plantation number 30, which was located in the security zone of the northern defense frontier. After traveling a sufficient distance, the hero finally arrived at the 7th observation point. The chief of staff was in a hurry and had to come back and report everything, so he didn't delay the kid. The other team members were surprised by his appearance. They knew that this was the new master tamer, because his luggage was literally full of rations for tame beasts. To make a good impression, the boys immediately decided to help the young master. They grabbed all of his luggage so that the young man wouldn't have to carry heavy bags by himself. Xiao Huang immediately introduced himself. He said that from now on, the safety of the 7th point only depended on young master Su Heng, because everyone knew the kid. There were only 29 watch posts in the northern rim, with Su Heng having to report on the situation at the 7th watch post. More than 10 years ago, it had been blown to rubble by a passing dangerous enemy that left no survivors at the watch post. Since then, the entire modern guard post number 7 had been rebuilt on the ruins. After the arduous journey, Xiao Huang treated the master to some soup, although they didn't have any special facilities for cooking delicious food. But Wang's cooking was simply excellent. At dinner, the kid asked to just call him by his first name since they were all battle buddies. Master Tamer was a very important person, so Xiao Huang decided to call him Su Ge. One of the guys among the guys said that they were somewhere in the middle line, so the pressure on the defense was certainly less than the more distant posts. Still, there were plenty of fish to slip through the net. The young man pointed out to the hero the pile of dangerous beasts their team had caught over the past few days. In the middle and end of every month, a military officer with a team from the city who was in charge of transporting rare resources and counting the rewards came to the post. The young fellows had really asked the master to show off his inner beast. So Su Heng waved his hand and let out his baby dragon. The dragon flew into the air and the guys literally froze in place. For the guys on the team, this was simply unthinkable. This was the first time they had seen a tamed snake dragon. It was the most dangerous kind that would make anyone shiver. The little guy decided to show off all the skills he possessed. He used the shock and awe dragon power, and with his mouth wide open, pounced on one of the guys from the team. Su Heng immediately gave the beast a flick and ordered it to stop immediately. The most important rule for dragons was not to attack their own. They had to obey their masters. The hero met all 5 of his brothers at the post. After a short recovery, he took his mentor's advice and began to train his mind power while using the spiritual hammer. This method was called Crystal Mind and consisted of 3 stages. The first stage involved removing all distractions and creating a crystalline environment for meditation. The second stage involved working with a specific rhythm of breathing when the mind gradually became one with the meditative environment. The hero had to literally meditate on a huge crystal. Finally, the third stage was based on the spiritual hammer method. With the hero's current situation, it would only take him half a year to reach a crystal clear mind. The kid knew that a monster like Sister Bai Su, who in just 1 month or refining her mind to crystal clarity, was truly as bright as the moon. While the kid was meditating on the rooftop, his partner suddenly burst in. A siren sounded throughout the camp. Huang Ge said that the base was in danger. It was time to get down to business. The loud siren sound echoed to all 29 guard posts. All the guards at the 7th guard post were tense. Huge winged monsters flew into the base. The brave Su Heng immediately realized that it was a dangerous species of second-rank leap-footed beetle. Instead of paws, it had armored serpent claws that could easily crack a cobblestone. Xia Huang said that the scythe beetle was the most common beast species in their sector. Although these insects multiplied quickly, killing 4 of them wasn't a big problem. The entire team prepared for battle. Huang Ge and Lao Yu were to take a position on the watchtower. Ivan was to take the forward sniper position on the northwest side. The real military operation had begun. The monsters had come close to the base. The dangerous bug species possessed the ability of perception. This allowed them to use the technique of superimposing armor. The brave warriors fought desperately against the dangerous creatures. Huang Ge shot at them with his powerful machine gun. The scythe beetle had the best armor superimposition skill. It greatly weakened the effects of the bullets. Continuously firing the machine gun could create a great opportunity for the sniper to overpower all the monsters. Their domes were effective, but still couldn't last forever. The sniper did not take his finger off the trigger. The fiery shots flew out at the speed of light. The kid waited for the right moment and immediately gave the monster a critical lesson. The scythe beetle lost both its dome and its head. Although the military were not master tamers, but their understanding of the situation and skill, honed in repeated battles, was enough to provide all the necessary combat power. The monsters fell one after another, but suddenly one of them decided to escape while it was still alive. Su Heng, Xia Huang, and Su Ge immediately got into an armored vehicle and chased after it to finish it off. The hero decided to act first and stood face to face with the monster. He activated the evil attack technique and used his ring to let the dragon out. Upon seeing the evil dragon, the scythe beetle immediately used his armored protective dome, but even it didn't save him. The little guy crashed into it at a tremendous speed, and the dome shattered into thousands of pieces. The protective armor actually worked so well that it repelled the hero's attack. The dangerous scythe beetle flew aside, but was not killed by the dragon. The attack only grazed it lightly. Su Heng needed to use something more powerful, so he ordered his serpent dragon to use the Evil Thought Stream, Evil Pearl. The brave beast flew into the air and aimed several demonic nuclei at his enemy. The dangerous monster used its protective dome for the second time and repelled all the enemy's blows. An incredible rage awakened in him, and he directed all his fiery energy at the dragon. The young master decided not to hesitate and ordered his wild pet to use the shock and awe technique and then dragon power. The fierce little guy snapped out of his seat and dealt his opponent a critical blow. After this dragon lizard attack, the beetle was seriously injured, having one claw torn off and losing half of its head. It tried to escape from the battlefield, but Su Heng was not going to let it go. The ruthless dragon obeyed its master's every order. He used the Earth Force technique to make the forgotten stones come to the surface. This finally allowed the battle to end, and the ghastly monster was killed by the sharp rocks. After such a battle, everyone still praised the hero for a very long time. Huang Ge. He thought that the boy just wanted to get rich, but now he was very impressed and realized that he was a real nugget. Suddenly, the sound of an engine was heard outside the walls of the post. Usually, the command convoy didn't arrive until noon, after they would have visited each watchtower, but today they arrived too early. From one armored vehicle, a gentleman stepped out. This was the ruthless Lu Ling. He was the commander-in-chief of the Northern Defense Line. He was known by everyone and feared by many. The master immediately noticed Huang Chengzhu. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, but he remained the same. Huang was so honored that the commander-in-chief remembered his name that he couldn't hold back his tears. Last time Lu Ling came to the headquarters, he had missed Su Heng, and they had not been able to meet. So this time, the master decided to come in person to meet the new master. All this time, Huang Ge had thought that Su was just an ordinary master, but he didn't know that he was actually the burgomaster's personal disciple. The guy was lucky that he hadn't done any mischief in all this time. Lu Ling sent all the fighters to summarize the half-month's results, while he himself decided to look at the snake dragon. The mentor personally instructed him to come and watch the kid's development. This made the boy very happy because he was sure that the mentor had forgotten about him as soon as he left the city. Since the teacher sent his spy, the hero immediately let his baby boy out. The dragon had hatched just under a month ago, but was of astounding size. The hero played dumb and said that the dragon had grown very fast since he learned how to use dragon magic. Lu Ling was very surprised, but said that the mentor had asked him to find out how well the dragon's skills had been honed. The master also had his own tame dragon, so he decided to pit the two of them against each other. As soon as the commander-in-chief activated his amulet, a huge earth dragon immediately emerged from his body. The horned beast was a dangerous species with two bloodlines, earth and dragon, with the same racial rank as the dragon snake lizard. It had been bred by the master to the level of a full-fledged dangerous species. With its thick skin and horns, the monster was capable of facing second-ranked beasts at the end of its height for a short period of time. When the young master looked at his opponent, he realized that he needed to be a bit softer, for he could trample the baby dragon. There were many differences between the pets, but no one knew the true strength of the baby dragon yet. The commander-in-chief said that the snake dragon baby hadn't woken up yet, so he ordered the horned dragon to wake it up with a small earthquake. With its huge, heavy paws, the monster destroyed the ground beneath it. Su Heng was very astonished by this kind of power. The horned beast possessed a limitation technique. This was the advantage of being able to control spiritual power after practicing mind power. There was no time to think at all. The heroes needed to act. The kid ordered the dragon to use the evil attack and dodge the blows, but the pet grabbed him and lifted him high into the air. At its master's order, the serpent dragon used the evil pearl against this horned dragon. Several demonic nuclei immediately headed towards the enemy with tremendous speed. The horned dragon possessed durability without damage. The hero realized that counting on his serpent dragon to defeat the horned dragon was just a dream. Even losing handsomely would be awesome. The boy could only show the results of the dragon's development that he had achieved over time and not disappoint the teacher who was so worried, being tens of kilometers away. The boy decided to act not by force, but to use the advantage of speed. The little dragon flew straight towards his huge enemy at great speed and surrounded him with the pearl of evil. The heavy horned beast couldn't keep up with the speed of the little guy, the evil pearls flying in different directions. The little guy abruptly flew upwards and dealt the enemy a devastating blow. When the enemy was finally wounded, the young master ordered the dragon to use the power of the earth to recover. The beast clearly obeyed all orders, and lastly, the boy told it to attack with a dance of the earth. The kid roared at the top of his voice, stomped his foot, and huge forgotten rocks began to emerge from the ground. The horned creature was now surrounded by sharp rocks. It wasn't a bad tactic, but the horned dragon's strength was already at the 9th level, so the earth dance was nothing to it. He easily managed to crush all the sharp rocks and push the little guy aside. The baby hit hard, but the Lord didn't want to hurt him. He had already realized what snake dragon lizards were capable of, so he said that was the end of the training. Luling said that the snake dragon had developed much faster than his own. He realized that the teacher had indeed taken a very talented young disciple to him. Soon after the commander-in-chief's departure, winter came. It was wildly cold at the guard post. The walls were not high and strong enough to shelter from the winter cold. Suddenly, a loud siren sounded, and a guy came running into the room. He said that watch post number 3 in the northern part had called, and plantation number 25 had been attacked by a group of dangerous species. According to the captain, the situation was really serious now, as almost the entire 25th plantation had been completely overrun. About 20 individuals of a dangerous species and about 5 of a less dangerous species had infiltrated the area. At the time of the attack, all the plantation workers were locked in the staff quarters. They had about a dozen broken rifles with which they fought back. The guards were going to rally support for all the number 3 and number 4 patrol-based posts in the northern sector, as well as the main forces that were almost completely out to defend the plantation. At exactly the appointed time, the guys arrived at the 25th plantation, at the 6th gate of the 3rd post. Sir Huang Chengzhu, Zhao Xiaohu, and Su Huan were ready to provide all the necessary support. The radio reported the reconnaissance that had been carried out. The guards said that the monsters had broken through the 6th gate and they were now in the grain area, tearing chunks out of dead bodies. All survivors had been moved to the staff quarters. All the fighting squads, all the vehicles lined up in spear shape. 2 armored vehicles were used as the tips of the spears, directly attacking and firing at the plantation dormitory building. The guys were warned that the dangerous wolf species were resistant to attacks and could easily bite their heads off. Everyone was ordered to kill them immediately and free the workers. Su Heng heard the wild howling of the wolves. He had heard from his teacher that a dangerous species like the venomous wolf could evolve to the ultimate form of the wolf alpha. It took a lot of effort to kill them. Something strange was going on. The wolves were somehow distant and apparently up to something. The young hero said that the pack leader was directing everyone, for it was no wonder that so many individuals had broken through the fortifications. The wolf leader was the strongest in his pack. He had incredible abilities and was considered a venomous wolf. The beast used its skills to release a poisonous mist outside. It was too dangerous in the territory. All posts were ordered to turn on their infrared sights and be on guard so as not to miss their teammates. At that moment, a huge alpha wolf pounced on the armored vehicle. Poison wolf leaders possessed the special ability of Shadow Twin, which meant there was another leader there. A giant wolf with red eyes pounced on the armored vehicle of the 7th squad. It was very strong and literally unkillable, but Zhao Xiaohu desperately tried to pierce through its armor. The alpha wolf was indeed very strong and fast. He deftly dodged all the bullets and jumped onto the armored vehicle with renewed vigor. Now Su Heng found himself face to face with the monster. Literally a moment later, the baby dragon got out. He used the shock and awe dragon power to stop the wolf, and then used the evil thought stream and the evil pearls with huge cores headed towards the enemy. In a matter of seconds, the small dragon managed to take down its huge opponent. The venomous alpha wolf received a crushing damage and collapsed to the ground dead. The brave hero immediately informed the squad leader about the incident. He asked for a ceasefire to avoid accidental injuries, promising to deal with the leader of the poison wolves in return. The commander ordered everyone to cease fire to support War Machine number 10 in the North Precinct. It was no surprise to him, since the Burgomaster's apprentice possessed such strength even though he was at the training stage. There was a strong, poisonous fog around, so it was very difficult for the guys to look for the wolf. But even through such visibility, and not suddenly notice the huge ringleader, who was brutally destroying the tank. There was no time to think at all. There was only one chance. The hero immediately sent his dragon lizard into action, and it flew into the alpha wolf with blistering speed. This attack didn't kill the beast, but only briefly distracted its attention. Thanks to this, the young lad remained alive and did not suffer from bloodthirsty paws, but the wolf was already literally boiling with anger. When everyone thought that the trouble was over, the alpha wolf decided to finish what he started. The young boy wanted to slip out of its clutches, but at the very last moment, the beast pierced him with its sharp claws. The brutality of the beast could not be left unpunished, so the hero sent the dragon into battle. The kid used the dance of the earth to make all the forgotten rocks come out. It did not harm the wolf. He was a very strong opponent. One of the poison wolf's abilities was a vicious strike, so the beast covered the dragon in an avalanche. This was the perfect opportunity to finally finish off the nasty beast. The guys from the 7th Squad pointed all their fire cannons at it, and the wolf turned its attention to them. At that moment, the brave dragon lizard pounced on his enemy and clawed at him with its sharp fangs. Thousands of bullets flew past, but the alpha wolf only roared loudly in anger. The poison wolf desperately tried to escape, but no one would let him go. The bold dragon flew into the air and attacked the wolf with renewed vigor, using the power of shock and awe. After the battle, the young hero could not find a place for himself. Something inside disturbed him. He twirled the ring on his finger and remembered everything that had happened. He thought about his dragon that had grown stronger. Huanga had told him that in the past, master tamers were usually not involved in an invasion of this magnitude. If it wasn't for the boy's support, there would have been at least twice as many casualties. There was a huge scar on the Lord's body from when he had first fought to save the plantations. That battle was much more terrifying than this one, with over 50 people killed and wounded. The armored car had been smashed to scrap by a huge steel gorilla in mature form that had turned the entire crew to mush. It was too hard a battle. When all hope was lost in the end, it was Mr. Cao, the then commander-in-chief of the Northern Front, who personally killed the beast and ended that bloody battle. All of this was inevitable. After all, the fighters were ordinary people who lived like floating leaves without roots or support. No one could guarantee them that today they would fall asleep and tomorrow they would wake up and see the sun. The battle to save the plantation was the first time Su Heng came face to face with death. He seemed like a true fighter who, after that nightmare, finally realized that only constant reinforcement could help preserve himself and protect those around him in this chaotic world. Over the next month, the hero began special training for himself and the dragon according to the rituals of the ancient dragons and achieved remarkable results. In addition to the snake dragon increasing in size, his mastery of the 3 techniques increased 100-fold. He learned new skills, refined them, and enhanced the effects. Just when the kid was deep into training, an old acquaintance of his arrived at the 7th post. It was the commander-in-chief of the defensive frontier, Lu Ling, who had tamed the most dangerous kind of fire magic lion. "Sir, heard that last time Su Heng participated in the battle for the plantation, he performed very well on the battlefield and was even praised by the commander. This was simply wonderful. This was how a burgomaster's apprentice should behave." It was a very happy meeting because Lu Ling had to come to the headquarters every month. The boy said that not even a month had passed since his last visit. It didn't make any difference to the master. In fact, he had a couple of free days, so he decided to check on the boy now so that he wouldn't ruin his plans later. Su Heng used his ring and summoned the snake dragon so that the Lord could finally catch up and train the beast. This time, the little guy was even bigger and stronger. Seeing the huge dragon, the Lord was literally petrified with surprise. Because the usual formula didn't produce such a result, Su said that he had always used the same formula. It was just that it might have been perfect for the beast. The commander-in-chief immediately ordered the boy to take the beast back. According to the teacher, once the snake dragon would have reached the middle stage of growth, the training in the Northern Front should have ended. All of the hero's trials in the Northern Front were finally over. The next day, he found himself at the Blacklight Castle's training hall, where his master was already waiting for him. Lin Fu was Zhou, his chief steward, the castle master's assistant, and his loyal servant. He had once been a servant of Zhou He's father, an expert in spiritual mind refinement, and a professional coin refiner. He bowed low to the burgomaster and congratulated him on acquiring an excellent disciple. Although the boy was not as talented as his first sister, he was very persistent. This month, he used the spiritual hammer method, laying a good foundation for training. Zhou didn't think that the boy's apprenticeship would have ended so quickly after only a month. He said that it was a tough experience and an exciting event. Su Heng told the teacher that he had practiced hard. The growth and spiritual development of his beast was so vividly felt through cultivation, and it was much better than when he sat for 3 years waiting for the slightest progress from an egg. The fact that the dragon was trained and bred to a high degree was beyond the castle master's expectations. He invited the boy to participate in the 6 Lands tournament next month. The master told him that the tournament of the 6 Lands was held once a year and was a dueling tournament held by each of the 6 major bases. It was held for the opportunity to enter the ruins of the Blood Forest. The ruins of the Blood Forest were very different from the usual ruins that could be found everywhere. From the outside, these very ruins were separated by a hidden energy barrier that made them impregnable. The ruins themselves were occupied by an extremely powerful and terrifying racial group of beasts, and the master of this secret place was a creature of terrifying strength and power. When the 6 representatives from each base joined forces and aimed at him, the beast was forced to come to an agreement. Only then did he promise to open the secret lands once a year on his own initiative, allowing the masters to explore them. Since this opportunity to enter the secret lands was so rare, the guy realized that he would have a lot of competition. He doubted that he had even the slightest chance of winning. The master said that actually the area open to people by the Blood Forest Ruins master was also only the outer part of the ruins, and the inner perimeter and core had not been fully opened. This was indeed a treasure for new masters like Su Heng, and less attractive to true experts. After saying that, the hero promised to try his hand at the challenge. Apart from the boy, there were 4 other people who were supposed to compete this time. Jogu promised to arrange for him to meet and get to know them, after which the boy could begin a new special training. In the southern section of the defense line, just south of the vast wilderness, was a large black forest that covered an extremely vast area. It was called the Grizzly Forest, and that was where the first training was to take place. There were an astonishing number of bears with bodies 4 meters long and weighing a ton. They were not listed as dangerous creatures only because they were unable to use energy. But occasionally there were bears that were astonishing in their fighting power, so much so that even the masters were afraid of them. They fully deserved the reputation of being the ones who could stop children crying at night. Upon arriving home, the hero realized he had no money. The cash allowance of 25,000 remaining coins was almost used up, and the next allowance payment would have to wait for more than half a month. There was no shortage of food to maintain the dragon's current growth rate. Postponing the advance each time was not a long-term solution, so the boy decided to find a way to earn more. There were actually many ways for tamers to earn money. Healing pet tamers were capable of healing diseases and wounds. They had a good income. Vegetation-related pets were capable of increasing crop yields. This was also a good payment. Water and electric pet tamers also gathered resources, but with the help of the ancient dragon, there was another way. Su Heng decided to come to the trade market, the gathering place for black lanterns. He originally wanted to seize the opportunity, but he never found anything all day. Suddenly, the boy's attention was attracted by a counter where a gentleman was buying black fat at a high price. The hero wanted to know more about it, but the merchant chased him away. Looking at the paper with prices, the young boy learned that 1 liter of black fat cost 83,000 coins. He didn't expect that someone was buying up black fat at such a high price. It was a great way to get rich. According to the ancient dragon's records, black octopus surface slime, dark oak resin, and thickener were mixed in the proportion of 3.12 at a high temperature for 75 minutes. This was how the black thick fat was obtained. Although the records also said that the dark tree producing black resin was long extinct, but this stuff was not uncommon on the black market. Su Heng only had to deal with the thickener to make money. Among the 13 departments in the 5 bureaus where black lanterns gathered, there was one institution with a special status. It was the Dangerous Biological and Energy Research Department. Their function was to study dangerous creatures and strange phenomena. The research department managed 3 institutions that purchased black thick fat en masse. Although selling it could bring in a lot of money, but if a hero were to immediately fill the market with so much black fat, he would have to be very careful lest the ancient dragon's secrets be discovered. Ebony was not only a rare species, it also grew extremely slowly. In addition, some herbivorous species like to eat the young branches and leaves of black trees, causing plants taller than a meter to be very rare. The young master knew that no more than a few tens of milliliters could be collected from a single meter-high black tree per year. The sudden appearance of a large amount on the black market would definitely attract attention. It was all too dangerous an undertaking, but the boy decided to bring 30 liters of black fat to the Hong trading house. He was asking for 50,000 coins for this entire quantity. He didn't need to spend this money right now. He only needed to go to the fortress and exchange a small amount of ingredients. The guy decided to wait until things would settle down. Meanwhile, negotiations were taking place in the fortress. Tamer Wangshun had participated in training with Su Heng, but he considered him a person with no talent for taming. Lo Cheng, that too, was a tamer from a rich family, had a good talent. He controlled a medium threat level red-scaled dinosaur and a medium level blood ox. Rana protected the young master. She was a tamer and was currently the strongest. She controlled the iron magic trees of medium threat level and the sleeping butterflies of medium threat level. The young lady tamer said that they were all familiar with Su, but had to admit that they had underestimated him. The boy's main pet was a snake dragon of the highest danger level. No one had such a pet. At that moment, the manager of Blacklight Castle brought the young hero to a meeting of all the tamers who were also to participate in the Six Lands tournament. The guys had already heard about the young man. Lin Yuxin immediately introduced herself. She said that she had become a tamer a little over a year ago and was now an official master. Right now, she only had 2 mid-level pets, a tiger flower ghost and an electric swallow. The hero also introduced himself and shook the girl's hand. He said that he had become a tamer 2 months ago and was now an official master. He only had 1 pet snake dragon. It was a top-level lizard. Lo Cheng was very displeased with the appearance of a boastful master tamer. He thought he was the strongest, so he activated his ring and summoned the red-scaled dinosaur. Compared to this hulking beast, the snake dragon really had little chance of winning, but according to the ancient law of dragons, it was different. If the beast couldn't crush its opponent, it had to kill itself against the wall. Su Heng said that this beast was not of the highest rank and was summoned right in the castle, so the garrison could do anything to the young man. The castle master could also be displeased. The boy had to send the scaly dragon back. He said that he couldn't be confronted at the competition in a month, but Su Heng didn't even have the desire to rally for the honor of the Black Lanterns. The disgruntled hero walked away from the castle. He decided that he should have taken full advantage of this special training in the Grizzly Forest. Once he returned, he would be a worthy captain. The next morning, the guards had already arrived at the boy's house. Zhang Cheng was the head of the Black Lantern Guards, so he had to accompany the boy on this special training in the Grizzly Forest. The map showed all the way through the Iron settlement. The distance to the settlement was only about 150 kilometers, but only half of the way was on a repaired road, so the route was actually quite winding. Blackfire was located in the Gray Desert, as was the Iron Settlement and the Grizzly Forest. It was a vast area with dozens of large settlements, many small ones, and nomadic camps. Upon arriving at the tea abode, Chang Zheng, the commander of the 5th Tactical Bodyguard Group of the 1st and 3rd Black Lantern Squad, Chang Zheng said that they needed to enter the city to rest and recover. Near the gate, the commander met Old Man Andrew, who was in high spirits. The gentleman said that he had brought a dear guest this time and asked for a good place to stay. The heroes were led inside without any problems. Su Heng was immediately provided with items to tame the beasts and introduced to the new private soldier Chen Han. There were literally all the conditions for relaxation here. At this moment, the dragon lizard jumped outside and began to eat. He had been waiting for a long time and hadn't eaten for a long time, so he needed to eat as soon as possible to regain his strength. The hungry little guy turned the whole room upside down looking for food. He opened all the canned food so he could gulp down as much as he could to get a little stronger. Suddenly, Raina walked into the room. She wasn't going to eavesdrop on the conversations. Andrew's grandfather had asked her to bring souvenirs from the tea abode. The girl only wanted to help and asked if the guy needed a guide. In fact, the girl was the best tour guide, so the guy agreed to a small tour. She told him that you couldn't see architecture like that in the tea abode anywhere else. It was very different from the one in Black Lantern. Most of the roofs of the houses were triangle-shaped, and the houses themselves could be square or rectangular in shape, giving the impression of volume. Traditionally, the residents of the tea abode painted the walls of their houses black and brown. According to Raina, all of the town's dwellings and stores were located on the slopes. A little higher up in the mountains was a tiny castle made of rocks and earth. It was the first building in the tea abode where the local governing body met. There were supposed to be animal fights tonight, so the little girl suggested the hero watch. Soldiers and civilians would sometimes capture wild beasts and then have a fighting competition in the arena with them. If an animal was injured or killed in battle, its meat was not wasted, it was eaten by the people of the city. Today they were to bring a special animal that no one had ever seen before. His opponent was a full-grown tiger. The tiger was an ordinary beast, but it was incredibly ferocious. The young master decided that watching him fight would be beneficial to the little lizard. In the evening, the beast fights finally began. The hostess welcomed all the spectators and said that the city guards had brought them a jungle tiger over 3 meters long and weighing over 600 kilograms. The people in the stands shouted loudly and demanded spectacles. They said that the tiger was in great shape and the traps created by the trapper, Acai, were the most powerful weapons in the tea house. A cage with a small pet was thrown into the arena, and the announcer introduced a new contestant to the people. She said that such a thing had never been seen in the arena before, and she really hoped that the captured beast could surprise everyone. The fight seemed completely unequal. The huge, angry tiger was greedily pouncing on the little animal, and the little animal was tearfully trying to get away. The boy was still a baby, barely able to move his paws. The tiger threw the baby in different directions with particular cruelty. In just a moment, the beast was trapped. The tiger had him in a corner, and there was no way out. Su Heng knew that according to ancient legends, there were 4 incredibly dangerous and rare dragon species. Because of their power, these species were nicknamed the 4 deities. They included the mysterious, fairy tale, miraculous, and mythical species. Without a doubt, such speed and reaction was not inherent in an ordinary beast, so the hero suspected something strange. The baby had a golden mark on its forehead, a rounded body shape. This beast belonged to a mysterious species, and the dragons of this species were born treasure hunters. Treasure hunters were extremely dangerous beasts, but they had almost no aggression. These creatures had a rare ability of a mysterious kind. They were born to find treasure, which they fed on. The hero was increasingly confident in his hunches. He knew very well that the tracks of such beasts could only be seen in very dangerous places. Such an opportunity could not be missed. Su Heng decided to buy this beast, but Raina said that Uncle Red had bought it. Uncle was the owner of the tea abode arena, and all the beasts here belonged to him. The little girl brought the boy to Uncle Red to talk him into it. The master was against breaking the rules of the battle. The battle could not be stopped until one of the opponents was defeated. Raina literally galloped in front of her uncle to get him to agree. The master had bought the beast from Kuman for 1,000 steel coins, so the little girl offered him the full 4,000. Uncle Red couldn't resist and agreed to the gamble after all. He said that the little girl should have realized that his clan had never broken the rules of the Battle Beast Arena. The beast was truly precious to Su Heng. It was vital to him, but the kid didn't want to break the rules, so he decided to tell his uncle his proposal. A few seconds later, the arena owner informed all the spectators that the fight was over. He promised to refund the price of the tickets to everyone present 3 times, and the bets made would be returned in full. But the fight would still take place in the arena tonight. Uncle Red shouted loudly and asked everyone to welcome the new member of the arena. At this moment, the brave Su Heng entered the battlefield. The bloodthirsty tiger immediately smelled the scent of a new victim and pounced on his enemy. The boy was completely calm and urged his dragon lizard to come out. And never before had the arena of the tea abode been so full. People cheered loudly, for they had last seen the Lord 3 months ago, which meant that they had not come today for nothing. The young master perfectly mastered his pet. They had a special bond. He ordered the dragon to move into battle, and it immediately used the power of evil to attack the tiger. In front of the majesty of the huge dragon lizard, there was no trace left of the bloodthirsty tiger. He shrunk down to a small size. He was guilty and wrong. Suddenly, with a wild screech, the little beast swept past the heroes. The boy realized that speed and quickness of reaction was related to physical form. Not for nothing was it called a mysterious creature. Without a second thought, he ordered the dragon to attack. The bold beast took off and immediately chased after the small, dangerous beast. The yellow little guy ran as hard as he could to escape. Tears could be seen in its eyes. The dragon used the second stage of acceleration power and chased after the beast at a tremendous speed. When its paws almost grabbed the small beast, it slipped away at the very last moment. The enraged pet used the second level of dragon power to overpower the enemy. An incredible stream of purple energy swirled in the air and rose right above the battle arena. After such a terrifying attack, the little guy couldn't move. The dragon immediately grabbed it and brought it to its master, while the little beast still continued to shake with fear. Su Heng put the little guy in a cage and brought him to Uncle Red's office. He decided to ask a tactless question and asked his uncle how he managed to catch such a fast animal. The gentleman told him that for the Black Lantern, the tea abode was not just an important supply point in the south, it was also a major supplier of wine products. It was because of its inhabitants' prowess in winemaking that the tea abode attracted the attention of the Black Lantern, after which it was accepted as a vassal by the Black Lantern. The one who caught this little beast was an old winemaker from Kaman Abode. People said that this little guy had snuck into the wine cellar and spoiled a few barrels that were meant for the head of the Black Lantern. For a weak old man, Kuman and his apprentice took no action against him. Uncle Red said that one day the winemaker, who had already lost any hope, discovered a drunken, peacefully sleeping animal in a barrel. After this incident, Kuman sold it. Despite its mysterious power, the beast was foolish enough to get drunk, so it was not surprising that it was caught. The most important thing was that he was now in safe hands. After the fight, Su-Heng wanted to thank Reina, but it was nothing to her. She had heard that the hero was supposed to have a hard day and journey tomorrow, so he should have rested properly now. The boy dragged the beast to his room, but the beast was quite upset at being confined in a cage. The bars of this cage were no thicker than a pinky finger. If a snake dragon was in it, it would easily break the cage and escape. Representatives of this species were strangers to aggression, so the hero would have to take care of him now. The guy did not know what to do because in the ancient books about dragons, there was no information about its diet. The hero was so busy that he completely forgot to feed his dragon. He immediately set about preparing food, and if the dragon ate 3 times as much as usual, they would be able to reach the Iron Village by tomorrow evening. While the dragon was greedily devouring the prepared food, the baby in the cage was crying softly. Su-Heng immediately paid attention to him, for the little beast was very hungry. The boy decided to test his cooking according to the teacher's recipe and feed the baby. He took a whole spoonful of food. The animal greedily pounced on it and ate without even chewing. The young man was delighted that the treasure hunter liked the same food as the snake dragon. Now the beast would definitely not go hungry, as food was plentiful for the dragon. This made the dragon very angry. It was not ready to share and ate everything that was prepared for lunch. The boy wanted to feed the beast with more, but the bowl was completely empty. Su-Heng said that now the snake dragon needed to eat less so that there was enough food for 2. The lizard was now an older brother, so it had to behave appropriately as well. The next morning, the hero said goodbye to Reina and traveled to the Iron Settlement. This settlement was much bigger than the tea abode. There was a metallurgical plant where iron, copper, and aluminum were mined. Everyone knew about the township's dependence on the Grizzly Forest, but because of the law, Zhang Cheng couldn't tell it directly, so he only had to wait for Su-Heng to come and realize it himself. Upon entering the settlement, the hero immediately smelled the odor of burning steel smelted from coal in the air. Zhang Cheng sent him to the center of the settlement for a leadership meeting, and here the young man finally understood what the Lord had been silent about. The Iron Settlement turned out to be a backwater town with a peaceful population of 1,000 people. On paper, it was a gray desert settlement, but in reality it was subordinate to Black Lantern and supplied him with metal and agricultural products. The minerals here were mined in the Grizzly Forest. For ordinary people, it was a pipe dream, and the reason why the Iron Settlement could freely mine minerals from there shocked Su-Heng. The entire Grizzly Forest appeared to be the teacher's property, or rather his animal's territory. The teacher was even somewhat capable of controlling all the bears there with the help of his pet. When the guys arrived at the place, they gathered in the conference room of the management committee. The hero assumed that the teacher was powerful, but he didn't think it was that powerful. If the management committee was to be believed right now, there were 4 lords in the Mud Forest. The strongest of them was an old black background fighter, Raya. It was a pro commander, but the other 3 lords weren't so easy either. The boy watched the sleeping pets for another long time. He decided that it would be foolish to go to the Grizzly Forest and ask the lords to recognize the treasure hunter. After getting an interesting beast, the hero planned to go straight to the Grizzly Forest. But in the end, he changed his mind and decided to stay in the Tea City for another 3 days to finish things. In fact, the reason was simple. The guy needed to find a way to establish a mental connection with the treasure-seeking beast in order to tame it, just like the dragon. Everything was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. Every time Su-Heng tried to establish a mental connection, he was repulsed by the consciousness of the beast and the treasure seeker. Even after rummaging through the old Dragon Codex, the young master could not find any relevant records. There seemed to be no answers, but soon the boy came up with a foolproof plan. He decided to go on a treasure hunt and take the most experienced treasure hunter with him. Everything was not as easy as it seemed, because the kid was chasing butterflies and bugs all morning, as if a child. The hero was very angry and wanted to feed the beast to his snake dragon. Suddenly, the kid tensed up a lot and energy surged in his body. He pointed the kid to a place that had the smell of treasure. It could have turned out to be another setup, so the young boy didn't want to go there. He said he was going to go home and feed his bloodthirsty dragon a small animal. The little guy lashed out and with all his might, and it made the kid realize that he wanted to go after the treasure on his own. He liked to do good deeds, so man and beast agreed on mutual aid. Without a foundation of affection, it was impossible to establish a mental bond. And if the hero just offered it, the beast would refuse. Establishing a mental bond when the beast didn't resist fundamentally changed matters. When the young master walked into the bar, he decided to just look around. Everyone was whispering and seeing him there for the first time. People thought the guy was a foreign mercenary or a relative of one of the soldiers. The beast pointed out that the treasure was an old toilet bowl, but it was more like trash. Su Heng was sure that it couldn't be something that was mentioned in the old dragon code. The path of transforming a dragon beast was full of hardship, and the demand for evolutionary materials was even higher. Transformation stones were the main materials needed to transform a very strong dragon beast species. It was these stones that the protagonist was looking for. He couldn't believe that he would ever be able to encounter something he never even dreamed of, so he decided to buy an old toilet bowl without a second thought. The bartender was very surprised, for this was the stone the boss had found in the ruins of the wilderness. But even after several experts had looked at it, they all found it useless except for warp. The stone was not used for any other purpose, so here it stood simply as a decoration. The young man worried that other buyers might think the bar lacked style. He waved his hand away and said it was a very expensive stone, offering the boy something to drink and leaving. The bartender felt that the boy couldn't afford it. Su Heng was offered a price of 10,000 steel coins, but the kid gave even more to have the stone delivered directly to his home. He was very persistent after all. He needed this item. When the people in the bar saw the ring of the master, they immediately fell on their knees in front of the guy and began to bow. The bartender said that he had given the wrong price, and in fact, the item was worth only 1 coin. There were 2 ways a master could tame a beast in a short period of time. The first method involved force control if the beast was of a lower level than the master. In the second method, the beast itself had to agree or even want to be tamed by the master. And at this point, the treasure-seeking beast fell into the second category. For 3 days, the young master puzzled over how the new beast could be tamed. They went treasure hunting in the tea abode and ate all sorts of goodies. Su Heng even stepped into the role of mom and told the treasure-seeking beast a bedtime story. The baby slept in a human bed like a real little brother and received proper care. Of course, it was never that simple. The kid used trickery and tricked the treasure-seeking beast into saying that after finding these treasures, he could collect them in one place. The little dangerous beast believed his master and treated him like an angel. He couldn't wait for the moment when Su Heng would take him in. However, the hero trained him like a dog. The hero also trained the speed of a beast and a treasure seeker. Every day, he set aside time to train the beast at the training ground at the back of the control building. When the beast was being abused, the guy would intervene like an angel and stop the snake dragon's violence. Rescuing the treasure hunter from the dragon's claws caused the kid's confidence and gratitude to skyrocket. After a while, the hero found himself on the outskirts of a grizzly forest. One of the guards said that the kid had to cross the river to pass through the outer boundary of the forest and reach the inner border. Suddenly, the boys froze in place. They heard a wild roar. A huge, bloodthirsty tiger with burning eyes appeared in the sky. It was ridden by some young, brave lady. It was the beautiful Miss Heiju, and her tamed animal was a particularly dangerous kind of red fire tiger. She introduced herself as the grizzly forest master and said that the kid could call her Sister Ju. The burgomaster had already informed her through the communicator that Su Heng was coming to the grizzly forest for a month of training. The girl hadn't expected to see him today. The mistress decided to show off her skills and summoned a pet. It was a silverback gibbon, which was a very dangerous species. While the monkey was taking things to the base, Heiju offered the hero a tiger ride there. Su Heng was going to fly on the dragon, so he had to refuse. Seeing the snake dragon, the miss was pleasantly surprised. She realized that the guy was really worthy of being a master's apprentice. After all, his first beast was a supremely dangerous species. When Miss Heiju brought the hero to the castle, it took a long time for them to open the gate. Suddenly, a young man came outside. He said that next time the girl should take the keys with her, for he was very busy. The girl said that no one was allowed to sneak into the base to hide and rest while Commander Shu was away. She reprimanded the guy and ordered him to take care of the luggage. Right now, only Madame Zhu and Shui Yu were in the base. Originally, there were a few sergeants in the squad who did similar jobs. But later, these sergeants couldn't stand the harsh conditions of the forest and applied for a transfer. All the work was entrusted to the nurserymen. The head of the forest base and the chief base master was Lord Zhui Kui. He had gone to hunt down a dangerous creature in the Gray Wasteland and had left a few days ago. The girl said that the other master, Lin Chen, had been waiting for Su Heng to arrive at the base, intending to take the guy with him for part of the special master training. No one expected such a late arrival of the hero, but the mist decided to lead him into the room. From what he saw, the boy literally froze on the spot. On the wall hung the heads of slain monsters. Zhu was sure that the boy knew nothing about the training of masters. She said that it could be considered a rule. When Blacklight masters received their first training, they were only informed of its specific content when they arrived at the base in the forest. The girl said that the specialized training was not simply honing combat experience, but also had its attendant benefits. The Grizzly Forest was rich in bear fruit, which were energy fruits that Blacklight Castle used very often. They increased the strength, stamina of dangerous creatures and were useful for evil, beast-like, and attack pets. All the trees with this fruit were occupied by war bears. With a token obtained from the forest master, a master tamer could challenge the owner of a particular fruit tree. With the token, a grizzly was usually not refused in battle, and once defeated, a bear fruit could be obtained. But if someone who was not affiliated with the castle wanted to steal the fruit, they would definitely be attacked by all the grizzlies of the forest and even the masters. In training, the snake dragon faced the grizzly bear for the first time. If the dragon could defeat its opponent, the bear fruit from the fruit tree, which was over 30 years old, could be obtained. Lin Jin watched the fight and said that each grizzly only accepted the challenge from the opponent whose aura was weaker than his own. When wanting to obtain a bear raft, masters had to face risks. The huge bear with red, burning eyes roared at the top of its voice. It was determined and prepared to fight. At this moment, the two bloodthirsty, strong monsters ran at each other. The snake dragon had never dealt with such a dangerous kind of animal, so it would probably be very hard on him. The brave dragon used its crushing power to attack the furry enemy. The grizzly bear was able to repel his attack without difficulty. The bear gathered all his strength together and dealt the dragon a crushing blow. The baby was thrown aside with force, and the bear was immediately about to attack him again. It seemed that the baby was in danger, but it was only a matter of time. The bold dragon lizard rose to its paws and used its suppressive power. The enraged grizzly wanted to grab his enemy, but the dragon deftly rose into the air and pounced with renewed vigor. The pet activated the power of amplification. One sharp movement of the serpent dragon and the bear was wounded. Blood dripped from his shoulder, and 3 deep wounds could be seen. The head of the forest and base said that the snake dragon was perfectly trained and had already developed the instinct to strike blow after blow. It was a rare thing, but the desire to pierce the grizzly's defense was still not enough. This was the effect of the bear fruit. Only by defeating the beast could one obtain the fruit. Unexpectedly, the fierce bear used beast healing to heal its deep wounds. The little guy needed to act as quickly as possible to avoid getting killed himself. He used the breath of evil thoughts and turned his energy into a real bomb. The crushing stream of evil energy didn't hurt the grizzly bear in any way. There wasn't a single scratch on the beast. It was as if it was healing itself every second and had armor. Literally a moment later, the dragon found itself in a real trap. The enraged bear was ripping tree trunks out of the ground and blocking its opponent's path with strong blows. The huge wild monster roared throughout the forest. It became even stronger. This was the berserker's natural skill attack. It was now clear that all this time the grizzly was just pretending to be weak. This was a technique that not every bear could master. After using it, one could instantly increase their own strength and defense. Lin Zhen said that the current dragon was unable to defeat an opponent of such strength. Now the huge snake dragon just seemed like a scared and small dog being pressured by an aggressive forest beast. It had never yet called for its master's help. Suddenly, Mudian again roared at the top of his voice and hit his opponent hard. The little guy needed to act, so he used the second speed of his wicked attack and slipped sharply out from under the bear's paws. At this speed, the dragon wouldn't be able to run far and would get hit, because the bear also had skills. With the help of the bear's throw, the grizzly ended up next to the enemy. At this moment, the dragon lizard had a brilliant idea. He activated the earth dance and created a magical vortex that raised sharp rocks from the ground. It was a great plan. The huge rocks knocked the bear off its feet and pushed it aside. The beast fell lifelessly to the ground and squandered all of its fruit along the way. Su Heng was just out of joy. He was proud of his pet. True, right now the boy didn't have enough spiritual energy to fly in the air and jump off the tree with ease. Lin Jun summoned his flying pet. The blood-tailed, black-billed hawk immediately flew to the rescue, grabbed the boy, and lowered him safely to the ground. The master of the forest in the base was sure that the boy was the teacher's best student. The master liked today's fight very much and said that Su Heng had done a good job with the snake dragon. Lin Jun immediately summoned the Lotus Hat Man. After the battle was over, it was imperative to heal the grizzly's wounds. Otherwise, everyone would be attacked by it. The Hatpin Lotus was a herbaceous-type healing animal that rooted itself in the soil to absorb nutrients. This little guy could heal severe wounds, even fatal ones. With the healer's hat healer spell working, and the grizzly bear finally got to its paws, the Lord immediately stopped him and said that the bear needed to add another fruit to fight. The bear snorted, but there was nothing left for him to do but obey the master tamers. He led the men to where his fruit tree grew. Ju mentioned that every grizzly bear guarding the territory had a small tree growing fruit. Right in the center of its den was the main treasure of this forest. Snake Dragon immediately brought the cherished fruit to his master. The hero was literally speechless. He did not expect to see such a small fruit. Now the pet just had to eat it. The master of the forest and base said that after picking, the mysterious energy contained in the fruit in a few minutes would begin to evaporate. The sooner the dragon would eat it, the better it would be. Su Heng started to hold out the raft to his dragon, but the dragon changed his expression. The pet looked at the fruit with wild disgust, for it still had grizzly bear drool on it. Only after the young master washed the fruit with water did the dragon dare to eat it. The pet had to swallow the bear fruit here, otherwise it would cause a great loss of energy. Lin Jun released the lion and the python outside. The stone spider python and the beast king were mature and dangerous species. They were ordered to guard the entire area. The snake dragon was lying in the center of the magic circle that was drawn on the ground. There was no way the fruit could be preserved, so after it was harvested, it usually had to be taken and digested in the dense forest before returning to the base. The master said that unless the boy had a strong enough animal companion, it was best to stay in hidden and safe places, such as caves or in the trees. The mysterious energy of the fruit transformed the body and cells of living beings at an extraordinary speed. The dragon's body was able to produce a stress response. After all, that was how the fruit's effect was revealed. It had been 13 days since the snake dragon had eaten the first bear fruit. In all this time, the dragon had not only grown in size but also approached the beginning of adulthood. In terms of endurance, strength, and physical ability, it was no weaker than a snake dragon at the late growth stage, and in terms of development, it was even superior to a snake dragon at the late stage. In total, the beast had eaten 8 or 9 bear fruits in the past 10 days. The dragon was born with a talent for mockery and provocation. Its success in battles with grizzlies was such that even the forest master was shocked. In 30 days, the beast had piled on nearly 10 grizzly-occupied tree bear fruits, and his victory rate was nearly 70%. Except for the first day when he took a chance and defeated that stupid bear. The reason for the high success rate was the hero behind the scenes. Almost all the bears that were challenged by the snake dragon were chosen by the treasure-seeking beast. In all this time, Lin Jun had only been able to collect a single bear fruit. The treasure-seeking beast, this was the real reason why the snake dragon was able to pick so many fruits. The dragon sensed that bear from the first day who knew the berserk attack technique, so the hero decided to meet him in person. Unexpectedly, they noticed another battle in the forest. Su Heng saw an armored wolf. It was a dangerous mid-level species, usually promising in dark caves and mines. This was a foreign terrain for the wolf, so it was most likely a pet. Suddenly, the master tamer appeared. He had underestimated the bear, for the armored wolf was no match for him. The young man got angry and ordered the wolf to finish off the bear. The beast was an evolution of the armored wolf with almost no weaknesses in the first echelon of particularly dangerous species. It was comparable to a weak top-tier, highly dangerous species and was much stronger with Ice's sister's fire tiger. Looking at the body of the armored wolf, one could tell that its level was perfect. It was very strong. With a single strike, the beast easily defeated the grizzly. Huangge once said that Blacklight Castle had been established 100 years ago. In the course of its development, wars naturally had to fight and even engage in military conflicts, hence making enemies. The hero realized that the powerful competing force was comparable to Blacklight, seemed to have a large number of masters capable of controlling these armored wolves and heavily armored wolves. The masters controlled the habitat of the armored wolves, just like Blacklight controlled the grizzly forest. They had the same situation, it was just that that area wasn't as big as the forest. Now they had appeared in the grizzly forest and had indeed come for the fruit. The guy didn't understand how he could save that bear, since even Blacklight couldn't figure out a way to save the fruit. When the mysterious Master Tamer approached the fruit-bearing tree, he used a strange method. Using a syringe, he drained out all the liquid that was inside the fruit. Suddenly, he heard the crackling of his insect spy in the bushes. Jumping onto the armored wolf, the Lord immediately rushed towards this sound to see the spy. Su Heng tried to quickly slip away on the dragon, but after a few minutes, the Tamer still met up. The boy decided to go into the forest, hide his identity, and set all the grizzlies on the armored wolf. The hero wanted to inform everyone on the radio about the danger, but it turned out to be discharged. The situation was simply hopeless, but the boy was going to deliver the news about that guy. It was necessary to run away as fast as possible, so the boy ordered his dragon to use acceleration skills. A mad stream of energy swiftly directed the heroes forward. The mysterious lord wasn't going to give up. He ordered the heavily armored wolf to use his skills, chase down and kill that little rat and the trashy pet. The snake lizard dragon ran as hard as it could, but the enemies were catching up from behind. The armored wolf activated the shadow walk to catch up with them. This was the 5th stage of the evil attack. There was no time to delay. The heroes needed to act. The pet used the 2nd speed of the evil attack. He needed to head toward the giant trees. Although the acceleration and sustained effect of the 2nd speed evil attack wasn't as good as that of the shadow step, but the advantage of the speed attack was that he could change direction. Since the wolf couldn't change its direction, the hero decided to teach it a lesson. The armored beast would take great pleasure in crashing into the trees. The Master Tamer realized that his opponent wasn't so bad. He used an amulet to unleash a Thunder Tiger with 3 attributes. It was a beast of a particularly dangerous species. After riding the Thunder Tiger, the Lord caught up to his opponent and pounced on him. The infernal beast used the Thunder Claw attack to create an incredible lightning stream. The Thunder Tiger was definitely at the full dawn of its strength, but the Snake Dragon dodged its strike. Its body was unharmed, but it was only slightly injured. At this rate, the enemy would easily kill the heroes. Su Heng thought of something and asked the treasure hunter to take them to the nearest bear leader's territory. The dragon immediately changed its direction and flew in the other direction. The master asked him not to just run away, but to use the dance of the earth. At that moment, the beast stomped its paws on the ground and huge sharp rocks came out from there and blocked the enemy's way. The tamer had to stop for the wolf to clear the way. With his armor, the wolf immediately burst into the rocks and shattered them into thousands of pieces. It broke a safe path, and the Master Tamer could now continue on his way. The young boy rushed after his enemy with all his might, but suddenly the Thunder Tiger stopped in place. It had lost its target. The ugly boy felt as if he had fallen through the ground. Suddenly, red eyes appeared from the cave. A huge grizzly bear roared at the top of its voice and pounced on the uninvited guests of his forest. The young master was frightened and wanted to run away. The hero was already in a safe place and only heard the roar of the bear from the forest. The leader could summon an entire pack, but even a strong Master Tamer would not be able to handle all the bears. Using the power of speed, the hero made the decision to return to the base so that the fruit would not be stolen. Suddenly, their path was interrupted by something unusual. A magical core flew straight at them. The snake dragon had excellent speed and reaction. It immediately flew upwards, and the core crashed to the ground, creating a huge explosion underneath. The hunt for the guys continued. A second later, the instigator of the strike himself appeared. He said that the Thunder Tiger had the Star Mantle skill, so it was possible to find the enemy even if it was 10 times farther away. The young man said that it was easy for masters of his level to escape from a dumb bear. After saying that, he ordered the Thunder Tiger to pounce on the enemies and tear them to shreds. The dragon used a vicious second stage of enlightenment attack, and as if it had bifurcated. Using the mystical gift of the treasure-seeking beast illusion, the poacher would mistake the snake dragon for an ordinary lizard. Then the dragon's strength would suddenly burst out. It was enough to buy time. Fortunately, Su Heng had managed to make a smokescreen of waste, and now it came in handy. The black fat smokescreen created an incredible explosion and enveloped the entire area in thick smoke. This was the last chance for the snake dragon and its master to slip away. The kid wanted to run away before the smoke would dissipate, but his opponent was smarter than that. The Thunder Wolf used the enhancement and pounced on his enemies with his huge paws. At the very last moment, the ring glowed and created a magical protective dome. The Thunder Tiger flew into the ball at speed and was immediately thrown aside. The master was very happy that he had found another additional skill. He sealed this ability, which was usually only mastered by the highest dangerous species at the mature stage, in a ring. The poacher was very unhappy that even he didn't have such a first-class ring, and his Thunder Tiger had been killed. It was the right moment, but the snake dragon didn't run away. The enraged young man was going to follow through and punish the nasty hero. He released the white mountain lion outside, and the huge beast immediately pounced on his enemy. The poacher laughed snidely. He had many more pets in reserve, so he was confident. The young man wanted to continue the fight, but the snake dragon didn't move from its place. All this time, there was a small scout of Lin Zhen flying in the forest who saw everything. At this moment, the master of the grizzly base and forest himself jumped out of the thicket of the forest, riding one of the bears. The young lad from Fire City was very angry at being stopped. The head of the forest was not only going to stop him, but also kill him. No one dared to harm the new master of the Burgomaster. The City of Fire was called Sin Fire. Being one of the deepest and most prominent among the large gathering places, it had always been Blacklight's rival. Their leader had a connection with a subclass of wolf-type pet animals. This displeased the poacher greatly, and he decided to see how tough his opponent would be when he died. The young man summoned all of his demonic pets and sent them to attack. The great head of the forest and base was a very strong master. He activated his amulet and a huge demonic python came out. The mountain python pounced on the wolves. Now it was a real bloodbath. The armored wolves were viciously pouncing on their enemy. But Mr. Lin Zhen suddenly seemed as if he had been reborn and was destroying them all. Lin released a pet that was made of flames outside. It was a fiery avatar that possessed martial, poison, magic, and light attributes. At this moment, Su Heng realized that his elder brother had released a python, and at the same moment, the avatar appeared as well. The master had just used stealth magic skills to wait for his turn. This was the master of the 5 attribute pets. The foul tamer wasn't surprised that his enemy dared to challenge him with such a rare pet. He had never received information that Blacklight Castle had such a rare avatar. Opening its jaws wide, the huge armored wolf pounced on the avatar. It was one of the strongest, particularly dangerous species and used Shadow Walk. Brother Lin was very strong. His avatar deftly dodged all of the wolf's strikes and immediately delivered his crushing blows. His skills were excellent. The enraged young man was literally seething with anger. He ordered the wolf to activate the advanced armor and pounce on the enemy again with renewed vigor. The wolf once again used Shadow Walk, while the fiery avatar rushed up and attacked with a firestorm. The two incredible forces clashed face to face, and the wolf struck with tearing claws of fragmentation. The enemies attacked each other and used a mutual attack. This created an incredibly strong pressure, and there was a huge energy explosion in the air. The young man realized that the avatar was worthy of the title of a rare pet. It even had 2 level 6 enlightenment level abilities. It was no wonder he had injured the heavily armored wolf so badly. The young man didn't want to fight the enemy, he just needed to delay it. He pointed his ring upwards and released a fiery, scaly beast. The scaly beast pounced on the avatar, and the avatar used fire enlightenment to dodge, and then attacked the enemy with a firestorm. At this point, the dragon intervened in the battle. He used the power of the earth to summon sharp rocks and attack the enemy with an evil thought bullet. All of this was to no avail and only created chaos. The strong young man was not going to give up and summoned a combat chimpanzee of a particularly dangerous species. Suddenly, the poacher's men appeared on the battlefield. The kid controlled a very dangerous and rare monster. It was a manticore. The dangerous beast wordlessly launched an attack to destroy everyone. Manticore released poisonous projectiles that were headed straight for the Gurs. The dragon couldn't stay away. He covered his master and older brother with his body. The shells hit him right in the tail, and he began to crumble into pieces before his eyes. Meanwhile, the poacher was back on the attack. The huge fighting chimpanzee jumped into the air from the huge force was going to crush all the heroes. The fiery avatar immediately covered the first Sioux brother with its body. The ruthless chimpanzee was not going to retreat and wanted to step on the giant foot. Suddenly, a red fire tiger and a golden phoenix appeared on the horizon. A backup came out of the forest. It was Ju's sister and Shui's brother. Shuiyu, at this time, Shuiyu was supposed to be in the city, but today he had gotten here to punish all the bastards from Fire City who had defamed Blacklight's honor. One of the poacher's men released a secret weapon to bury all 4 bastards. It was a huge steel-armed ape that had already caused many masters to die. It was an adult, and it was also a dangerous species. The huge ape pounced at its opponents, but suddenly a strong energy flew into its body and threw the beast aside. All the heroes stood still and couldn't even utter a word. They didn't understand why the monkey flew to the side at all, as it hadn't even had time to strike yet. This was one of the strongest pets in Master Shu's realm. The Nightmare Earth Dragon was undoubtedly a super dangerous species. The steel monkey with a golden back was killed with 2 strikes. The bad guys realized that Shukai was already here, so they decided to get their feet away. Just as they were about to escape, a magic portal opened in front of them. Finally, the Grand Grandmaster revealed his face. He didn't expect that in his absence, these guys would sneak into the grizzly forest for profit. Lin Zhen had been sitting beside his dead pet the entire time. The vile Mantigora of the sneaky bastard from Sinfire had cut off the snake's head. After hearing this, the Great Lord was displeased. He ordered everyone to go back to base and rest, and was going to deal with the rest himself. Meanwhile, the bad guys were discussing what had happened in the thicket of the forest. Because of the scouts, their plan had been ruined, and the other 3 guys had probably been killed. It was too late. Shukai caught them in the act. The guys decided to report everything to the other partners so they would have time to prepare. Everyone was in agreement. Only the angry Luo Yu asked them not to mess with his head. He told them to decide on their own and leave him out of it. At this moment, Grandmaster Shukai himself rose above the forest, his huge stone monster looking at the guys with red burning eyes. The 4 tamers gathered at the base of the grizzly forest. The commander said that this time, most of the invaders had been destroyed. He looked around and said the damage was not as severe this time. Only a few dozen of the hundreds of bear fruit trees had been harvested. About 100 bears were killed or injured, which could be considered a heavy loss for the entire grizzly pack. The leader of the bear warriors would be furious when he heard about this. Since Ling Shenyu's loss was no small matter, the commander promised to report it to Blacklight Castle to present him with an unusually skilled young pet. The timely support of Heiju and Xueyu was also considered a merit. The commander promised to report back so that the castle master himself would decide how to reward them. The conspiracy from Sinfire was foiled thanks to Su Heng. The master couldn't turn a blind eye to his achievements, so he said that they had a lot of items in the warehouse, and the boy could pick a couple for himself. The hero decided to give this reward to his brother. If not for his timely appearance, even with all his efforts, the boy would probably have died. After working for a long time, the young master was finally able to rest. He wanted to choose a treasure as his reward, so it would be a good idea to check it out in the Dragon Codex. In the book, the boy had read that the final direction of the evolution of pets was the same. It was to become a true dragon, becoming the top of the food chain. However, becoming a dragon carried many dangers. Countless treasures and materials were needed for it to succeed with a low probability. A treasure seeker only had 9 ways to transform into a dragon. 8 of them were weakening the beast, and it would become a mixed-type dragon. The young man realized that there was only one way to retain the beast's ability. One was to turn it into a treasure-hunting dragon beast. The next day, the hero came to the base. Heiju said that last night the boss had accidentally discovered the traces of the supply convoy and Simfire and set out to destroy it. Sister Joe said that now the boy had to wait a little while until the boss would come back again. Su Heng immediately thought of something and ran away. Seeing Sister Ju scrubbing the red flame tiger reminded the boy that no one ever took care of the grizzly bears in the grizzly forest, not to mention their special diet. Under Su Heng's guidance, with the help of the treasure-seeking beast and snake dragon, as well as a special formula from the Dragon Codex, they managed to make delicious meals. Master Su bathed and treated the bear. He also harvested a lot of crops in addition to the 3 bear fruits. There were a few rare bird eggs, all to make the dragon stronger. It wasn't until the evening that some changes occurred. The snake dragon came face to face with the bear, and the beast used the bear roar technique. The grizzly bear used the beast energy technique, claw burst, and pounced on the dragon. He liked the food, so he decided to reward his opponent with a fight. The dragon lizard lost its tail, but the bear still didn't back down. The tail had yet to recover, and the bloodthirsty beast immediately grabbed the dragon by the throat. When it seemed that all was lost, the brave dragon freed himself from the grizzly's clutches. He gathered all his strength together and stunned his opponent with a dragon shout. This was an incredible achievement, as the pet had unlocked a new level 4 ability. Even though he was injured, he managed to scare the forest beast away. The hero couldn't believe that his dragon had turned out to be very talented and now had a level 4 power. As soon as the boy touched the pet, it suddenly began to crumble. At that moment, something strange began to happen. A purple vortex swirled around the dragon. Its body became stronger. The beast was now at a late stage of growth. This news reached the boss. He was very surprised at Su Heng's advancement. In a month's time, the snake dragon's strength should have increased significantly to cope with the competition. The commander ordered Lin Zheng to go with Su Heng to Rivet Town. The kid needed to be sent back to Blacklight. His special training was finished. Boss Shui decided to fulfill his promise and take Su Heng to the warehouse to pick something as a reward. The master told him to choose 3 rewards. The hero found himself amongst a mountain of gold. There was a vast array of materials from different regions, so the boy could choose whatever he wanted. He asked his beast to find something precious. Su Heng would then help him transform into a treasure-seeking dragon beast. The little pet didn't pay attention to anything but the stone statue of the warrior maiden. He had to behave himself to avoid becoming fodder for the dragon. In the end, the hero chose a large piece of evil fibrous root and a magic flower. It was good material, but the boss suggested him something else, one more thing. Su Heng said that his sister had mentioned a fertilizer that improved the soil in the plantations, which was made right here. Now the boy had gotten everything he wanted. This item was actually the core material of the dragon treasure essence. Su Heng knew that this dirt could be changed into something valuable and sold. In Rivet Town, the guards were loading the master's treasure into an armored truck. These were important materials, so the boss ordered everyone to be careful. In parting, Legion asked Su Heng to be careful on the road and said that the boy could return to the grizzly forest at any time. The hero thanked him for his concern. Meanwhile, in the forest, the group gathered again. Word had reached them that a group of city guards were to escort a big shot to the castle today. They also knew that Lin Zhen had left the base. The guys were going to wait for the convoy, escorting the bastard with the master ring. Lo Yu watched the convoy closely from the ambush. He wanted to avenge his brother's death, but suddenly he saw a large fiery explosion. At that moment, Lin Zhen came out of the forest. He said that the 2 companions had already been shot down by the commander, and the nasty young man was going to be dealt with by the Lord himself. Their conversation was interrupted by Commander Su. He had interrupted all of Luo Yu's team members and was solely here to protect Master Blacklight. After a while, Boss Su and his assistant continued on their way beside the convoy. Su Heng was very grateful for their protection and was going to definitely repay them. 2 days later, the young man finally arrived at Blacklight Castle. It was a long journey, and the burgomaster immediately called the boy over to check on the changes. Jogu carefully examined the dragon, touching all the claws and even looking into the mouth. The boy said that the dragon was better off not moving. The Lord said that many subordinates in the city had been destroyed, even where armored and heavily armored wolves were tamed. In fact, the master already knew that the forest master had secretly returned. Anyone who came to the forest other than the top members of Sinfire would be killed. This time, the base master was very pleased with the hero's success. Not only had he exceeded the training requirements, but he had also played an important role in investigating the poaching incident in the forest. As a reward, the young man asked for the scale of the Supreme Dragon, which he had been awarded once. He also asked the master to help with the reward for Lin Zhen. The hero recalled that at that time in the Grizzly Forest, If it wasn't for Brother Lin, who sacrificed his master beast to save Su Heng, he might not have returned. The burgomaster said that after the Chinese New Year, he could send the guy a golden green flame tiger because Lin was a good candidate. In addition, the boss had prepared a villa in the inner fort for the hero, so the guy would move there with his sister. The tournament was about to start soon, so Su Heng needed to take care of business. In the world of masters, strength was to be honored, and one had to fight and show one's strength during the battle. Boss Su asked the boy to choose 2 other items besides scales. On the way home, Zhou Gu's words made Su Heng think for a long time. After surviving the incident with Sinfire, the hero realized that he could have made a choice for himself to choose towards moral principles. This implied that one had to solve everything through one's strength, proving one's place through one's power. When the young man returned home, his sister immediately pounced on him with a hug. She had heard from the guards that he had been attacked on the road and was greatly agitated. At home, Su Jing was not alone. Her colleagues from the Plantation Management General Service Department and the Material Processing Department of the Resource Management Bureau came to visit her. Her sister was very angry. She had selected the best girls for her brother, with a great figure and cooking talent, but the kid did not pay attention to them at all. Su Heng said that he was very tired and wanted to go back to his room to rest and take a nap. Therefore, he refused to eat dinner. Although the hero refused to go on a blind date, he couldn't resist Su Qi's desire. The rest of the dinner passed in an awkward atmosphere. It was only when Su Heng reached the treasure-seeking beast that he caught the attention of the 3 women. The beast amused them all. He tried hard. Su Qi asked the Bharat to guide the girls home, for it was quite late. The young lady said that they lived quite close, so it was not necessary. Suddenly, the boy heard a familiar sound. It was the sound of a monster. Su immediately left the girls and there was complete silence. From around the corner, a large beast began to show itself. It was an adult, low-level, dangerous-looking, ferocious rat. The hero was very surprised that the rat could reach such a huge size. Storm rats usually lived in packs as well. Perhaps they mutated after accidentally eating the corpse of some beast. The brave hero ordered the girls not to move and released the snake dragon outside. The little boy frightened the wild rats, and they began to flee. No one had ever escaped from a dragon before. The beast used its acceleration power and rushed after the small creatures, which turned into a bloody mess in a second. When the soldiers came running to the battlefield, all the rats were already dead. 2 months ago, the lizard would have had to sweat a lot, but today the little guy killed them simply like he would kill a chicken. At this time of year, the rooftops were short of food, which was why they were digging the ground in search of food. Su Heng asked the guards to request a blood-tailed cat from the security bureau. The seeking hero wanted the 4 rats to be sent to the chambers of the inner fort. The guards had to say that Su Huang from Villa 73 had taken them. The villas in the neighborhood of Blacklight Fortress were rich and famous. It was basically a compound for masters. Villa number 73, which Zhou He gave to Su Heng, was originally Zhou He's personal residence. Therefore, he was very much envied. The one who made the most noise was Lu Ling, who lived in the house across the street. But when he saw Su Qing's sister, he became silent. Hero doubted that this old man could have any thoughts about his older sister. The young master who owned 2 pets had other plans for the rat corpse transformation. Combined with the dragon transformation and discovery skills, the consumable transformation required a lot of expenditure. The black, thick slurry that was used to make strange items was a strategic material. It was not worth it for a hero to sell large quantities that could be traced. The mutated, ferocious rats he encountered this time made the guy remember another thing from the old codex. It was a type of incense perfume of the bloodline. The perfume was capable of mimicking the illusion of a blood bond between the master and his pets. It had the ability to briefly immerse the pet and master to accelerate the creation of a mental bond, even for those who had not yet become taming masters. It also accelerated the establishment of a spiritual bond with the young animal in the egg. Ancestral incense was supposed to be a hot commodity. According to the recipe of the Old Dragon Codex, one had to extract incense from the corpses of ferocious rats. After combining all the ingredients and combining the substances, distillation and purification would finally take place. This was a great way to make money. When everything was ready, under the influence of the bloodline incense, the hero and his treasure-seeking beast entered the illusion at the same time. Su Heng seemed to have become the treasure-seeking beast's old father, an adult beast that after giving birth to a baby, he took the baby every day to search for treasures and found a huge treasure mountain. After the perfume, the master felt a slight clouding of consciousness. He had to hurry to turn the beast into a dragon. The next day, the hero came to the burgomaster's treasury. He apologized to the Grand Master for being late, for he had been so busy moving that he had forgotten about the meeting. The door to the vault was very strange. Tentacles wrapped around Lin Fu's arms. It was a parasitic beast keeper of a particularly dangerous species. The crocodile slave squid was a mystic and a dual lineage keeper. Its natural mark was solid gold, which could enhance the strength of the entire treasury. Whoever opened the door had to get a verbal agreement from the master, or else would be eaten in one gulp. The second floor of the hall was also considered a sanctuary. The Lord had been following the master of the fortress for years, but this was the first time he had seen the master promise a low-ranked master to take 3 items. The second floor treasury was a huge, complicated place. It gave the impression that it was a library. All the treasures were neatly arranged. On top of the treasures was a box that looked like glowing glass. The hero's eyes were scattered, but he knew exactly what he had to take. All the while, a dangerous-looking evil eye monitor was watching from the ceiling. This thing possessed the racial energy skill, flash of light and shadow. This monitor saw everything even clearer than an X-ray. The hero didn't know how many other security measures this treasure trove had. Su Heng summoned a treasure seeker to take him to the dragon scales and the 2 materials needed to transform the dragon. With the treasure-seeking beast's help, the young man managed to find both the hidden treasure scales and 100 grams of spiritual essence. When the young boy finally found all the necessary ingredients, Lin Fu approved of this solution, but asked why the boy needed the stone. The master said that this brick contained a secret levitation stone. The secret floating stone was a treasure that could only be found on the 3rd floor. Now, all the materials needed to perform the dragon transformation ceremony had been gathered. Su Heng studied the words of the transformation ceremony. The young man thought that the beast would be something like a snake dragon, but it was quite simple and crude. The transformation ceremony was about to begin soon. Blacklight Castle Lord Zhou, he had a total of 9 disciples. Su Heng was one of his youngest masters. Su Heng's 8 siblings held important positions in Blacklight Castle. It could be said that they were the core and foundation of the castle. They were true and very strong masters. A meeting was scheduled, but it was originally between Bai Su Su and Chu Na's older sister. At the meeting, they were going to discuss the hunting guard. The 3rd brother took this opportunity for Su Heng to meet the 2 older sisters. Hence, there was all this rashness from the doorstep. Master had intended Bai Su Heng to create the 8th guard. She needed to gather everyone. The girl said that she was almost done and was picking up the last member. Kuna said that the hunting guard was a special unit of the castle. Not only Blacklight Settlement, but also other settlements usually formed a hunting guard. The hunting guard would track down the young of all sorts of dangerous creatures in the vast wildlands, as well as searching and gathering various materials and treasures for the main purpose. The hunting guard consisted of 4 warriors and 12 attendants. There were 7 existing guards in Blacklight's assembly territory. Hyuna said that the castle used the beast eggs brought by the guards to select masters. That was why it was a very important organization. She said that there was a girl named Reina who became a master 2 years ago. She had a mature ironwood specimen and a mature sleeping butterfly. All of them belonged to the mid-level dangerous species. In addition, she had recently obtained a young, particularly dangerous bloodlion species. This was a girl with great potential. Luling decided to introduce his brother as the new member of the guard. He said that the boy had only been working as a master for 3 months, and he only had 1 pet, but it was a very dangerous species. The master said that Su Heng had a snake dragon about a month ago. The pet was already in mid-growth by the time Ling dealt with the northern section of the defense. The hero decided to show off his dragon to the team, but he slightly miscalculated its size. The snake lizard had only recently become like this and was at a late stage of growth. Kuna decided that the boy needed practice. She invited him to join her hunting guard so that he could practice his fighting skills. Her hunting guards were in full force. Susu was only missing 1, so Chuna said that the young master would be at her disposal in the future. The person who came after Su Heng Tim. It was Jolie's father's son, who was also in the apothecary, where the hero was trying to sell the bloodline incense. In order to handle the Six Lands tournament, the kid planned to sell everything and as fast as possible and take the snake dragon to the next level because the incense was a new drug that had never appeared in blacklight. Its price reached 100,000 per vial. Su Heng could only send the drug to the pharmacy for free, but today Tim came with him to purchase a large amount of incense. The master wanted to buy more than 10 vials of incense. On his cards was exactly 1 million prepared by his father to pay for all the vials. Lu Yu finally saw an entire guard in front of her. She said that Blacklight's part was at stake in this tournament, so it was a great opportunity for the guys. They had to get a good ranking so their career path would be even broader. The guys were one team, so they had to help each other out in a friendly manner. The Six Lands tournament was much farther away from the castle. However, thanks to the good roads, the actual travel time was much shorter, and the route could be traveled in about 2 days. This time, in addition to Blacklight, Red Scorpion City, Lianying Castle, Luansha City, and Liuyan City participated in the tournament. Although Blacklight Castle was very strong, the other 5 places also had their own specialized techniques. For now, Lu Yu's team stopped for a rest. The third group was to stay awake for the first half of the night and check the fortification around the camp. The first and second group had to prepare food for themselves and the pets. While Su Heng was busy preparing food, his ring glowed. The treasure-seeking beast came out, its body glowing with bright energy. Suddenly, the young man noticed that it was wearing dragon scales. It was the dragon bloodline granted by the scale that the hero had taken from the treasury. After the treasure-seeking beast swallowed the secret floating stone, he had the ability to fly. He was damn lucky, and the young man was overjoyed. Such dangerous creatures like red-scaled beasts and beasts, scaly beasts, fire-scaled beasts, and the like that were born with scales were all labeled with the same term. As for mixed-blood scaly beasts, they were the offspring of scaly beasts and other dangerous creatures. Usually, all mixed-blood beasts were very weak. Wang Xun was certain that the mixed-blood beasts were the same as their masters. He said that the great battle was about to start soon, and the guy didn't know how much time he had to feed the pet. The young man decided to start by feeding all the beasts and forget about everything else. He summoned a sand mountain lion and a steel beetle to the camp. Each of the tamers wielded their own monsters, which they summoned outside. Rana released an iron demonic tree, a sleeping butterfly, and a blood lion. Lin Yuxin only had 2 pets in reserve, but they were very strong. Immediately, the roar of the ghostly flower wolf was heard, and an energy swift appeared behind it. Luocheng felt that the team had to listen to the one who was stronger than the rest. Oi summoned the huge armored dragon outside. At this moment, Luocheng's pet roared with anger, its eyes filled with blood, and it came face to face with the snake dragon. It seemed like the 2 monsters were ready to kill each other. Su Heng said that it was some kind of misunderstanding. He hadn't even given an order to his dragon, but the little guy was acting strange and was already growling at the other pet. The lizard dragon slammed the other beast's muzzle against the ground, and the hero was very unhappy about it. He ordered the pet not to behave like that, for he was ashamed. The hero said that it was normal for the guys to sling mud at people and their mixed-blood pets. The team had to listen to the one who was the strongest, and the weak would drag it down. Suddenly, the young master suggested that Wang Xun set up a training session, and so that the master wouldn't be afraid, the boy let him fight alongside Luocheng and choose 4 opponents. The 4 dangerous beasts surrounded the snake dragon. It was a simple and effective tactic, but so naive in the face of absolute power. The blood wolf lashed out to attack first. It roared at the surroundings and pounced on the enemy. The dragon threw him aside in a second with its long tail. The fight was gaining momentum and passions were heating up. The sand lion and armadillo pounced on their target, but the pet used the dragon's slash to deliver a crushing blow to its foes. The steel beetle also followed suit, the dragon easily defeating all 4 opponents. Its strength was not even comparable to the strongest of the enemies. In the evening, the boys gathered around the campfire. Luocheng offered Su Heng a sluggish snow yak, but the lad said that the spotted silverfish he was given last time was too big. The young man replied that he had been careless last time and suggested that his friend try the fish, for it was excellent this time. Eating the delicious fish, the hero realized that the concept of complete superiority of power was common among the wildlife, and for someone like Luocheng, it was rare. The place where the Six Lands tournament was held was called the Red Maple Valley. The main task of the tournament was to build with a special stone. Durable and self-repairing, it was erected through the joint efforts of the 6 main centers. Although expensive, it required no maintenance, and no one lived here except during the start of the tournament. The tournament judging crew consisted of top masters from Blacklight and the other 4 cities. Each judge was of professional level or higher, serving the game on one side and representing the voice of their gathering place on the other. When the team from Blacklight arrived at the tournament venue, they were immediately approached by Jefei. She was very happy to see Lu Yu and didn't expect that she was leading the team. Lu Yu said that she didn't expect to see the Red Scorpion team first. The girls giggled and planned to drink Blacklight Castle honey beer together. Suddenly, a heavy grinding of wheels was heard, a huge armored car speeding past the Red Scorpion commander. This made the girl very angry, and she went to deal with it. Ting Qi and his team member Wang Yi abruptly came out of the vehicle. The gentleman was the team leader from Linyun City. He laughed and asked the little girl not to get angry. Jefei Bronco shouted and said that the gentleman wouldn't get a single mug of honey beer, but Ting Qi said he could have a drink another time. People slept badly all night as column after column came in, but luckily all the participants and team leaders made it safely. The next day, after the traditional rules were clarified and the judges were sworn in, the Six Lands Dueling Tournament was officially opened. Many players gathered in the arena. The duel tournament adopted a relatively fair scoring system. 30 people faced each other 5 times by drawing lots. 1 point was added for a win, and 1 point was deducted for a loss. The 8 with the most points were to advance to the final 8, which would start the finals. Before the tournament began, all participants had to go to the registration desk. According to the rules, each participant could only register 2 beasts. Su Heng decided to choose only 1 so that he wouldn't be in demand. When the young man saw the choice of hero, it made him laugh a lot. He couldn't believe that a place as big as Blacklight still had this kind of mixed blood trash. In the first elimination round, the individual competition, each player could change their animal no more than once. If the beast lost the will to fight or was no longer able to fight, it lost. The first participants in the tournament were 2 parties, Su Heng from Blacklight Castle and Yun Hua from Liyun Castle. The young man brought a dangerous-looking cloud leopard to the tournament. The ugly youth was bullying his opponent. He was telling the guy not to worry even if he only had a beast with bloody scales. He clearly thought he was stronger than others. When Su Heng raised the ring to the sky, he released the snake dragon outside, but things didn't go according to plan. The pet dragon abruptly flew up into the sky and then calmly laid down to sleep. The cloud leopard immediately pounced on the dragon with particular fury. Yunhua said that the dragon lizard didn't even have any desire to fight and ordered the leopard to fight. At this moment, the beast used a secret technique and repelled its opponent's blow with its tail. The cloud leopard immediately flew off to the side. One victory went to Su Heng, but Yunhua was not going to retreat. His rage awakened and he summoned his second pet. A huge wolf pounced on the enemies. The serpent dragon had enough time to destroy the toothy enemy in a puff of dust. The lifeless body of the wolf landed right next to the first corpse. Unhappy shouts could be heard in the crowd. People thought this fight was unfair. They were saying that Blacklight Castle had sent a young man with a dangerous kind of beast to the tournament. Luochong decided to intercede and said, the snake dragon Su had not yet reached maturity, and it was not considered exceeding the limits set by the tournament. The young man started literally shouting at the entire crowd. He said that his brother was awesome, and one day all the beasts would stand at Su Heng's feet to pick them up. The first round of the Six Lands Duels tournament was basically a clash of cannon fodder from all walks of life. There were true masters, like Su Heng, who could defeat their opponent with a single strike. Aside from Su Heng's complete victory over his opponent, there were also people from Blacklight who fought. Wang Shun had distinguished himself this time, and his opponent was a guy and his pets with similar strength. Reina, Wang Shun, Luochong, Lin Yuxin, and Lei Na, they all racked up 1 win and 1 loss. Naturally, there were those who pretended to be pigs and watched everything happen. It wasn't until the 4th match that Su Heng faced the participant Wang Yi. He was among the 8 favorites with 2 mature, developed, dangerous species. Wang Su and Su Heng each had 3 wins, and according to experience previous years. Usually, only a full 5-match winning streak was enough to confidently enter the last 8. Steel energy was an innate skill of this beast. The Steel Claw Black Tiger used the steel energy technique at the critical moment to strengthen its defense while also stopping the bleeding. The hero immediately realized that the beast wanted to use the damage-for-damage exchange technique to engage in hand-to-hand combat. The guy wasn't going to be led and ordered the snake dragon to activate the energy earth cannon. High-speed movement and firing by amplifying the evil thinking bullets. Although the power couldn't kill, it was quite difficult to deal with. This was the snake dragon's new attack after it entered the late growth stage. The brutal battle continued for a long time. The brave dragon tried to confront its opponent. At an unexpected moment, the referee stopped the fight and blocked the participants' path with an ice strip. The first victory in this round went to Su Heng. Wang Yi believed the enemy's harness beast was a mixed blood beast and shouldn't have much fighting power. The young man didn't believe that his enemy could train a very dangerous species to the late growth stage and still take care of another pet. So he summoned a steel beast. It was a very dangerous species two-tailed steel beast. It resembled a mutated lizard with the head of a shark. Its appearance made everyone tremble. The snake dragon rushed to attack. First, it used a wicked thought bomb to test its opponent's defense and slowly recover its strength. The terrifying monster activated a level 4 enlightenment and attacked with a double saw. The fight was gaining momentum. This was no longer a tournament for beginners. The steel beast awakened its divine rage and pounced on the serpent dragon with force. It seemed like the poor pet Su was at a complete standstill. With tremendous strength, the demonic beast dealt the dragon a crushing damage and slammed it to the ground. Against its defenses, almost nothing worked. Wang Yi said that if the fight continued like this, it would only get worse. He felt that Su Heng was not worthy of being in the top 3, so he suggested that he surrender. The brave dragon tried his best to resist, but his skills were not enough. The bloodthirsty monster was very strong and was destroying the poor pet. From its last strength, the dragon lizard used the power of the earth to release sharp rocks from the ground, which blocked the enemy's path for a second. This did not stop the steel beast. It continued to tear into the battle. All attempts were futile. With an attack level like the dragon's, it was impossible to pierce through the steel demonic beast's armor. Only a vicious bow could pierce through the steel defense, so Su Heng ordered his dragon to act. The beast activated a crazy power and several magical beams burst out. There wasn't much time left. The dragon could use the earth power once more. Wang Yi needed to win quickly, so he ordered the steel monster to attack with spikes. The dragon didn't expect such an attack. His opponent released several sharp spikes. The little guy was in danger. He tried to dodge them sharply. The steel monster succeeded in distracting the enemy. It was the perfect opportunity to strike with the steel rift tail sniper technique. It grabbed the dragon with its strong tails. The snake dragon wanted to get out of the trap, but it didn't have the strength to do so. It fell to the ground at great speed, but it managed to withstand the impact. The dragon couldn't take this kind of humiliation anymore. It needed to act urgently. This was his last chance, so the beast activated the level 4 enlightenment and used the mighty dragon battle hammer. Using his battle hammer, the dragon managed to shatter the ice barrier. Huge chunks of ice sculpture were scattered in all directions. In this round, the victory once again went to Su Heng. With the hero's victory, a list of 5 consecutive winners directly entered the quarterfinals appeared. One person from each gathering place. They were all participants from different locations. But unfortunately, Wang Yi of Luoyuan was knocked out of the arena by the dragon battle hammer. The people with 4 wins and 1 loss were left with 6. Unfortunately, the remaining competitors from Blacklight were not included in this list. They were now only spectators. After the qualifying rounds, 3 ended up in the final 8. The first was naturally Wang Yi, whose strength was beyond doubt. Once the top 8 were determined, the heroes only had to wait for tomorrow's battle. The format of the final torture was knockout. The finalists met one after the other. The winner would move on, and the loser would be eliminated from the competition. Once again, Su Heng was very lucky and was chosen first by lot. He got the weakest of the 8, Li Fei, who was a master from Lianying Castle. Within seconds of the battle, the brave hero had already defeated his opponent. The frustrated young man gave up, for his pet was completely beaten. Luo Chong was very proud of his friend, who managed to knock out 2 dangerous pets in 20 seconds. The guy shouted to the entire crowd about Su Heng's dignity. Today, Xiao Fan from Liuyuan City and Chen Dingxuan from Chaos, Sand City met in the arena for the second fight. The guys were determined. The beautiful Chen Ding summoned her dangerous pets. She possessed a red polar wolf that could tear apart anyone, and a particularly dangerous species windstream falcon. The young man from Liuyuan wasn't poor either. He had 2 ferocious beasts at his command. He summoned a golden mantis dangerous species and a fire-scaled beast of a particularly dangerous species. The battle between them was undoubtedly fierce, and the beautiful pale green feathers of the Windstream Falcon were split by the ferocious Golden Mantis. Only with the help of the 3-level wind energy technique was he able to defeat the enemy. In the second battle, the Windstream Falcon did not have time to use up most of the fire beast's physical strength, after which it hastily lost the battle. Chung Ding sent her strongest pet red polar wolf into the arena. The beast was originally no match for the fiery, scaly monster, but this time, the rivalry was downright crushing. Xiaolo Fan's unsuccessful exit from the tournament also meant that they were officially out of the battle for a place in the ruins of Blood Forest. The third battle of the day involved Ji Mei from Red Scorpion City and Quan Zheng from Lianying. The cute Ji owned particularly dangerous pets. It was a Scorpion King and a Blood Scorpion. The kid was also quite a strong opponent, with some particularly dangerous beasts imprisoned in his arsenal. He had summoned a fire monkey and an explosive beast to the outside. In the battle, Scorpion flicked his tail in his sturdy armor and was about to give the monkey a workout with Scorpion's venom. Grabbing his tail, the fire ape threw Scorpion to the ground and turned the tide of the fight. In the second fight, the explosive beast attempted a long-range strike, but was opposed by a large scorpion that could hide in the ground. This time, Quan Zheng succumbed to luck, and Ji Mei successfully entered the quarterfinals. In the next battle, Wang Yi faced a guy whose strength wasn't much greater than Su Heng's. The young man was very dissatisfied because last time he had gotten a pervert with a particularly dangerous appearance. The battle ended sadly for Wu Yi as his beast was literally mocked by a bloodthirsty eagle. There was nothing left for him to do but surrender. Lian Yin had the same score with the hero. The young man was torn from the inside out with rage. He only now realized what a lowlife Su Heng was when he humiliated Master Wang Yi. The enraged fellow took out his main strength and replaced it with a monkey. It was an evolved form of a dangerous-looking fire ape in its initial stage of development. The ruthless fire ape came face to face with the serpent dragon. Its strength exceeded all possible perceptions. This fight was going to be tough. The evolved ape form jumped into the air and began to emit fire rays with her entire body. It used its agility to wear down its opponent. The dragon was in danger. Its speed was not enough to dodge all the fire blasts. It desperately moved in different directions so that the fire wouldn't hit it. The enemy could use the dragon hammer technique at any moment, so the fiery, merciless ape immediately activated its shield. The Flame Fury armor made the monster even stronger. It was a fierce battle. The dragon's strength was almost running out. Gathering its energy together, the fire ape pounced on the enemy, but the dragon managed to stop it with its body. The chance of victory was getting slimmer and slimmer. The bloodthirsty fire monster used the head strike technique to destroy the enemy. The head was the strongest defense and attack. The technique the hero was going to defeat was not the hammer technique. The ferocious dragon was using the modified snake dragon technique, Compressed Evil Beam. At this moment, something incredible happened. The dragon spewed out a huge stream of compressed energy. Everything around it flashed with 1,000 lightning bolts, and suddenly, the evil beam pierced through the monkey. The fire ape's spilled blood ended this fierce battle. Su Heng of Blacklight Castle won another round and proved his true strength. In the second round, Lian Yin was going to miss nothing. He realized that the previous round had not exhausted the snake dragon at all, and the will to fight was insane, so the young man needed to be difficult. The opponent's Hawk Lion was very good at aerial combat, but the snake dragon had never participated in aerial battles before. Su Heng was worried, but he was going to think of something. Suddenly, Lu Yu climbed up from the stands and said that she had the authority to make a decision on behalf of the players and refuse. The leader's sudden decision puzzled the hero for a while, but he soon realized what the matter was. It turned out that this sixth-place tournament was just a competition for 3 places to enter the ruins of the Bloody Forest. First, second, and third place had exactly the same rewards. In the leader's opinion, the best thing to do was to acquire reputation. The point was to maintain strength after entering the sacred place and gain the most rewards. In the end, Su Heng won the qualification to enter the ruins, finishing second in the finals. Lianying Yi Mei took the second and third places. After the tournament ended, Lu Yu told Su Heng that he had become the second Black Light Master to get a spot in the last 3 Six Lands tournament. Before that, Bai Su's sister, Bai Su, had also earned a spot. The girls said that the ruins of the Blood Forest were home to many young animals that were extremely rare in the outside world, and their potential often became amazing. They fed off the energy of the secret forest. These beasts were so precious that they were often hard to find. According to the agreement with the owner of the ruins, one could not take many beasts with them. The ruins of the Blood Forest were rich in rare materials of the blood and dragon systems. They could be used to exchange with other masters. It was the perfect place to search for treasures. Over the years of research, Lu Yu had learned that these lands were so vast that even the amount explored was less than 10 times smaller than the ruins themselves. The Forest Lord had promised to protect all the winners of the tournament, but one could not forget about safety himself. There were quite a few people who were completely buried in secrecy by the relic. Before leaving, the leader gave the young master the artifact. The castle master sealed a trace of the power of his first pet into it, which was originally intended for the duel. The winners of the tournament, along with the wizards, found themselves at the entrance to the bloody ruins. The mental energy that created an entire circle with ancient sigils was to open the entrance. The great masters held on to the magic orbs and created an incredible energy around them. This power opened a heavenly portal from which the head of an ancient dinosaur appeared. The crushing magic power opened the portal more and more strongly. Through this tunnel, it was possible to overcome the energy barrier and enter the secret place. The hero was given a month to research. After that time expired, he would be sent here by the Lord of the Ruins of the Blood Forest. At this point, the bloodthirsty dinosaur said that the Lord had sent him after the winners of the tournament, and it was necessary to brand them with his scent. This would scare away all the beasts in the forest. But if any of the participants dared to enter the inner zone or the blood core, even the dinosaur's scent wouldn't help them. The creatures there weren't of his level. The heroes went through a magical tunnel and an energy portal, transported them to a strange place. All around were bare and cold rocks, among which lived the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The bloody Tyrannosaurus didn't just leave its mark on the heroes, it literally poured its saliva on them like a bucket. Because of this ceremony, the guys were soaked to the skin. The unique watering was done. Rex said that now the heroes could do research and their next meeting would be in a month. At Jimei's suggestion, all 3 of them split up and went to the places they had previously explored. In fact, ever since last night when the hero met Lu Yu, he had been thinking about how to unleash his 2 beasts. No good way had been found. Today, after hearing Jimei's suggestion, the young man agreed to leave them and not reveal the 2 beasts. The little treasure hunter was showing the hero the way the whole way. Su Heng was unsure if the thing he needed grew in this place. The book said that the plants liked shade but needed dry conditions. The place they came to had nothing to do with dryness. For a long time more, the hero traveled through the bloody ruins, following the beast's lead as he searched for treasure. The little beast could fly now and was heavy. Flying past the river, the heroes found themselves in another area. Suddenly, the treasure hunter darted sharply to one side. He had spotted something important. There was a molting grass growing nearby. In the old Dragon Codex, it had such a loud name as the Scaly Transformation Grass. It was a miracle, born from a dragon's scales after its fall into a specific environment where it had been for millennia. The plant allowed individuals with weak dragon bloodlines to take it and get a chance to transform into a dragon species called Jiaolong. The hero knew that the longer the plant was years old, the higher the chance of turning into a dragon. It changed color every 10 years and added a leaf every 7 years. Suddenly, the treasure hunter squeaked and threw itself into its master's arms. The snake dragon was also restless, so the young man realized that they were in danger. In the place where the grass grew thickly, there were many creatures of the dragon family hiding and hunting. They were guarding the maturation of the scaly grass in order to devour it. The scale flower was guarded by an urea toad of a particularly dangerous kind. It was an aquatic, lightning-fast and poisonous creature that had reached the mature stage. The ugly toad had come here just to get its hands on the beautiful flower. It clearly aimed and jumped high into the air to eat it. A giant dark crocodile of the deep pond was already waiting for the toad. It was a particularly dangerous water beast, so the toad had to be finished. Suddenly, the toad puffed up its throat and opened its mouth wide. Its body began to emit electricity, and this helped it to subdue the bloodthirsty crocodile a bit. The toad's first movement was restricted, so it seemed like it wouldn't get out of this situation. But suddenly it started to inflate more, and it created a crazy tension. It was a real fierce battle of dangerous species, in which the toad created such strong energy that not only ruined the crocodile, but also all the fish in the neighborhood. Having defeated the stupid water monster, the toad once again set her sights on her delicacy. The smell of the flower made her drool, and she only lightly touched the leaves with her tongue. Suddenly, her dreams of devouring the scaly flower were shattered again. An enraged crocodile snuck onto dry land and pounced on the toad to kill her. The tough crocodile escaped the clutches of death and tore the nasty toad to pieces. It was quite a sight, so the hero watched the battle of the species with horror. While the crocodile was chasing the toad's last paw, Su Heng decided to take the scaly flower. At first, he had only dreamed of it, but now he held it in his hands. The danger had passed, the precious plant was now in place, which meant that the kid could now rather run away. The pets looked at him as if he were a fool. The heroes ran with all their legs from the place where the flower was growing to escape the danger. Suddenly, the little treasure-seeking beast smelled a strange odor. There was a tantalizing smell coming from the flower that drove the snake dragon crazy. Su Heng realized that this smell might have attracted the attention of the wild crocodile. The hero had underestimated the attractive smell of this plant to dragon creatures, so he decided to remedy the situation. He offered the dragon to eat the flower, and he gladly swallowed it. From such an offense, the baby did not hold back tears. He cried loudly on the shoulder of the hero. Su Heng had completely forgotten that the treasure hunter had also become a dragon after turning into a dragon. The kid promised the little guy to find something else tasty for him. At this they agreed and even made up on their little fingers. On the way, the dragon behaved very strangely. The scaly flower gave him acceleration, so he was rushing as hard as he could. Suddenly it stopped abruptly, as if it sensed trouble. Something suddenly happened to the beast, as if it was sick. Its skin scales began to tear off. Su Heng was very scared and tried to treat the pet's wounds. After making a few more dangerous maneuvers in the air, the dragon couldn't handle his body and collapsed into the forest with great force. Its body looked tortured and lifeless. The master realized that the plant's energy had begun to take effect, and it was unknown how much time the dragon needed to recover. The hero needed to act immediately. The young man decided not to return the beast to the ring, but to observe it during the night. He made a sort of bed for the dragon so that it could recover in peace. Each animal evolution was accompanied by more and more danger and pain, and one day the evolution would face the limitations of its own lineage. At this time, masters had to make the difficult decision to change their primary pet. Those pets that couldn't keep up with progress became a hindrance. Masters could also take on stronger and more advanced pets. Even a strong master like Joe, he was faced with this choice. Even his weakest pet, Scarlet Wolf, was among the ranks of the strongest among the pets. Of course, based on emotion or voluntarily breaking the mental bond with a tamed animal. This would cause great mental and spiritual trauma to the master. Therefore, masters did not abandon such pets or leave them to their fate. Instead, they were placed in a certain place and artificially fed for the rest of their lives. The hero decided to do everything in his power to help the dragon develop. After a while, when the guy least expected it, the snake dragon suddenly rose to his feet. It looked perfectly healthy and strong. The snake dragon's scales were literally reborn and glistened in the sun, and its height reached as much as 6 meters. This was great news and was a sign of maturity. With the power of the scaly snake grass, the snake dragon was very close to maturity and was about to show its most perfect form. The plant allowed him to understand the new skill, Dragon Sleep. This skill could be used on more than just the snake dragon itself. It could help other beasts and even Su's master quickly recover their injury and physical abilities while they slept. Seeing Su Heng, who had been up all night, the snake dragon hoped that he could get a good night's sleep. The two of them did not expect the fact that they were mentally tired. The Dragon Codex had changed drastically as well, with new information. Previously, the limitations of the dragon lineage was always a problem that the hero tried not to think about. If the lizard lineage was chosen as the main lineage, there were 23 evolutionary paths a serpent dragon could take to move towards the serpent species. Among them were the intermediate horror species. The hammer-tailed dragon lizard was known for its huge hammer-tail, the destructive power of which was comparable to that of a tank's main gun. The electric-horned dragon lizard was born with the power of lightning and had a sharp horn capable of releasing lightning. This horn was also an indestructible battle weapon. In addition, there were intermediate horror species as well as high-level species such as the hill dragon lizard, magma dragon lizard, and battle dragon lizard. Among them, the battle dragon lizard, it was a race of dragons following the path of meat shields and firepower. They were on the same power level as the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The battle system could be called a mobile military fortress. Its signature technology, steel fire fusion, metal flame storm, more could make the enemy afraid to live. Su Heng was sure that ordinary masters and even teachers of this level would cry tears of joy after obtaining one of these evolution techniques. Now the hero was faced with a hard choice. If his dragon would choose the Serpent Dragon bloodline, he would have 37 evolutionary paths. One of them was the Mist Dragon. It was a terrifying kind of dragon with a mist and water system that could fly in the clouds and be invisible there. But Su Heng thought this ability was catchy. There were 11 ways to transform into a high-level terror species using the snake dragon lineage. These included the Earth Dragon Snake, Wind Dragon, Shock Dragon, Tengu Dragon, Thunder Dragon, and others, among others. The Earth Dragon could inherit the talent of the Earth systems perfectly, but the Hero Dragon lacked the evil systems, causing it to lose its strength. The Dragon of Evil, Lightning, Wind, and Lightning, belonged to the highest level of horrors. It had perfect racial potential, but it was very bulky. The hero realized that the Wind and Thunder Dragon was the perfect choice for the Serpent Dragon. The Earth system's defense mechanisms had been discarded in favor of more powerful flying attacks. Now that the hero had a direction, he set off. They had encountered nothing of value in the past 3 days, and judging by the map, they were moving the wrong way. When the treasure-seeking beast became a dragon, he had a new ability. With his mind energy, he could exchange the images he explored in Su Heng's eyes. With the treasure hunter's help, the young heroes saw 2 dragon beasts in front of them that had grown in magical aura. They were chasing after a tree. The tree that could walk immediately seemed familiar to the boy. According to the old dragon code, a tree that absorbed energy was considered extinct. Such rare trees were not a species of this world and came from the outer void. Most of them spent their lives in the boundless darkness of the void. At the beginning of their lives, they floated in the void as seeds and grew while absorbing all sorts of bursts of energy. They were there until they would absorb enough in the tidal wave of energy of the void to sprout again, until the seed form would be destroyed. The energy-absorbing trees that appeared in this world were the seeds of the outer void. They came to the ground by following the cracks in the secret lands. The energy-absorbing trees belonged to the 4 extremely dangerous systems: the void, magic, devouring, and plastic systems. A tree was capable of consuming large amounts of energy, storing it in its body, and growing it in the form of fruits when needed. This greatly helped beasts quench their thirst and had many perks. The trees could also absorb energy and produce fruit with the same properties by consuming samples. When a tree ate a fruit or higher-order ingredient, it could immediately create it again. For a hero, it was an entire laboratory. The young man said that each master with the tree could easily create an entire army of high-quality pets, and this pleased the dragon. Flying past the dangerous beasts that were chasing the tree, the treasure-seeking beast smacked one of them in the head with a rock. He scoffed and was definitely waiting for a response. The stones flew one after another, but the energy-consuming tree deftly dodged. Suddenly, another projectile struck the monster right in the chest. At this moment, a slight tension was felt in the air, and the monsters froze in place. A huge dragon hammer appeared in the sky and charged at one beast's head. In its mature stage, the monster was indeed worthy of being a dangerous species. Even after the dragon hammer, it only passed out. This technique was unable to kill it. Meanwhile, the naughty dragons had already started to take out the energy-absorbing tree. The tree was quietly crying as the pets had already prepared knives and forks. It was impossible to miss such a great opportunity, so the hero ordered the dragons to bind the tree. This was the only way it would save the rare species from death. Su Heng needed to make a pact. The moment his mind energy connected with the energy-absorbing tree, a strange image appeared in his mind. Wearing a gold chain and cool glasses, the tree transformed into a real pop star. He performed antics on stage and sang a song about his cool life. In his new look, the tree was very hipster. He rapped about living a quiet life, and then he was targeted and caught red-handed. Su Heng offered his new comrade a high-quality treasure hunter's food. He said that if the tree liked it, he could eat the snake dragon's food as well. Even after a hearty dinner, the tree refused to be the hero's pet. The boy was not satisfied with this, and he told his dragons that the tree had eaten all their food. While the dragons were tumbling around with the tree in the sand and trying to fight over high-quality food, the young boy remembered his bloodline essence. Giving the tree the incense of the bloodline essence, Su Heng and the tree simultaneously fell into the illusion created by the essence. The young boy felt as if he had transformed into a mature tree. The boy had never experienced feelings like floating in the endless void before. All this was like a strange, magical fairy tale. One day, the hero came across a colorful seed that turned out to be a tree. Being a large tree, Su put down roots on the void meteor to become the seed's father. The small tree, absorbing energy, considered the boy as its family. This news made the heroes very happy, as if it was all happening for real. Now that there was a special bond between them, the boy decided to make a deal with it. An incredible glow dazzled everyone around and made it clear that the tree was nearing the end of its growth phase. The mental energy output from this contract was so great that the hero was able to achieve a glow in his eyes. This was the spiritual cultivation stage. Thanks to the light, vision could be produced. From this stage, the master had also completely stabilized the spiritual cultivation level. The reputation of a hero was now enhanced. Su Heng asked the tree to reproduce back the fruits he had already eaten. Apples immediately sprinkled from the branches. It was a great investment. The hipster tree decided to perform another concert, and this time he read out a rap about his fruit. He sang that copying the food was easy, but not delicious. The young master noticed that all the fruits were steel-colored. The iron marrow fruit appeared to be a round iron ball in appearance. It was actually a true energy fruit. According to Blacklight's records, there was a huge forest with these fruits in the ruins of the Blood Forest. However, in this forest of iron bone fruits, there was a very dangerous species of steel-armored rhinos. Because of them, it was not easy for an ordinary person to get the fruits. The greatest effect of using such a fruit was that after taking it, a strong, steel-like film formed on the surface of the animal's skin. Scaly beasts had stronger scales after taking the fruit. The snake dragon had absolutely no change at all, so Su Heng ordered to make even more fruits. The tree created so many fruits that its strength ran out. This produced results, and the iron bones allowed the dragon to greatly change its body. Unexpectedly, the snake dragon reached a level of maturity in terms of defense. Its body literally glistened, reflecting the sun's rays, and its scales glistened. An energy-absorbing tree could reach a supreme terrifying form and become a dragon. A beast protector could transform energy into a huge shield. The terrifying form was capable of creating Dragon Blade, attacking beasts. They transformed the absorbed energy into indestructible energy blades. There was a secret ritual in the ancient dragon book that could turn everything around the hero into dragons. Now the hero realized that he could begin his journey of restoration with such knowledge. The ultimate terrifying energy-absorbing species tree dragon was a secondary dragon-looking beast that gained two attributes. After checking the old dragon codex, Su Heng informed the treasure hunter of the materials needed to turn a tree into a dragon. Unfortunately, after running all over the plains, they never found anything. For this reason, the hero changed the location of their next stop to the Forest of Black Tombs. Most of the grass growing in the Forest of Black Tombs had an eerie dark red, almost black color. The entire forest was dark and gloomy and resembled a black graveyard. It was much more dangerous than the plain where the heroes were, because there were numerous and challenging insect populations living there. It was a dangerous place that had to be visited. According to Blacklight's predecessor, quite a few terrifying-looking beasts were buried in the area. Some people were collecting treasures in the form of the dragon crash flower, which could only grow on the corpse of a horrifying-looking dragon. With the help of the energy-absorbing tree, the snake dragon finally digested all the residual energy of the scaly grass in its body and successfully entered the maturity stage. According to the document, there should have been a stream in the forest, but it had dried up and turned into a 10-meter ravine. This was destruction that could only be caused by a terrorist species. The heroes walked further but met monsters that were still 2 days away. They had encountered more dangerous species here than they had in the entire previous week. The boy realized that the whole path didn't match the map. Suddenly, he felt some cold-blooded breath at his back. A huge, bloodthirsty lizard was standing behind him. Dodging sharply, the guy avoided the bite from a monster of a super dangerous kind. It was a giant evolved green boa constrictor. The heroes were in danger. Their opponent had great strength and was at a mature stage. The boa constrictor pounced on the guys with great speed, but they deftly dodged the attack. When the cold killer was ready to tear his opponents apart, the snake dragon managed to fly into the cave. There was too small an exit, so now the heroes were safe. The master realized that if they went back the way they had come, they would surely run into the python again. No more mistakes could be made. With the help of the tree, the treasure hunter entered the middle growth phase. The detection radius of the natural skill had also increased to 15 kilometers. This time, the treasure was already very close. The closer the hero came, the more his heart beat with fear. Along the direction indicated by the treasure-seeking beast, a strong pressure was felt with each kilometer. It seemed to the young master that a ferocious beast was constantly roaring in his ears. Of course, because of this terrible pressure, the kid didn't encounter any other dangerous species along the way. When they were almost there, because of the great pressure, the snake dragon was practically unable to fly. Su Heng was afraid that this area was the territory of a group of horrible creatures. The protagonist was facing a cave inside the Black Forest, facing the possible existence of a supreme type of terror and even a deadly threat. The reason why Su Heng decided to move forward was because he chose to believe in the rich metaphysics of the treasure hunter's repeated successes. Soon, the snake dragon led the boy to the source of the aura. Just as the treasure hunter had said, it was empty and free of any dangerous creatures. The nest was located in a huge cave, and the entire entrance was over 10 meters high. The highest point exceeded 20 meters in height and resembled the lair of a huge dragon. The whole cave was filled with bones and skeletons, but the brave master was very surprised to see the dragon's bloody pool in the huge lair. Then the boy realized that the transition from plum to seed really existed. The dangerous creatures had created a savage, primitive civilization. The blood dragon pool was part of that civilization. In order to nurture offspring, some dragon-like creatures created special breeding tools. The dragon blood pool. To increase the potential and concentration of the dragon bloodline in the offspring, the way the pool was created was bloody, barbaric, and primitive. It was created from the blood essence and even the life force of a huge number of dragon creatures. The dragons needed to drink from the pool to increase their strength. This was a true treasure of the ancient dragons. So the hero summoned his pets to drink the contents of the pool. The two beasts immediately set to work. Su Heng He was overjoyed at such a find. But his beast drank too slowly, so the boy summoned the energy-absorbing tree to help. At this moment, a miracle happened. The tree absorbed energy at a tremendous speed and grew, creating countless fruits. The tree had used its strongest energy to stage a real raid. It had now strengthened and its branches were much larger. After this crazy technique, the guys noticed the strange crystals in the cave. The treasure-seeking beast pounced on them in panic. According to the old dragon code, blood and marrow were not innate. They were accompanied by a pool of blood in dragon springs, forming a kind of treasure after birth. To create such a treasure, the life force and blood essence of a dragon, descendant of a dragon level, no lower than horror was required. Bone marrow was needed to transform a snake dragon into a dragon. At the bottom of the pool, there was a dragon brain lying in a shallow layer. Su Heng was afraid that there were almost 100 big and small pieces, and the number of descendants was not limited to 5. This was not something to be trifled with. The master knew that condensing such a large amount of marrow would require at least 10 horror-level dragon descendants. When the heroes already needed to get out of the cave, a cocoon that was purifying its bloodline suddenly appeared there. Energy surrounded the entire ancestral lair. It was clear that the treasure-seeking beast had activated the bloodline purification ability. Forcibly cleansing it could not only help but also seriously injure the beast. The talented teenager decided to start by gathering an energy-absorbing tree, and when the treasure hunter would be purified, the boy was going to set off. Su knew how dangerous the huge lair was, but his heart was ordering him to run, so he wanted to pack everything up and get out as quickly as possible. He took the tree into the ring, but 2 mysterious giant eggs with blood-red parts covered in red lines appeared right underneath it. This was a great chance for the snake dragon to eat as many as he could within 10 minutes. The hero told him that after that time was up, they had to leave. Exactly 10 minutes later, the snake dragon was still finishing the scaly armor of one of the best horror species. but it was time to leave, so Sue packed his bag. Suddenly, the master tamer sensed danger and started running. The heroes needed to leave quickly, but the treasure hunter was about to get out. The heroes ran behind the cave to hide. They spotted a huge herbivorous dinosaur nearby and decided to hide behind it until the beast would come out of the egg. At that moment, a star appeared in the sky, from which an incredibly strong stream of energy was coming out. The magical power tore the herbivorous dinosaur into small pieces. The strong energy was coming out more and more, and had already enveloped the entire space with energy lightning. It was very dangerous. Real chaos was going on. A monstrous, bloodthirsty monster appeared out of the thick smoke. The immense power of the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex mature Tyrannosaurus spread throughout the entire bloody forest. The demonic monster turned the 1,000-year-old rocks into a veritable ruin. Suddenly, a treasure hunter appeared from under the rubble. Now there was nothing to worry about. The hero saddled a dragon and wanted to escape, but the Tyrannosaurus Rex attacked them with huge energy balls. The orb was like a searing bright sun. The bloodthirsty monster wanted to make a hole and save the balls. So gathering all his strength, Rex directed a murderous stream of crushing energy at his opponents. This force carried a huge scale of destruction and created a magical explosion. The heroes managed not to fall under this attack, and they flew out of the epicenter of the explosion with a bullet. The treasure hunter was successfully purified and became a super dangerous kind of dragon beast. He swiftly flew forward, but he could not exceed a height of up to 40 meters. The hero had valuable eggs in his bag, so he was worried about the hunter's still immature body. The newborn dragon did incredible things and maneuvered in the sky like a hawk. The young man couldn't believe his eyes. This was the benefit of cleansing the bloodline. The beast was using its natural concealment technique to defend itself. It was a difficult moment that could have ended up being fatal. But fortunately, the treasure hunter cleared the bloodline in time and saved his master. The terrifying monster was left alone in the forest. His rage had no limit, so he directed his murderous energy far into the sky to reach his enemies. The stream of infernal power swept past the heroes with great speed, but the treasure-seeking beast dodged the attack in time. The distance was already huge, but the power still reached the hero. The terrifying Tyrannosaur was not going to retreat, so it used the bloody hell technique. Hundreds of deadly charges flew straight at the defenseless heroes. This attack was just a tickle for the treasure hunter. Using the god's natural speed technique, he formed a protective ball around himself and deftly flew out of the battlefield. The born treasure hunter had done well in his first battle. The heroes managed to escape from the Tyrannosaur's clutches and saved the precious eggs. Su Heng slept through the night using the fruits of the energy-absorbing tree. The treasure hunter didn't sleep. He could now be called a dragon. According to the Dragon Code, treasure-seeking beasts were already born with abilities. They possessed treasure-seeker talent, treasure summoning, and mystical premonition. The treasure-seeking talent that the treasure-seeking beast originally possessed was already fully learned by the hero. The little one had found many precious things for him. The treasure summoning could induce some special treasures to come out of their hidden state, and mystic premonition far surpassed the previous ability. The treasure-seeking dragon might not be great at fighting, but it was definitely good at petty thievery. This was only to Su Heng's advantage. In addition to concealment and Godspeed, the treasure seeker had obtained the mystical dragon soul transformation skill, refining his bloodline. It was similar to the ghost from ancient texts, but it was a way of utilizing mental energy. The beast could collect the souls of dead dragons to use for its own purposes. With the hunter's help, Su Heng was like a tiger with wings. The herb they were looking for could only be considered an appetizer, but now the hero had obtained it, and everything else fell into his hands. In a flash of Oka, it was time to leave the bloody ruins. Lady Lu had ordered the exploration of the secret lands and forbade the removal of young pets from the secret place unless they were bound by a tamer spiritual bond. The young man was tormented by doubts. If there was a horrible species in the eggs, he couldn't just tame it with his powers and incense bloodline. The hero's idea was inspired by the green boa constrictor he had encountered last time, and a deep-sea giant crocodile that was so angry it was going crazy. These reptilian beasts shared a common chemical trait. It involved swallowing prey with its mouth, passing it through stomach acid, and breaking it down into energy. This was the key to smuggling the two eggs. Right now, the 7 to 8 meter long snake dragon was as big as a small truck in terms of body size. But noticing a full stomach was extremely easy. The frozen blue jelly fruit was another key to the success of the plan. The snake dragon's stomach juice was terrifying. Even steel could be split and digested. The juice of the frozen jelly fruit, along with the wounded bone marrow found, could form a protective layer on the outside of the eggs. The juice of frozen jelly fruit was an excellent coating, even if it was unprocessed. Many people called it a great remedy. Few people used it directly. Su Heng needed a sufficient amount of fruit, so he turned to the tree for help. The poor tree had given its all and was literally barely breathing. With the frozen jelly fruit and the coating of the unique mushroom from the ruins of the Blood Forest, the experienced master was going to preserve 2 valuable eggs. After coating the eggs, the young man tossed his snake dragon both items for it to swallow. The dragon swallowed both giant eggs in one gulp. The next morning, the 3 winners of the Six Lands tournament finished exploring the path they had already learned. Rex ordered them to take out everything they found to show that there was no contraband there. Lan Yin and Jimei had small bags, so they passed the dinosaur inspection. Seeing Su Heng's bag, Rex was surprised by its huge size. The Tyrannosaurus suspected something and sniffed at the huge prey in the bag. Literally a second later, he said that despite the large bag, the check was also passed. Next, the heroes were instructed to summon pets, even those obtained in this place, to check them for the forbidden ones. Lian Yin had tamed a blood demon wolf. Jimei from Red Scorpion City possessed 2 pets of a dangerous species. In the bloody ruins, she found a bloodthirsty bat. Su Heng summoned his strange pets. They silently stood aside, waiting for Rex's decision. It was an exciting moment, for the pets did not meet the requirements. The energy-absorbing tree caught the Tyrannosaur's attention. He said that although the pet was ugly, the hero was allowed to return home. When it seemed that everything was behind him, the terrible Rex noticed that the dragon's belly was huge. The beast roared loudly. Inside the belly was a heart still alive. Su Heng had a talisman from a master. He was going to block the blood Tyrannosaurus attack, but getting out of the ruins was now impossible for him. Rex couldn't let some people steal pets from the bloody ruins, but suddenly he smelled something strange. He realized it was that guy's scent. In the bloody forest ruins, the Rex clan was very strong. Not to mention the blood Tyrannosaurus, even their leader had up to 30 heads in the group. However, due to the evolution of the blood tyrannosaurs of the most dangerous tyrannosaur species, there were only 2 of them left in the entire group. Although the race had not yet transformed, their strength had already broken through the racial shackles and reached unimaginable heights. One could match the entire pack. The second Tyrannosaurus was the old patriarch of the tribe, who had the main care of the tribe's household. He was big, kind, and well-liked. It wasn't long before the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex, known as the strongest warrior in the clan, caused a problem. Not content with the title of strongest, he decided to challenge the patriarch. Tyrannosaurus Rex's tradition was to be warlike. However, he used sneaky tricks in battle, causing the old patriarch to suffer a severe wound. As a result, he was driven from the territory and then from the pack. The beast occupied a large patch of forest in the northwestern part of the ruins, far away from the pack's habitat and hunted dragons. It built a pool of blood to raise offspring. This method had long been forbidden by the Demon Lord. Each blood tyrannosaur could only claim the position of patriarch once in a lifetime. That guy had already been defeated, but his descendants, after being purified by blood, could grow up to become new patriarchs. The bloody Tyrannosaurus decided to let the man take the patriarch's offspring so that he would eventually turn against the creator. He said there was only food in the dragon's stomach. Tension was felt in the air. A bright magical portal appeared in the middle of the forest. The 3 heroes sneaked through the energy portal. After teleporting, Su Heng was met by Boss Shui. He called the boy with him and said that there was a wave of disaster. It was all serious. Although the hero had never encountered such a wave in his short life, the people of Blacklight had passed down rumors of a disaster wave from generation to generation and gave the lad a cursory understanding of such a wave. The disaster wave was an offensive formed by a dangerous kind of terror. These dangerous creatures, driven by various causes, attacked human settlements in waves. If the troops were not killed or defeated, the offensive did not stop, which created a wave. The last wave disaster was over 30 years ago. It wasn't just the former head of Blacklight who died in the wave war. They had lost almost all the professional level masters, and Blacklight Castle had almost disappeared. Su Heng's teacher, Zhou He, was also jeopardized in this battle. By uniting the resistance of all the remaining masters and armies in the gathering place, it was possible to escape the disaster. In the end, due to his great merit and unrivaled personal prestige and strength, he was elected to the throne of the head of the castle. Boss Xue said that it was only a medium-sized wave. This time, the base head brought nearly 10 strong Blacklight masters with him. All the masters went to find the source of the wave to solve the problem of the wave once and for all and prevent the wave from appearing. The master said that without giving the order for the troops located in the 4 sections of the defense line to retreat, the head led his unit to search for the source of the wave. When the troops converged on the defensive wall, the withdrawal of troops from the 4 main lines of defense was a sadness for the hard-grown food in the plantations in the safe zone. The journey from Bloodwood Ruins to Chinatown would take at least 2 days. The Snake Dragon had amazing stamina, but the Ice Lake Magical Colt didn't have much stamina or speed. It was important for the heroes to stop from time to time to let the foal rest, give it water, and feed it to regain its strength. Under the pretext of replenishing the water supply, Su Heng bypassed Shuko and lurked in the bushes by a small stream. The snake dragon spat out 2 eggs and all it found. The hero hid them in a good place so that the beast couldn't find the treasure. The guy avoided Boss Xue because he didn't want to spread the fact that he had secretly carried out the terrifying-looking cubs. As for the tree, Su Heng did not hide it, but gave Shu Qiu some fruits that could help his horse recover his physical strength. At that time, the hero thanked him, and while they were resting, he gave him some instructions. Of course, the guy wasn't foolish enough to let the tree bear energy fruits in front of Zhu Qiu. Upon arriving at Chinatown, the hero couldn't believe his eyes. Hidden behind the castle walls all this time was a huge piece of fresh meat that smelled all over the place. To the head, the guy had a lot of questions. Beasts had to eat specially made food to unleash their power, but this was just ordinary raw meat. Boss Xue led the young man to the common table where they were already waiting. At the head of the table sat Boss Gao. He was the commander of Blacklight Castle's headquarters and in charge of the city. Mr. Gao Jun was a professional-level tamer and was Blacklight Castle's director of operations in the past. Xu Yu said that in the center of Heixiu City, there was the only energy crystal mine among Blacklight's many cities. This was one of the reasons why the castle had stood for several centuries. City Commander Gao was a ruthless person guarding Heixiu City, and the girl beside him, Xiao Yuping, was a poison master. She single-handedly protected the energy mine and led a group of 6 super dangerous species under her command and caused serious damage, the mature terrorist species that arrived there. To prevent the guys from gossiping, they were ordered to help unload the meat. Su Heng didn't understand what was going on from Blacklight Castle at the moment. Xue said that it was useless for the people from the castle to rush over. There was a big difference between a large group battle and a small group battle like theirs. They were all facing a wave of disaster, so they needed to work out the details of tactics. The young man said that they needed to just follow orders. As the guys were unloading a huge pile of meat and carrying heavy boxes, Ju's sister unexpectedly returned. The fragile girl had tamed the grizzly forest lord. The surprised Xue Yue didn't even breathe, but Su Heng was very happy to see his sister. The little guy didn't suspect that even such a creature would rush to support the castle this time. The food was ready, and the burgomaster ordered the bear warriors to divide it into portions. The master surpassed imagination. He made the grizzlies obey. Su Heng was sure that the grizzly forest master was not only the leader of the bear-fighting bears and a terrifying appearance, but also possessed considerable intelligence. The army of battle bears that came from the grizzly forest were quickly recovering thanks to the abundant food. Fresh meat was prepared in abundance. Under Lord Grizzly's command, they settled on the hillside outside the walls of Chinatown and slept soundly. Therefore, Chinatown was enveloped by the sounds of loud snoring. But obviously, a big battle was approaching, and this night the hero would definitely not have time to rest. Under Boss Shu's arrangement, Su Heng and his 3 companions, Heiju and Xu Yu. At night, a strange convoy was discovered in a secret passage behind Chinatown. The people were focused and were unloading wooden boxes. This was the moment everyone was ordered to help, and the young master was given a huge steel weapon. The boy could not believe his eyes, for the axe was several times larger than himself. Right in front of Su Heng's shocked eyes, an army of grizzly bears obediently walked towards the center of the caravan. With the help of humans, the bears were donning custom-made battle armor made of special steel. The armor was custom-made and had an incredible shine to it. Iron unicorn horns were also used for the bears' helmets. The master had every reason to believe that this was a group of ordinary battle bears that had not yet mastered the use of energy. After being armored, they would become strong enough to fight mature beasts alone. While the bears were busy with their armor, the humans were not sitting idly by. According to the plan of Gao Jun, Shu Ke, and other masters, the armed forces of more than a dozen vassal lands were centralized. Chinatown received 70-80 armored vehicles, as well as thousands of regular troops. Each armored vehicle had a full 5-man combat team. It was a force of about 400 people. By the end of the day, Gao Jun and the others counted around 2,000 people who had responded to the castle head's call for support. Boss Gao shouted that reinforcements from all sides had been mobilized and sent straight to Blakelight Castle to lift the siege on her. All the warriors stood as if on a string. Each of them was ready to defend their home and fight to the death to reclaim their own land. The armored car was directed by Mr. Whale. He was the temporary commander of the 4th Brigade's 2nd Tactical Unit and Su Heng's comrade-in-arms for the entire operation. They had to follow the plan of the top brass. Boss Gao, Boss Shu, and their deputy formed a high-ranking group of fighters to deal with particularly dangerous areas on the battlefield. Within this group, the entire force was divided into 4 tactical brigades. Currently, the young hero was an accompanying master in the 4th Tactical Brigade. His main task was to help the brigade to destroy as many of the surviving forces of the disaster wave as possible. Su Heng had the safest position. According to the battle plan, the 4th Tactical Brigade was the weakest and had the least firepower, and it was not yet fully formed. The brave tamer realized that the brigade had the lightest combat load among all of them. He hoped that the military operation would be successful. Compared to human intelligence, the dangerous creatures of the disaster wave were driven by instinct to fight. This biological instinct was no less significant than human tactical command. The head of the castle, Zhou He, was leading a significant number of high-ranked warriors towards the source of the wave, trying to get rid of it once and for all. The castle itself also took the form of an integrated defense. At that time, the entire Blakelight Castle was under siege by the dangerous creatures. But it wasn't to be for long, for reinforcements with polar bears were on their way. According to the battle plan drawn up by Gao Jun and the others, the mechanized army was to be the first to engage the wave. Engaging the medium and high-level units hidden in the wave, the masters moved forward on the flanks. The mechanized corps moved in one direction under the cover of the bear army. Eventually, they made their way to the foot of the city wall, bumped up against it, and formed a single fire network with the defenders of Blakelight Castle. To fulfill this plan, the warriors had to reach the castle before dawn to prevent the disaster from increasing. It wasn't close from Chinatown to Blakelight Castle. Young Master said that if the commanders wanted to get there before dawn, everyone would have to cross the danger zone. Suddenly, the armored vehicle abruptly stopped in place. Everyone was slightly shaken. When the brave heroes looked through their binoculars, they saw an unimaginable monster. Towering high above the trees was a horrible-looking fire puppet. Its size was simply staggering, and its terrifying appearance put everyone in fear. Su Heng frightenedly looked at the doll and couldn't even say a word. He was sure that with this level of pressure, the dangerous species should have escaped. Just then, an even stranger encounter occurred. A giant moon bear subspecies with a ghostly face appeared above the trees. For the first time in his life, the young man watched the battle between the terrifying species up close. The huge bear roared at the entire forest. It was ready to tear apart its opponent. The moon bear's terrifying roar made the trees shudder, but only the fire doll smiled widely and gave him a standing ovation. Such jokes were not scary to her. The demonic doll monster used the natural skill fire of death to kill the enemy. The black magic core flew straight at the bear with all its speed. The huge demonic core flew into the moon beast's head with great force and bombed its skull. The bear was still unable to deal with the doll's terrifying skills. As expected, it was a high-level horror type that was a mixture of ghost, spectrum, and alien and psychic energy. It could kill an opponent with a single blow. With the puppet serving as a powerful deterrent, the army crossed the border one after another without obstacles. To prevent the doll's pressure from affecting the soldiers, it was sent to a distance of 1,000 meters. The Thunderhammer Rhino had superior destructive power. Not only was there a powerful force accompanying each strike, but it also caused lightning damage. The Thunderbolt Rhino was assigned by Gaozong to go at the end of the entire army in charge of the rear guard. This way, even those who bypassed the puppet would be annihilated. The next section of the road was one of the most dangerous on the way, so Boss Gao ordered all the vehicles and crews to stay close together and be careful. Mr. Shukyo opened the hatch of the armored car and let the dangerous beasts out. The yellow Brontosaurus, Fire Lion, and Pegasus immediately prepared for a bloody battle. With the addition of the Fire Golem and Thunderhammer Rhino, together the commanders had already summoned 6 terrifying-looking creatures. A terrifying massacre awaited everyone ahead. Suddenly, there was a crash on the road. All the armored vehicles stood in place and parked as fast as they could. They were surrounded by a huge number of sparkling crystals. The crystals were not like natural minerals. They grew out of the ground like mushrooms and forced all the combat vehicles out of the way, denying the military any chance of survival. Suddenly, the brightly colored crystals began to come out in huge chunks. Giant dinosaurs emerged on the surface of the ground, covered head to toe in crystals. Su Heng had never thought that such a beast could exist near Blacklight Castle's gathering place. He found out about it when he asked Xiao Yu through the communication channel. This place was actually called the Rock Crack Plain, which the castle head had discovered 20 years ago. The plain had not been discovered because of the hidden canyon location. The crystal monster fed on energy crystals and was the ruler of the entire plain. It was called the Rock Spider Dragon. At that time, even the head of the castle didn't know that the castle was 120 kilometers away from the gathering place. The Burgomaster was the first to get out alive and completely conquered the top of the pack. The Rock Spiky Dragon was the highest form of the evolution level. The beast had made a non-aggression pact with the castle head. Otherwise, even Gaozun wouldn't dare to lead the army through this place. The Rock Spider Dragon was a warlike race. They behaved very aggressively. Therefore, Gaozun had set up all of his major deterrent forces. The Crystal Throne Dragons were among Su Heng's list of favorite pets. He couldn't find any mention of this rare species in his teacher's books. In Blacklight, such a beast was called a Rock Ridge Dragon. The boy was going to overcome the dangerous wave and then find a way to tame the Crystal Dragon. The task of these reinforcements was to support the castle. The warriors were not to inflict unnecessary casualties by fighting these simple-minded guys with developed limbs in the Valley of the Rocky Rift. The secret operation had finally begun. The armor-piercing van knocked over a huge container and a whole bunch of bright crystals sprinkled from there. Upon seeing the glowing crystals, the spiky dragons immediately began to swallow them. In order to be stronger, they fed on the energy crystals. The heroes managed to pass through the Crystal Dragon's territory without any danger. There were no more dangerous creatures in the army's path that could stop it. Around 4 in the morning, the reinforcements reached Blacklight. But the worst part was that there were countless dangerous creatures under those walls that converged in a tide of disaster. The tide of disaster was accompanied by constant hissing and roaring. Most of these races were found in the Grey Desert, but their numbers were simply shocking. From time to time, powerful and dangerous creatures appeared amidst the disaster wave, spewing streams of energy towards the 30-meter high city wall. The fighters defending on the walls would respond by opening artillery fire on the attackers, clearing the area. The sides were constantly converging in confrontation. The rumbling drew the attention of the tide of disaster. After the failed attack, the tide instantly turned into a huge streak, rushing towards the ranks of reinforcements. Suddenly, 2 tides were coming towards the army. Among them, the spiky spider sword and the rotting wolf toothworm were the big threats. Gaozun ordered all the troops to take advantage of the surging tide to occupy the 50-meter area in front of the castle walls and entrench themselves. All of the army's battle weapons were aimed at the huge pack of wolves. The soldiers tried their best to destroy the high levels, firing non-stop. Under the rumble of artillery, a wave of disaster was falling like wheat picked by a scythe. But only the dangerous species were quickly destroyed. There were unfathomable monsters that crawled out amidst the wave. They held back the fire of the advancing beasts in packs. They all had a terrifying appearance. Finally, Boss Gao made the first move. The blood puppet used his 7th level strength and used the light fatigue technique to slow down the enemy, and then used the Windchild skill. It was unthinkable. The keen combat sense of the high-level opponents was not inferior to human intelligence. They tried to interrupt the unfortunate child's skills. The brave monsters were joined by the Thunder Rhinoceros that used the Thunder Fortress. A protective magical dome formed around the pets. It was a perfectly matched lineup of pets. The two deadly pets were a perfect match for the Thunder Rhino. One of them also possessed a control technique. Master Gao Jun ordered all the masters to summon their pets and join the battle. They needed to protect all their mobile units. Su Heng realized that this was a long battle against a wave and a huge number of beasts. The Snake Dragon was always ready to lend its support to the army. The large-caliber artillery of the mobile units couldn't stop the waves of disaster yet. However, they were effective in destroying the beasts. Surrounding the artillery and guns of the mobile units, this formation turned into a meat grinder on the battlefield, holding back the enemy fighters of higher ranks. It wasn't enough to simply control the ground, troops, air forces, and underground creatures. There was no way the waves of disaster would miss the meat grinder. The tanks, harnessed pets, and dangerous creatures from the waves of disaster instantly collided. A multitude of insects emerged from the ground. The battlefield was a chaotic mess of erupting acid, flying creatures that looked like bats in the sky. The serpent dragon was very strong. It had no trouble injuring and killing dangerous wild creatures in defending the territory. There was no limit to his anger. When the hero, along with his partner, tried to fight off the wild beasts, a strong wave of energy swept the guy off his feet. It was a fiery, rushing stream of immense power. A loud roar was heard from the thick smoke. The bloodthirsty tiger was a second-level fighter. He was naturally skinny, but he possessed incredible strength and slowly crept up on his enemies. The beast's defense was a bit low, so Su Heng decided that it was possible to deal with it. He ordered his dragon to retreat and use bad thoughts. To avoid fighting the tiger directly, the snake dragon used honed skills and attacked the enemy with a stream of demonic power from the side. The bloodthirsty tiger easily sidestepped the blow. This greatly angered the ruthless dragon. He activated acceleration skills and flew towards the enemy at a blistering speed to deliver a crushing blow. Suddenly, the situation worsened. Things were much more complicated. At the sound of the fight, several more bloodthirsty tigers came. They were crouching and ready to pounce. Now this was a real problem. They couldn't be defeated directly. The beasts surrounded the dragon and started attacking it with extreme ferocity. The dragon's ancestral rage was awakened. He spread his wings wide and rose into the sky to attack his enemies with a vicious jerk attack. The pet's eyes poured blood. At great speed, it flew towards the bloodthirsty tiger and grabbed it with its sharp claws. It was a crushing power throw. This wasn't an arena battle, and although the snake dragon's recovery abilities were astounding, this was a true injury-for-injury fight. It was exactly what the creatures of the Tide of Calamity wanted. And the bloodthirsty tiger was one by nature who liked that sort of thing. It gave the beast motivation. The dragon had such powerful strength and tenacity that it was not afraid of even the strongest enemy. Using the dragon's roar, the pet surrounded its opponents with terrifying energy. The snake pet's all-consuming fear created a veritable fiery explosion. All the bloodthirsty tigers were caught in the blast, and flames enveloped them from head to toe. The particularly dangerous tigers emerged from the flames as if nothing had happened. The armored vehicles and stormtroopers immediately decided to suppress the two tigers on the left. While the humans were blasting the bloodthirsty tigers into splinters, the serpent dragon was tasked with destroying the others. Spreading out more forcefully, the pet flew straight at the enemies. Utilizing the power of the earth, the dragon released huge rocks from the ground, which dealt damage to the tigers. The fierce beast roared at the entire area and bent over anyone who attacked it. The brave hero did not sit idly by. He took special pleasure in the battle. Armed with 2 automatic rifles, he smashed everyone he saw in front of him. Shukyo was pleasantly surprised by Su Heng's heroism. He just didn't understand how such a reserved child could be so ferocious in battle. Suddenly, something truly huge was looming over the army. The monster approached closer and closer and tore the armored vehicles apart. The young master immediately realized that it was a 1,000-legged steel-armored predator that was a low-level terror species. The reason for its arrival was unknown. At this moment, Boss Gao came on the line. He asked the boy to focus on the enemy while the fire lion would cover him. The disaster wave was different from anything else. There were many dangerous creatures lurking in the wave. High-ranked beasts were specifically waiting to destroy humans. Unlike the dangerous creatures, it was much harder for humans to get to the top. Without the deterrent of a high level of combat power, humanity would definitely be defeated. The army could do it, but only if they were careful. The brutal massacre was gaining momentum. The huge fire lion used the shadow attack and made its way closer and closer to the army. Following it, The flying creatures had already started to come out. The situation was critical. All of this no longer resembled a mid-grade battle. It was all quite serious. The army had to act, so they decided to release the Thunderchild. Suddenly, everything around shone with bright flashes of lightning. A young, beautiful girl emerged from the magic portal. Her body was completely white, and her eyes resembled the whites of eggs. The squad leaders were very wary. Shukyo had warned Boss Gao to be careful. After all, air monsters were deadly to mobile units. The fragile celestial creature raised its arm in the air, used its power of crushing thunder to create a nuclear energy wave. It seemed like an incredible phenomenon, for the Thunderchild's power was unlike any other. Thousands of lightning bolts violently rained down on the flying monsters, and they could not budge. Su Heng watched this strongest child with horror, but suddenly something strange happened. His huge tank literally began to fall through the ground, the road going out from under his feet. For the hero, it was a terrible dream. He realized that the Air Force was just a cover, and the real attack lay in the underground forces. It was a high-level kind of terror. Meanwhile, the ground began to crumble even more violently. A huge, long monster wriggled through the rocks and made its way out. It looked like a human millipede of incredible size. It was a very dangerous kind of earth sandworm that used level 7 enlightenment and attacked enemies with acid plasma. The superiority of the beast was its enormous size and long body. It deftly wriggled in all directions and knocked armor-piercing vehicles off their feet, taking the soldiers' lives. The young master realized that if they continued like this, the Mobile Legion would be finished. The lad decided to act and summoned the Snake Dragon to help. Unlike the masters, when the Mobile Legion was captured, all the generals gathered here today would only have one outcome. Su Heng couldn't stay away. After getting out of the ring, the Snake Dragon was fully prepared to attack. Suddenly, a small piece of killing plasma flew into its body, which left a burn. All the masters had a mission to protect their own. The dragon used the mind energy technique, and his body was covered in dragon-scale armor. Gaugen radioed that it was time to destroy the wave of disaster. All they could do was to annihilate the enemies. This was a true war of attrition with no end in sight. The battle could not last indefinitely. Someone was bound to fall in this battle. Today was the day of the ruthless and brave beast tamers. Heroes had to do everything to win and forever remain in the nursery rhymes of descendants. It would be a testament to the glory of the ancestors. All the masters had pets with shields, and amidst the black darkness of the wave of disaster, there were many bright flashes of hope. In this brutal battle, two completely different worlds were about to collide. The battle was heavy. Su Heng along with Zhuoyu could not contain this terror. Even the Serpent Dragon was unable to match the strong enemies. When it seemed that all was lost, Sister Ji came to the army's aid. She brought with her a whole army of battle bears in steel armor. At that moment, the most interesting thing began. The bloodthirsty bears pounced on the nasty monsters with extreme ferocity. They had excellent defenses and great strength to deal with all of them. From midnight to dawn and from early morning to dusk, Gao Zong Su Heng and his squad fought valiantly. Together with the garrison of Blacklight Fortress, they defeated over 200,000 dangerous creatures. When the blazing sun was about to be extinguished, the terrible battle was finally over. The ruthless heroes rejoiced in their victory in the clear skies above their heads. Blacklight Castle had suffered great destruction. 3 walls had been breached and 20% of the city's civilian population had suffered as a result of the battle. More than half of the tens of thousands of Allied troops gathered in Tianmu were forever left on scorched earth. In a division of master tamers that numbered about 100 men when they entered the war, only 39 remained. After the war, the castle took at least 3 years to rebuild, but the crisis was an opportunity for development. The carcass of every kind of horror was the most valuable asset of any gathering place. Flesh, blood, fur, scales, and bones all were excellent materials for creating wonders and all sorts of rare items. Upon arriving at the Beast Training Center, the Serpent Dragon enjoyed recovering. Sister Lan treated the dragon with a dangerous kind of easily pollinated flower. Su Heng said that Sister Lan's skill was excellent, and from now on, he would turn to the girl if the snake dragon was injured. Suddenly, a master entered the room and called the boy to the inner council hall. He said that Mr. Zhogu had finally returned and was already waiting. When all the warriors were gathered, the burgomaster decided to get down to business and said that this time they were looking for the source of the disaster wave. But what they experienced was really strange. He said that this time, He and Brother Kaunian had figured out the source of the disasters. A chasm was found that looked like a huge mouth with sharp teeth, with a diameter of about 1,000 meters and a depth of hundreds of meters. Inside the abyss were found the footprints of a creature the size of a mountain. The masters dived into the abyss to find out what was going on, but the giant creature was nowhere to be seen. The moment they felt relief, the masters realized that there was a fluctuation of spiritual energy coming from the bottom of the abyss. They were not afraid and descended to the bottom of the abyss. There were dozens of horror species and a sea of dangerous species guarding the maggots. The wriggling maggots were black, their bodies covered with tightly arranged holes. Each of the holes released thin threads, spiritual energies. They were the ones controlling the attack on Blacklight Castle, as well as many other large gathering places. The larvae were not strong. Aside from mental attacks comparable to higher types of spiritual terror, they didn't have any additional attacking abilities. Together, the brothers destroyed all the dangerous creatures at the bottom of the abyss. They had traveled the hard way, and they still managed to retrieve something from there. This thing was called the Catastrophic Nest. It was familiar to everyone, like a plague of extermination that had lasted for thousands of years. Twilight City was humanity's last hope. The old days would soon be over, and only through annihilation would new life come. All these monstrous thoughts enveloped the hero's mind. It was as if they were dragging him somewhere deep in space, but suddenly the Burgomaster did reach him. Su Heng looked unwell, but said that he was fine. He was just a little tired these days. The guy lied that he needed to catch his breath a bit. The young man couldn't believe that the old Dragon Codex was from the future, from the last battle of the end of humanity. The monster egg was not the real source of the plague at all. Finally, the hero realized that this was the beginning of a new era. The eggs, whose real name was Nest, never appeared on their own. They were opening the door to the darkest era of mankind. The Nest was a terrifying weapon of war, created by those creatures who were not named. After hatching from the nest, there was a giant creature that the master never found. The monsters were able to create a constant army of dangerous creatures using vast amounts of matter and energy. These creatures were created literally from dead remains. The nest created an army that did not need to grow. They were born fully formed and obeyed the will of the nest without fear of death. It took minimal time to accomplish this. The larvae the wizards destroyed were just a type of creature called a split brain. It was just a tool to control the creatures. These thoughts racked the hero's head, but he couldn't share them with anyone. The guy was only a beginner, but he had inherited the knowledge of the ancient dragons. When Su Heng remembered about the Burgomaster's hand, he realized that something was wrong with it. The cause of this damage could be the nesting chamber that contained the beast egg. The nesting chamber enveloped the egg like a womb and created a special energy for incubation. Its attack power was weak, and the special incubation energy was an excellent tonic. When this energy penetrated into the blood, it would corrode the blood. The energy consisted of many kinds of energy mixed with life and death soul energy. According to the code, an ordinary person died 2 months after the energy entered the bloodstream. Su Heng decided to save the master and change the future of the world. After 2 weeks, the hero sold all 68 vials of bloodline incense and didn't keep a single vial for himself. Every day he worried about meeting the deadline. During this time, he received 23 million steel coins and borrowed another 10 from acquaintances. With this money, the guy bought materials for 2 antidotes. Some of the materials were spoiled during the experiments. Su Heng needed to concentrate to work out the optimal ratio and fix everything. When the potion was finally ready, the guy needed to make the potion extract energy from the pebbles at the life source from the necromancer's fingernails. The master sprinkled the necromancer's fingernails into the contents of the vessel, and at that moment, there was an explosion. The hero alchemist's skills were still worth working on. Su Heng heard a strange grumbling and looked out of the room. There was a spoon goblin coughing who didn't have much combat power but had culinary abilities. The goblin spooner's food tasted superior to the dishes of any cook in all the cities under Blacklight's command. These pets were gods of cooking. The hero knew that the only spooner in Blacklight had a weakness, so he summoned a treasure hunter on him. It was clear that the goblin spooner was an obsessive personality. Now he was making soup with special spices together with the treasure hunter. The Burgomaster was feeling rather unwell. His arm was hurting badly, and he didn't know how much longer he would last. By then, the goblin had already brought him a wonderful lunch. The Lord was already ready for his children and grandchildren to be blessed and ascend to the throne. When he tasted the spiced soup, he was in seventh heaven with happiness. A real miracle had taken place. The burgomaster's hand was restored before his eyes. He could not believe that the soup had such an effect, and he drank every last drop with joy. Despite the good ending, the Lord suspected that there was someone other than the goblin in the kitchen. He used the evil eye of the watcher and saw that Su Heng himself was in the kitchen. Meanwhile, the young man brought for Lu Yu the fruit of the tree he had collected from the ruins of the Blood Forest. But it wasn't enough for the girl. In fact, the rest of the treasures were all in the dragon's bag. Seeing the huge torque, Lu Yu was shocked, but she also cared about the quality. The hero took out a huge unicorn horn with dragon blood from the bag, and the madam was speechless. There was still a remnant of the beast's soul in it. The more Su Heng took out precious items from the bag, the more the girl was impressed. He brought out a dragon bone marrow, an eyeball, a scale grass, and a fire spiritual stone. Among other junk, the kid showed the girl the eggs of a high-level horror species. All of his items surpassed the number of items from other masters. Lu Yu was petrified at what she saw. Everything she had brought was worth at least 100,000 contribution points. But the burgomaster had only promised to invest 20,000. The lady put up the appointed price of 20,000, but even that amount made the hero very happy. He accepted it, for the city had suffered great losses after the wave. When Su Heng left, the head mentor let out all her fervor. She was very angry after all. A good person couldn't be bullied like this and was going to talk to the head of the castle. Facing the angry mentor, the burgomaster was directly attacked. After the girl showed him the list of materials from Su Heng, only then did Zhou Gu realize what the matter was. Seeing the list, the castle head was worried because Su Heng really wasn't someone who came for fame. For such success, the master decided to please his disciple and personally take him to the warehouse. The castle master was proud of his disciple and let him take whatever he wanted. In any case, 200,000 points would attract attention and create risk. The material the young man needed was not in the warehouse, so the burgomaster decided to take him to another place. The painting closed the door to the treasure world. When the master touched it with his hand, a strange energy enveloped the entire space and a human face appeared on the portal to greet the Lord. The magical Jindao painting was considered to be the master's only pet that had reached a racial level higher than the terrorist species. The burgomaster said that it didn't have much offensive potential and could only be used to store items. After these words, the heroes proceeded inside. The danger and defense of the painting was unmatched. It could not be entered without permission, even if someone wanted to destroy it to enter. The master of the castle left the young man alone and allowed him to choose the necessary materials among the most precious items. All the items that would help the serpent dragon were gathered here. This time, the hero decided to take only materials for his pets and called to the treasure hunter for help. The beast pointed him to the farthest corner. There was a strange object stored under the dome, with a black haze emanating from it. It was a void dragon bloodline crystal with cosmic energy. Up ahead, Su Heng noticed even more interesting things. The glowing object was worthy of being the material needed to transform the serpent dragon into terror. In the end, the young master chose the Thunder Wind Essence and the Void Dragon Crystal. The burgomaster was hesitant. After all, these were dangerous items that could cause trouble. These two items were worth almost 800,000 points. But because of respect, the castle head only charged the boy 2,000 and gritted his teeth and smiled widely. In parting, the Lord told the boy that he knew of two horrible-looking eggs. Zhou Gu carefully examined them and did not even give them to Lu Yu. Growing in the dragon spring of the blood pond was different from normal growth and caused the beast to acquire a heavy, ferocious, and hostile aura. The life force of the two eggs was so strong that it far surpassed the baby horror species. They were about to break out and move to the next level. The situation of the eggs was not an easy one. The master said that when the life energy of the eggs became weak, they would die if no one intervened. The young man was very upset and was going to look for answers in the ancient Book of Dragons. But the master reassured him. He said that everything could still be fixed. The head of the castle showed the boy a crazy invention. He had simulated the effects of a pool of blood and a dragon fountain using the remains of a four-square pillar and many types of horror. It was a veritable evening of discovering mysteries for the hero. The burgomaster tore off a huge blanket and showed the boy a giant beast heart emitting dark energy. In fact, masters could subdue harnessed beasts, either by using their spiritual power to suppress them or by forcing them to voluntarily contract through a higher level of communication. By using Su Heng's blood to incubate the eggs, the Burgomaster would be able to lay the foundation for future taming. The youth couldn't believe that the Lord had spent so much effort to pave the way for him. The eggs were only ready to hatch after 2 to 3 years of constant care. Even if there was a first-rate terrifying appearance inside, it was still limited to improving the strength of the Burgomaster. Jogu revealed another secret and showed the young man the secondary evolution of the fire poison race. It was a terrifying race of fire poison spirits. However, it had long since overcome the racial shackles, and its strength was now at the highest level among the best species. With this, the master wanted to show that two harnessed pets of the same race could be trained and fight together. The rocky Rift Valley was more complicated than one could imagine. Mighty crystal beasts would make Blacklight Castle even more powerful. Only the fifth sister and the deceased sixth brother had subdued the rock dragon in the entire Blacklight gathering place. This was because the clan's guardians had set the rules. The crystals were caused by the fact that there were many terrifying species living there. They were quite powerful, and without them, the castle would be in danger. The first rule was to defeat the parents and cubs. The second rule stated that within 10 days, the master had to develop 3 skills in the cub. Despite the danger, the young master decided to try his hand and mess with a dangerous species of spider rock dragon. The boy's talent was very rare. The teacher agreed to accompany the young boy and said that in these 3 days, Su Heng could use the materials in the storage room and the equipment in the castle to tame it. The hero was determined. He wanted to reveal the dragon code to the teacher and talk about the main method of beast control in dragon transformation. The strong dragon had 3 types of destructive systems and 8 energy techniques. There were 3 days for training, so the hero decided to choose the one he was most familiar with. After that, Su Heng prepared potions that increased his skill level. These skills were basic skills and the materials were inexpensive. When the master finally got hold of a set of training potions, he finally started real training with the head of Blacklight Castle. The Burgomaster was giving his pet a break and recovering his strength. He asked the kid how he was going to restore the snake dragon's physical strength. Su Heng presented the energy-absorbing tree to the teacher. The tree allowed him to customize different fruits for different pets and restore their strength. It was incredible. Even the Scarlet Wolf appreciated the purity of the nutrients and energy contained in the fruits, as well as the great taste. When Jogu was convinced of the good skills of his disciple and his dragon, withdrew away. Now the fellow was in no danger, and he found himself in front of a rocky Rift Valley. On the valley, there were baby dinosaurs living among the many crystals. They were all cute, but the hero didn't know which one he should choose. Without thinking for a long time, the treasure hunter pointed to one baby that was trying to break the rocks. He wasn't playing with the others, and he looked rather rough. The beast headbutted the rock several times, but did not break it. Then the 3-month-old young dragon used his horn power and attacked the rock. It was a perfect match. The hero realized that the dragon possessed 2 major energy techniques, dragon strength and dragon might. To make friends, Su Heng ordered the tree to make 2 food fruits for the rock dragon creature. The kid only had 10 days to tame the dragon. The little guy didn't want to learn skills, but he took the food fruit perfectly. He took a few bites and was as happy as a baby. The youngster defiantly covered his face with his hands, for even his delicacy for the horrible sight could not convince the dragon to become his apprentice. Eventually, the little one agreed. The hero needed to make the first step and remove the young dragon's hostility. At this point, the young masters would hit a dead end. Su Heng didn't want to rush too much. He took another fruit as bait and suggested that the dragon learn another skill besides innate skills. The little guy wanted the fruit so badly that he stomped his paw on the ground. And at this moment, the ground under his feet crumbled into many pieces from the violent impact. This was the long-awaited destruction skill, so the dragon deserved the delicious fruit. He needed to obtain 2 more skills to succeed. After 6 days, the young dragon mixed many fruits in his hands, but there was no success in the transformation skill. To practice the transformation skill, all it needed to do was to command the pet to constantly hit hard rocks to strengthen its body. For all 6 days, the brave little guy chiseled the rocks with his head. The hero arranged with him 50 blows for 1 fruit, but it did not bring any result. Suddenly, one of the fruits flew aside, but the dragon was not going to let him go. The little guy jumped after it and hit the wall. At this moment, a true miracle happened. The young dragon had finally achieved transformation. Su Heng's arduous task was now complete. At the same second, a master appeared on the valley. He said that the rock dragon had confirmed the past test and now belonged to the young genius. The mind energy feedback after connecting with the little guy also allowed Su Heng to cultivate the mind energy further. The old codex was replenished with new information. Among the many ways to transform dragons, the young man chose a transformation method that focused on high-level defense-type horror types. According to the existing records of Blakelight Castle, there were two types of horror that the teacher could easily tame. The hero was about to start and let the seed to the nightmare type start. Mr. Burgomaster had heard the boy's plan, but wasn't sure of it. He said that to achieve the metamorphosis described by the lad seemed a very terrible way. To convince the teacher, Su Heng decided to introduce him to a treasure hunter. It was through the quest method that the race had achieved its evolutionary metamorphosis. Right now, the young man couldn't tell the whole truth. He just wanted his teacher to strengthen his strength for the next wave, so he offered to let him see the hunter in action. This made the Burgomaster very angry, for a wave of disaster had not happened in decades, so it could not happen again in a short period of time. The angry lord said that from the moment the guy walked through the door, he had never once refused to go to his aid. Regardless of the wave, Zhou Gu was ready to go on a journey. When the heroes found themselves together again, they sat in the valley by the fire for a long time. The Burgomaster felt it was his duty to protect his disciple as his own son. At that point, it had been 2 weeks since they had left Blakelight Castle. But of the 6 materials they needed, they had only gathered half of them. Zhou Gu said that all the materials from the Grey Desert had been gathered, and to obtain the others, they couldn't be limited to just this place. The Grey Desert was a vast land on the border of the Starfall Plate. The heroes had to go through 4 dangerous locations to obtain the items they needed. From an early age, the Burgomaster had wandered in the outside world. Such experience was not in vain, and in a short time he gained a couple of pets, including a heart to restore eggs. He crossed the expanse of the entire Grey Plain on a 4-square-meter map. The heroes were in an emerald region that was smaller than the size of a grain. The next place the warriors traveled to was the Yashan Peninsula. There was usually a group of monsters dwelling on each mountaintop, but there was no turning back. On the way to the top, the boys were attacked by a group of ferocious wyverns. They circled in the sky and wanted to pounce, but the heroes surrounded themselves with protective domes. A serious battle began. They had to defend themselves. The ice lions directed streams of ice at the winged monsters with great speed to slow them down. To completely annihilate the winged enemies, the master ordered the shadow mass to surround them and stun them. The demonic white mass choked everyone in their path. It wasn't difficult to kill a few wyverns, but once the colony found out that there had been a death, the heroes would have to find a way to deal with it. Under the guidance of the Burgomaster, Su Heng continued to move forward. In half a month, the master and apprentice had already traversed dozens of peaks in the dangerous Thousand Licks mountain range. All this time, the brave hero had participated in many battles. The guy lost weight, and his body became dark and muscular. He finally became manly. The strength of the 4 animal masters had greatly increased, and even the treasure-seeking dragon beast had been instructed by Zhou Gu and had made great achievements. However, the biggest achievement was still the Serpent Dragon, which had its first level 6 ability, Dragon Power Death. The dragon now possessed the skill Sacrifice with Explosive Strike, and was excellent at sinking pain, which caused enemies to tremble in fear. During all this time, it was as if the rock and dragon had grown fierce with these fruits and battles. Zhou said that he had never seen such a fast-growing pet. Thanks to the large amount of plant resources, the tree had started a wave of evolution. Its energy management technique was also improved. The tree extended the properties of its fruits to its roots, causing various control effects. Now this dangerous warrior could join the battles. By then, the heroes had crossed the Ridge of 1,000 Peaks, but it was quite cold in the mountainous area. There was still snow on the peaks and there was a constant blizzard. Zhou Gu's mission was set up by the Golden City Association. The entire familiar currency system was originated from this pinnacle of civilization. The Yashan Peninsula was located among the cliffs. Warm ocean currents and humid air from the coast made the climate very pleasant. It was a prosperous paradise. Masters here were not forced to work in other industries if they could not awaken by the age of 18. Food could be grown year-round on the peninsula. Increasing the number of masters also increased the ability to defend against dangerous creatures. Because of this, there was a specialized association of masters in the Golden City. It provided communication and channels for masters to interact with each other, but membership was not overly restrictive. The Burgo Master was also a member of the local association, and his mission had been issued by the Golden City's Masters Association 2 years ago. The Lord was tasked with capturing a particularly dangerous species called the Snow Spirit. It was a rare race that could be seen on the Snow Peak. This race was bred from the icy energy of nature. They were incapable of breeding, so they were few in number, but everyone dreamed of them. The Snow Spirits produced a rare resource called Ice Heart Snowflower. It was coveted because it worked wonders for a person's spiritual development. After extracting the snowflower, the ice spirits could not be killed. The Master Association had to release the dangerous creature back to the Snow Peak. These beasts were spirits of ice in nature, born from ice energy. They were hard to catch, for they were close to other powerful races. The little spirits were protected by the evolutionary race of the cold snow, monster, super dangerous species. Those who wanted to obtain the flower had to first destroy the monster. Normally, the snow spirits lived under the protection of one great snow spirit. The Great Spirit was a high-class horror that was a first-class fugitive. A short while later, the treasure hunter led Su Heng and the castle head to the right place. As one would expect, they came across a lost snow spirit. The teacher's ingenious plan had worked. He used one of the best terrifying species, the Shadow Mask, to capture the best dangerous spirit species. Shadow Mask's capture skill did not damage snow spirits. The Master Association provided special equipment to catch them, and the golden rope had the effect of putting them to sleep. When it seemed like the task was completed, the ground suddenly shook. A great snow spirit suddenly appeared and snatched away the teacher's infant child. This was only to the hero's advantage. The value of the main spirit was higher than the 10 little ones, so the guys couldn't let the snow monster go for nothing. At the snap of a finger, Su Heng and Zhou Gu summoned all of their dangerous pets. Gathering all their strength together, the monsters rushed straight at the snow ringleader to grab him. These creatures that were not yet tamed simply could not be transported into space. It was impossible to store highly active things in space. After overcoming the arduous journey through thorns, the heroes finally reached the pleasant climate of the southwestern coast of the Yashan Peninsula. Enjoying the fresh sea breeze, the teacher said that they could rest properly now. Su Heng didn't think so. He had been dragging the heavy snow beast the whole way. Suddenly, a drone flew towards them. It was the Golden City's border guards. The heroes were ordered to show their documents. Otherwise, the border guards would immediately arrive on the spot. Shogu held out a token and introduced himself as a registered professional-level taming master from the Golden City Master Association. Golden City had about 1 million people. It was the most important in the central city in the southwest. It was more prosperous than all the others. The Golden City had a terrifying defense. There were sharp spikes on top of the huge walls, and in between were powerful crystal energy cannons. Not many cars traveled in this city, and there weren't many people and beasts. But the long journey along the empty road made Joe more and more wary. At the entrance, the heroes were greeted by a gentleman. He said that it used to be possible to enter the city with a token, but recently the Golden City had experienced a huge wave of disaster. With all due respect to Mr. Zhou, the man had no right to let them into the city unless one of the professional masters vouched for them. Suddenly, a wild energy surrounded the entire rainforest. A strong wind blew the palm trees, and a huge green hawk king landed on the ground. The beautiful Ling Hong jumped down from the giant pet. She vouched for Master Zhou and told him to be allowed outside the gates of the city immediately. The girl said that almost all of the professional-level masters were temporarily incorporated into the military, joining the defensive war against the tide. She wasn't immune to that either. After the disaster wave hit the Yashan Peninsula, the Golden City took the hit of a powerful wave, the likes of which hadn't been seen in centuries. Millions of calamities surrounded the Golden City, and the city was engulfed in annihilating flames. This invasion resembled a worldwide disaster that had no end. On behalf of the association, Ling Hong said that she would take responsibility for the sale and give the heroes an internal price based on her name. Chuga took Su Heng to the Master Association, and the hero was overwhelmed by the grandeur and greatness of the association. With this step, his new path began. After the disaster, the masters had suffered great losses and were in need of snow essence. Combining Madame Huang's help with the increasing price, they received an incredible offer. After receiving contribution points from the association, Zhou He brought Su Heng to exchange the materials for the Serpent Dragon Metamorphosis ceremony. Now the hero only needed one ingredient. The young man was shocked at the progress he had made. But when he learned that Zhou Gu owned a huge mansion, he envied his rich fortune for a moment. The manager of the mansion brought the kid to the laboratory that the sixth elder brother had left behind. He stayed in the city for a long time and founded this laboratory. Su Heng knew that the snake dragon only needed two basic elements, thunder and wind, to transform, but the chances of metamorphosis in this way were slim. The other materials recorded in the Old Dragon Codex were for making a preliminary pill. The reason was very simple. It was necessary to bring the snake dragon's body into a state most suitable for absorbing the main medicine to greatly increase the success rate. This kind of refining had a difficulty, but with this superior laboratory, Su Heng felt that he only had a 20% chance of winning. The burgomaster told his assistant that he had no idea about Su Heng from the beginning and was even skeptical of the unusual talent he displayed. When Zhou Gu saw the boy, he remembered himself in his youth. He had become famous in this city because of his prowess in combat, his beasts, wealth, and real estate. Su Heng was very similar to Xiao Qin, who was the unrivaled master of his age in the Golden City at that time. But unfortunately, the heavens were jealous of talents. Zhou Gu had returned to the Grey Wasteland and could not save Xiao Qin from death. If he had returned to the Golden City, he would have been able to save his disciple in time and wouldn't have regretted it until now. In the laboratory left behind by the sixth brother, there were high-strength, grinding vessels made of steel glaze. They helped the hero, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to do anything with a bunch of wind and lightning. Dragon blood was extremely active. Even refined, it still emitted powerful pressure. Outside of the Master Association, it was difficult to find such a material. The young master had to use his spiritual energy to contain the dragon power. Otherwise, the reagent bottle would be shattered by the dragon power. Pouring the dragon blood into the high-strength grinding vessels, the reaction worked, and the brave hero finally obtained the necessary potion. Zhou Gu could not believe what was happening and marveled at the boy's persistence. The final transformation was only one step away, but it might be a bit painful. In order to follow its master to the top of the world, the snake dragon swallowed the potion. In the same second, the dragon fell to the ground, its body as if it was shackled by thousands of fetters. Tension emanated from it. The energy of wind and thunder penetrated into every cell of the dragon. This process was like pressing bones and sucking out marrow, but that was the price of metamorphosis. The young man could not leave his pet in suffering and took all the pain upon himself. Incredible pain pierced his body with the force of thunder. Su Heng screamed at the top of his voice. The castle head watched the incredible transformation with horror. He wasn't going to interfere and wanted to give the heroes a chance to cope on their own so that they would be unrivaled. Thunderbolts completely enveloped the dragon's body. He was in great pain, but there was no turning back. This caused the dragon to produce a strong stream of thunder energy. Suddenly, something amazing happened. The snake dragon itself severed the connection with Su Heng's mind. It didn't want its master to suffer even more. Finally, the bloodthirsty dragon's body acquired the first changes. Its scales changed color, its muscles became stronger, and its limbs grew several times larger. Libo couldn't believe that a race like the snake dragon could master the electric shock technique and windblade skills. This was a huge achievement that was enough to turn the world of masters upside down. Now it was clear why the castle head had taken the boy under his wing and was worried that he wouldn't be able to protect him. After helping the serpent dragon absorb the medicine, the hero also rested for 2 days before finally recovering his condition. On one hand, he was helping the pet familiarize itself with new skills, and on the other hand, training the crystal rock dragon was on the agenda. After this incident, the castle head completely believed in Su Heng's metamorphosis method and once again solemnly informed him about it. It was now their shared secret. The young master took part in the written exam of the Master Association and attempted to join. In those years, the hero could only study. The second part of the entrance exam included a combat test. The examination center was located in the event hall. The arena was divided into 5 parts by the Windstopper Tower, a low-level horror species cultivated by the association. The aftermath of the battles would not affect the other rooms. Meanwhile, Su Heng and the little fatty were sitting in the waiting room of the sparring test. holding their reference cards and waiting for the examiner's instructions. At this moment, the hero finally realized that the little fatty's name was Ai Dong. He was a few years younger than himself and was only interested in himself. The exam was based on the pet's life status. Cultivation and skill development were evaluated in points, and each candidate was limited to one beast. The first to enter the arena was Su Heng. The dragon's scale color was rated as abnormal, and its length and bone mass exceeded the norm for normal members of the species. The light armored leopard was placed as the snake dragon's opponent. It was a dangerous and unique kind of beast. The snake dragon was on the same list as the leopard in terms of rarity, but it was not afraid. The pet immediately used its wicked armor to deliver the first blow to the enemy. This attack had no effect, and the unique leopard rushed into battle. It jumped high and struck the dragon with its huge paw. Without waiting for the enemy to fall, the leopard delivered another critical strike. The tail strike was the beast's most successful attack. Even the wicked armor was powerless here. The brave dragon wasn't going to retreat. It used its speed power and rushed forward. The pet dragon wanted to use brute force to kill the enemy. The armored monster surrounded itself with light defense, and as the dragon approached, the leopard immediately pounced back at him. It was a true brutal fight to the death. The leopard did not spare his opponent and struck hard. The dragon only deftly dodged it. The opponents were on equal footing, and the fight dragged on for a long time. Gathering his strength together, the snake dragon used an evil beam and directed a stream of killing energy directly at the leopard. The attack worked and slightly wounded the leopard, but the leopard was even more enraged. He wanted to finish off the dragon as soon as possible and activated the slashing technique to strike incredibly hard. Su Heng's beast had to concentrate well, for his opponent could break through the energy with just one strike. The dragon chose the frontal attack tactic and once again directed the crushing energy at the enemy. At this moment, the armored leopard did the same, and the two energies collided forehead to forehead. They competed with each other in terms of strength. Suddenly, something that no one could have expected happened. The ground in the arena shook violently, and it was as if someone was knocking the leopard down. It seemed simply unbelievable. The snake dragon could use two different skills at the same time. To the teachers, this seemed simply impossible. After all, it had hatched half a year ago. The teacher realized that instead of relying on its master's orders, the dragon had devised a battle plan based solely on its own instincts. Such a beast was always the most reliable support. After the last fight in the grizzly forest, the dragon liked to use the power of the earth from his back. Sharp stones came out of the ground and pierced the leopard's crystal bells. An incredible rage awakened in him. The leopard roared loudly to the entire arena and used a combined sharp blade skill. The dragon looked his death right in the eyes. This crushing attack was too strong and unexpected for the dragon. The power of the sharp blades swept through its body with great speed. The dragon's blood spurted out in all directions. An ordinary snake dragon would not have been able to withstand such a deadly attack, but the little one bravely kept on his feet. Blood streamed down to the ground, but the snake dragon had incredible stamina. It was time to end this battle. The dragon awakened all the demonic rage of his ancestors and roared at the top of his voice. The dragon's roar literally made the walls of the arena shake. At this point, Su Heng's trial was over, and the dragon was sent to the beast treatment room. The frog healer carefully licked all of his wounds. The hero said that if the lightly armored leopard used its wind and thunder attributes, it would be able to avoid the attack. But if the dragon met one in the wild, it wouldn't be able to defeat it. At this moment, the young man's cultivation status, skill development, willingness to fight, and combat experience scores came in on the young man's training clock. The final grade for the combat test was 99 points. Suddenly, a fat classmate walked into the treatment room. He congratulated the young man for passing the high-score test, but Su Heng replied that it was a fluke. After the exam, the young man was brought back to the burgomaster's mansion. All this time, Zhou Gu had been on a mission and had to retrieve the ice dragon bone tissue. Su Heng knew that it was actually a thunderstone. He realized that the master was specifically doing tasks with thunderstone rewards. Thunderstone was a very special material that contained a relatively stable and almost constant flow of electricity. It could be used as a source of electricity for power plants. It belonged to the city-level strategic materials. The Craftsmen's Association didn't have it, so it wasn't on the list of goods for points. The burgomaster said that the thunderstone wouldn't help for power generation in blacklight. It required an entire industrial system. The hero could only use these stones to transform a serpent dragon. He was participating in the certification of master tamers, and he had to pass the final exam. Jogu ordered the boy to prepare for the association trials properly and achieve a good result. The trials were always famous for being particularly difficult. In a dangerous place called Dead Shadow Island in the Ahua Sea, a group of 5 people captured a high-level, dangerous species called the shadowless bird. It wasn't easy for brute force to pluck the bird's feathers or even catch up with it. Because of this, the trial task was extremely difficult, and only a small number of participants passed the task. Su Heng's next task was to hunt down and kill in a group one of the mature, particularly dangerous species that roamed in the depths of the Green Soul Mountain. There were less than 30 masters participating in this trial. Each test session was a group situation to develop synergy among the masters. Each group was accompanied by an examiner and an evil eye observer. The examiners were responsible for scoring, while the observers recorded the entire process, ensuring fairness. After reading the hero's name, the examiner stopped, so Su Heng thought that he was alone in the team today. In fact, he had a partner. The fatty was already standing behind him. The examiner said that the trial task was due to a small tidal wave of plague. Fish would inevitably fall out of the net, so everyone had better be careful. The examiner's job was to ensure complete safety, but every year people died on trial missions. Therefore, the task could not be taken lightly. The girl said that the examiners had purposely given a mission that was different from others. The heroes needed to hunt a super dangerous species. On the way to the test, the burgomaster said that the assignment was harsh, but she replied that the wave of disasters didn't end so easily. Many magisters in the association were too cowardly to join the fight. From now on, even newcomers would have to face the harshest realities. The examiner said that it was estimated that almost a third of the participants in this trial, including the examiners, would have been injured. Only through brutality would the students have had a chance to survive. In the beginning, the trial was going well, but soon most of the accompanying examiners were summoned by the chief examiner to precipitate a great wave of calamity on the Green Soul Mountain. They weren't far from the battle appearances. Many examiners felt cheated. This was just a cover. They were all going to be sent to war. Since then, the examiners left the teams, leaving only one observer from the Evil Eye Society for the team. Things got so bad that the members of the squads were responsible for the safety of the observers. The monsters that had escaped from the wave of disaster invaded the testing area. Most of them were so strong that the participants lacked the strength to defeat them. Each group began to dwindle in number. As they passed, the frequency of dangerous creatures increased and the attrition became more severe. The death rate increased tenfold. On the 4th day of the ordeal, Su Heng encountered 3 teams that were completely wiped out. The broken limbs, the bloody scorched earth caused the fatty to feel uneasy. If not for Su Heng, the fatty would have been buried in the Green Soul Mountain. That same night, the heroes encountered another injured member. She was unconscious, but the guys found her in time. It seemed that hope had run out, though it was always the last to die. Aidong was very upset. He wasn't sure if they would ever return to the city again. At this moment, a white streak appeared on the hero's path. The young girl finally woke up and began to rise to her feet, but her appearance was still unimportant. The sweet girl thanked her saviors. She said that she had learned telepathy after becoming a master, but due to her nerves, she had completely forgotten. Gong Xuan was one of the group. All the others except her were killed by a dangerous higher stage species. She managed to escape with the help of a flying harnessed pet. When the girl was almost saved, a mature flying bird of the supreme dangerous species soon caught up with her and chased her all the way to Su Heng's ambush site. The young master allowed the snake dragon sitting in ambush nearby to stealthily attack and kill the supremely dangerous species in the mature stage, completing the trial task and saving the girl. 3 days later, Su Heng and the 2 little problems were hiding in the Green Soul Mountain. They were trying to leave and not get caught by the monsters, but so far they hadn't encountered any horrors. The 2 little crybabies proved to be understanding. They chose to starve themselves, but still let the hero have all the food and water. The cave was the master's resting place after Gong Xuan lost consciousness. There was a bear den on the steep slope, but it was now Su Heng's as well. That evening, the 3 survivors were sitting around the fire, counting supplies. Suddenly, a wild cry was heard in the dark forest, scaring away all the birds. This sound was already familiar to the hero. He went out to reconnoiter and saw his master's lava tyrannosaurus above the forest. Su Heng's face suddenly changed. Looking at the signs of battle coming from the distant sky, the boy still couldn't contain his anxiety. Aidong and Gongshan were sitting in the cave, while the young boy fled into the depths of the mountain. There was nothing he could do to help the master, but he had to go over and take a look. After passing through the dense forest, the boy finally took his binoculars and saw a battle scene deep within the Green Soul Mountain. The dragon was ready to snap there at any moment. The master stood side by side with the chief examiner, who, graying at the temples, floated and hovered in the air. Below them, several huge creatures fought. With the help of a lava tyrannosaur and a fire avatar, the master was fighting a nightmarish-looking ice ring. This battle was truly dangerous. According to the records of the old codex, the bone marrow of the ice dragon's spine and the ice poison capsule were auxiliary materials to transform the ice crystal lion dragon into a dragon. The head of Blacklight was fighting desperately against the special monsters, but he needed backup. He appealed to the Monkey Lord to take action immediately. The battle was getting more and more brutal. The Lord rose up, swung his hand, and created an incredible energy that summoned a giant ape. It was a true infernal beast. The ape pounced at the ice-cold opponent with fury. Swinging harder, it hit him right in the jaw, and a lot of rocks came flying after him. It was the second assistant master, the Monkey Lord. The cold demon hissed and wrapped itself around the monkey from all sides, clutching its long body tightly. With all his might, the ape lord tried his best to get out. The view from above was terrifying with the perfect combination of the 5 systems: earth, beast, power, air, and attack. The true pinnacle of horrors awakened all the monkey rage and screamed even harder. This species had incredible strength and enduring stamina. The monkey was going to finish off the ice opponent, so it snapped out of its seat and used the power of the earth to kill it. The ice beast didn't sit back either. It activated all its skills and created a magic vortex which it directed at the monkey. The 2 strongest enemies clashed in a face-to-face battle. The hero watched this picture with horror. He had never seen such a fight before. He immediately recognized the horrible-looking rage surge and atmosphere burst techniques that the serpent possessed. The battle was very fierce and was dragging on. The Burgomaster snapped his finger and summoned a huge black hand outside, which immediately tried to grab the ice serpent. Such an attack was definitely not expected by the cold beast. The black figure that quickly flashed over the forest squeezed the serpent with all its might, and it turned into a bloody mess. The young man realized that it was a powerful black sin pet. It had a strange ability that was so terrifying, it could easily stun a nightmarish-looking beast. To Su Heng's surprise, Zhou Gu's black sin beast still killed the ice dragon and took away the dragon transformation materials. This minor wave of disaster ended with the death of the ice dragon. The end of the nightmarish ordeal had come. The large number of deaths caused a lot of criticism in the city, but the chief expert didn't want to explain anything. After that, the results of this trial were officially announced. Su Heng had unquestionably won first place and received an award from the Golden City Masters Association. With the thought that he shouldn't be a fool if there was wool, the hero ran to the research institute with the proof in his hands. He wanted another pet for himself. When the hero went inside, he was immediately met with a poke on the head. Chihuahua was not quite in his right mind and said that he liked hitting people because he was the embodiment of the reader's father. At this point, another young man in a white coat took the hero aside. He reported that the doctor was sometimes like that. You didn't have to pay any attention to him. In the entire research institute, there were 7 dangerous species that posed the greatest danger to health. Su Heng had only seen some cute animals behind the bars. There were a total of 3 particularly dangerous cubs. The golden jade grass was unique to Golden City. It was a pet of 3 systems: herb, blood, and healing. Combining the blood and healing systems, the golden jade grass was able to heal penetrating wounds, lacerations, and even repair minor limb deformities to some extent. During the fascinating story, the hero noticed a strange creature behind the bars. There sat a little girl with huge gray wings. The guy said that it was a young pet of mixed bloods, and it had a mixture of light and dark systems that were completely incompatible. This incredible appearance of the pet really interested Su Heng. He couldn't believe his eyes and asked the assistant to open the cage because it was literally a hybrid of darkness and light. The pet resembled a little angel. Even without reproductive isolation, it would be difficult to create a powerful hybrid between different elements. There were two completely incompatible energy systems within her. Judging from her strength, she was below the terror species. However, the young man noted that the pet was no less dangerous than the super dangerous species. The little one contained completely opposite light and dark energies, and once out of control, her strength was infinitely close to that of the horror species. No one had ever seen such a mysterious creature and could not identify her parents. The doctor's assistant revealed that the little girl had been discovered a month ago by a team of masters from the Masters Association in a small black and white secret natural place. It was no secret that it was a world where night and day were intertwined. There, the line between night and day was unmistakable. Half of the area was occupied by endless night, while the other half was eternal day. The danger level of this secret place was low, and the area was small. After learning about it a month ago, the association quickly formed a team of professional masters to study it. The little guy was brought to the surface by the association scouting team. It was later discovered that it possessed the ability to heal with light, and its life force was rapidly depleting. This species was transferred to the Green Circle Institute for study. The young master suddenly realized that according to the picked-up records in the Dragon Codex, the Lady of Light and Darkness was a combination of the highest kind of horror light lady and the highest kind of horror dark lady. The code stated that the children of mixed times had more racial potential than their parents. Su Heng stared at her without blinking. The little girl was born with a fatal flaw. The dark and light systems were constantly raging in her body, rejecting and constantly expending energy. Before the way was discovered to turn a light lady into a dark lady, they did not survive for 6 months. This also caused people of light and dark to become a terrorist species that didn't last long. In the old code, there was a way to save the little girl from the endless struggle of light and darkness. Therefore, the hero decided to choose her as his new pet. Su Heng grew up without a mother or father. He was raised by his sister, so he knew what it was like to be alone. His sister taught him from childhood to love his beast as his family. The boy had a weak heart. He couldn't see the poor little girl suffering. He wanted to take her to him and make sure she grew up able to avoid the fate of her short life. Even if the poor suffering creature could not be saved from death, it was better to take her outside to see the free world. The boys wept at these thoughts together. The light and dark energy in the girl could go crazy, so it was impossible to take her outside the institute. The young man decided to risk his career and become a guarantor for Su Heng. According to the code, it was necessary to create a magic potion called Black and White Vortex, and the materials to be used were 5 fresh flowers and Linchen stone. The finished product would naturally create a vortex. The cohesion depended on the radiance of alternating day and night. There was usually 1 successful potion for every 1,000 potions. Setting up was agonizing, and processing materials took 2 to 3 hours. The young man would not leave the lab site and desperately try to create the necessary potion. The subsequent tedious preparation process, which had a 1 in 1,000 probability, was fatal to Su Heng. The young man was sleeping right behind his workstation. Suddenly, the guy saw some wooden stubs in the glass vessel, which reminded him of an old friend. A brilliant idea came to him. The root was like a tree that heals energy. The young man realized that the materials for this potion were not scarce, and the price was not too high. He could just ask the energy-absorbing tree to make a copy. Meanwhile, Libo told the Burgo master about his concerns. He said that the boy had chosen a hybrid species with a short lifespan, and it was because of his soft heart. Jogu did not doubt his disciple. He asked his manager if Lao Liu could make the snake dragon develop the attributes of wind and thunder. Libo was very scared and worried whether the guy had a cure for this hybrid. After all, even the best research institutes of the Golden City couldn't understand him. Thanks to the help of a tree that absorbs energy and a treasure hunter, the protagonist was still able to get the necessary potion. He tried to offer it to the little girl, but she sat motionless. With her knees tucked up, the little girl hugged her legs and cried softly. If the people of light and darkness were shaken or frightened, the power could get out of control. Suddenly, the child of light and darkness picked up a strong wind and wrapped her wings around herself. She hid herself from human eyes and turned into a feather cocoon. The girl did not want to take the cure, so the potion's power was beginning to run out. The hero decided to go to extreme measures and pour the contents directly down her throat. Since the energy-absorbing tree had become strong after the transformation, it tried to pull apart this feather cocoon with its roots, but the resistance force was unimaginable. Brute force didn't help in such a delicate matter. Su Heng decided that perhaps the long period of captivity had robbed the Lady of Light and Darkness of her desire to live. The young man took pity on the little girl, for she looked completely confused and unhappy. He placed a flask of medicine beside her and said that she could drink it if she wished. The three strong heroes stood over the young lady and could not believe their eyes. The feather cocoon suddenly stirred, and the contents of the flask began to gradually sink down. Suddenly, the little girl called out for her daddy to come over, but Su Heng told her that he was the master, not her father. Then the little girl said that the guy was her mom. The young man was so confused that he made the treasure hunter do the cocoon. The three heroes had crushing power, but they couldn't handle one little girl. After a while, they were already friends. Su Heng was sure that the telepathic transmission of the Lady of Light and Darkness was clearly the little girl's voice. His voice was clearly similar to her father's. Now it was no wonder that the attribute of friendliness had been added to the description of the old Dragon Codex. The little girl could be a true friend. When the snake dragon made his way outside, he literally froze in place. He looked on in amazement as he played with the cocoon and probably didn't know how to communicate with girls. Su Heng showed him a huge jar of contents. He said while the energy-absorbing tree duplicated the potion, he took out the main dragon metamorphosis potion. As soon as the dragon saw the jar of potion, he immediately turned into a dragon in love. His brain shut down, and he moved only by instincts, like a sweet tooth. Trying to stop the pet, the hero said that this potion could not be eaten within the confines of the laboratory. At that moment, the dragon seemed to go feral and roared at the top of its voice. The snake dragon turned into a real monster. It spewed its energy everywhere and destroyed the building to pieces. It was as if the rage of the ancient ancestors had awakened in him. After a while, the dragon had already calmed down and was resting peacefully on the ground. Su Heng tried to recover from such a disaster, but he had to report to Zhou Gu. The crippled boy said that the dragon had only managed to absorb the basic medicine of the secret medicine of metamorphosis, but had not yet turned into a dragon. At this moment, an even stranger phenomenon occurred. Crushing sparks began to emanate from the dragon, which shrouded the entire sky in lightning. It resembled an electric eel that was in a state of rage. The noise the serpent dragon made was beyond Su Heng's expectations, but teacher Zhou Gu had a strong position in the city. With the support of the mighty beasts, the phenomenon caused by the dragon was finally locked in the sky. Despite this, the magistrate of the Golden City was here to ask questions. For a mature butler like Li Bo, this was just a small thing. He was completely calm and simply said that Zhou Gu used the beast to develop his skills, and with a few words he convinced them to leave. Wind and thunder energy seemed to be attracted by the main medicine and fell from the sky, enveloping the snake dragon. The light was so strong that it was hard to open one's eyes, and amidst the riot of sparks, the tearing roar of the dragon could be heard. It was obvious that the dragon was suffering from unbearable pain. The appearance of wind and thunder continued for a full 3 hours before it began to dissipate. After the light faded, the figure of the serpent dragon reappeared before the trio's gaze. At this point, its body size had exceeded 10 meters in length, and its originally sturdy body had become even sturdier. The body's scales were as if tempered by wind and thunder, and it concealed a flow of energy that looked much more noble and elegant than the original. Just extinguishing these energies caused the dragon to be drenched in blood. Su Heng was very worried about his pet after undergoing the transformation. He wanted to go over and calm the dragon down, but the dragon behaved strangely and released a magic core from its mouth. The energy ball was moving straight towards the hero, but he abruptly moved aside. The dragon created an incredible flow of energy and frightened the master. This technique created a huge magical explosion. After taking the main drug, the snake dragon received enhancement in the form of level 5 abilities, Enlightenment, Plasma Sphere. The snake dragon had enough strength for the showdown, but it was severely injured. The beast could barely stand on its feet and held its huge body, trying not to fall face first into the mud. At that moment, the little girl arrived just in time. The outline of her body glowed with a bright luminescence. She used her healing technique to help the snake dragon survive. Thanks to her light healing, the dragon's deep wounds quickly healed. Its body was taking on its original coloration before her eyes, and its strength was increasing by the second. The Burgomaster was numbed by what he saw. He didn't understand how the hybrid pet at the Institute couldn't even cast a decent healing spell, and now it was in Su Heng's hands. It was amazing that the little girl used a healing skill like light healing, which had great potential among pets that used light-type healing. The lady had gotten the healing skill and developed it to level 1. This pleased the hero and told him that the snake dragon and the others had entered the closed world of the Lady of Light and Darkness. The young man told the master that it wasn't easy to complete the metamorphosis. There wasn't enough wind and thunder energy here, and in order for the snake dragon to absorb enough wind and thunder energy, it needed special conditions. The snake dragon would transform into a wind and thunder snake dragon, which needed to be in an environment where wind and thunder energies were intertwined. Powerful squalls and lightning bolts pacified the serpent dragon's form. They allowed it to thoroughly digest the essence of the main medicine. With the help of Counselor Yu Zhou, Gugugu managed to find a dragon hawk in the databank, which, like the wind and thunder snake dragon, combined both wind, lightning, and dragon system. When the beast reached the level of terrifying appearance, it was more intimate with its habitat. The Wind and Thunder Cliff was a natural secret place where the eagle tribe dwelled. It could fulfill the dragon's need for metamorphosis. The giant dragon eagle dwelt in the node where the wind, thunder, and lightning systems intersected with the densest energy. Zhou Gu and Su Heng needed to get to the place where the wind, thunder, and lightning systems intersected with each other. The planned operation was carried out in a hurry after the snake dragon accidentally swallowed the main drug in the lab. In order to get there quickly, Zhou Gu immediately took out his pet ice dream butterfly. It was the strongest super terrifying pet, and it was also one of his strongest pets. As a very terrifying species that combined the dream system, insects, and spirits, the butterfly was not the best in flight, but it was a very fast beast. It possessed the unassembled sleep tail ability. The tail of sleep ability greatly increased the distance the butterfly could fly with each flap of its wings. Often, the phantom of a frozen dream butterfly could only be seen in the air, and the body of the frozen dream butterfly had already flown a great distance on its wings with the support of the dream tail technique. The butterfly possessed the best frozen dream skill, which could freeze the target's mind or soul, causing it to remain in a frozen dream forever. Following the butterfly, the heroes finally found themselves in the right place. The symbol was the thunder pine tree, and now it was time to begin. Zhou Gu ordered his ice dream butterfly to use its magic power and attack the place. A terrific stream of pink energy headed straight for the target. Su Heng realized that his guess was true. All these secret places formed naturally had their own secret methods. Within this secret realm, a huge mountain was towering. Other than this mountain, the entire secret realm was covered in wind and thunder energy, dark clouds, wind and thunder. The peak of the mountain was immersed in the clouds, and the black shadow floating in the clouds, it was the master of this secret realm. He was called the Eagle Dragon of Wind and Thunder. Each eagle dragon belonged to the horror species, and their teacher belonged to the nightmare species. Calling a butterfly into the secret realm ruled by a wind and thunder dragon eagle that could fly, this was undoubtedly a provocation for the Dragon Eagle clan. To back up, the burgomaster summoned a scarlet wolf to carry the master and apprentice and began to climb up. All around was the perfect place for the serpent dragon transformation, knot of wind and thunder fusion. There were quite a lot of such nodes in the secret realm that was laden with wind and thunder energy, but it was true that this mountain was too big and it was difficult to find anything. But for Su Heng, it was not difficult. To find the most precious and hidden items, the hero always had a map up his sleeve. He summoned a treasure hunter to help him, and apparently they understood each other perfectly. Zhou Gu was shocked after all. The brat was his disciple. If someone else was in the youngster's shoes, even the master wouldn't be able to resist the temptation to steal such a pet. The kid immediately interrupted his teacher's evil thoughts. They needed to go forward. The treasure-seeking beast had said that the knot of wind and thunder was in that direction. On the edge of a long, sharp cliff under the open blue sky was the knot of wind and thunder. The sky was completely enveloped in electric energy that illuminated the entire space. The hero needed to place the snake dragon in the center of the knot, but after seeing the knot in person, the guy was worried that with such destructive power, the dragon would turn into a pile of charred meat. Su Heng summoned his dragon and was about to warn it of the danger. At this moment, the sharp pet snapped out of its seat and flew straight into the epicenter of lightning and thunder. The violent thunder made his ears pop, and the lightning blinded his eyes. Teacher and student watched in horror as the dragon made its way through the atmosphere. It seemed that it was impossible for it to get out alive. After taking the main medicine, the snake dragon seemed to have gained the ability to attract wind and thunder. The energy mass that was originally at the center of the knot began to slowly converge towards it. If the snake dragon wanted to transform into a wind and thunder dragon, he needed to forge his body with the powerful wind and thunder energy. It also needed to eliminate the earth attributes in its body that didn't belong to thunder and wind. Only Master Su didn't think that a simple sentence in the Dragon Codex would turn out to be so terrifying and painful in reality. The so-called body forging was actually a direct bombardment of the dragon's flesh. At first, the dragon made horrible noises in pain, but then fell silent. The serpent dragon's faint breathing caused the hero to panic violently. Jogu said that the snake dragon's body was rapidly absorbing wind and thunder energy, and the speed was amazing. If the snake dragon really died, these energies would definitely dissipate and return to their original state. Master and disciple desperately resisted the energies, and suddenly, they could smell the scent of the ancient dragon lineage. This told them that the dragon's life breath was being restored. The snake dragon began to take a perfect shape. Its body became very strong, and its limbs changed shape. It was now a true bloody monster.